You are listening to Triplets by the Bratva by Bella King. Chapter 1. Lily. It never rained like this when Dimitri was still alive. Icy daggers of water fall so hard and fast that they splatter soil all the way up to my knees. The wide black umbrella overhead does little to keep me dry. Every time the wind picks up, the rain comes in sideways, drenching my dress and making my hands ache from the cold. Spring was supposed to be a happy new beginning, with warmth and life blossoming on every street corner and park. Today, however, it's an ending. I just don't see how things could get better after something like this. I'm old enough now to take care of myself in theory. I can buy groceries, drive, and I got a job straight out of college that pays me enough for rent in a decent neighborhood. No roommates either, and I don't miss them in the slightest. But those are just the necessities. What I lost when my Uncle Dimitri died was more than financial support and emotional guidance. I lost unconditional love. It's rare these days to ever experience something so pure. Even my parents failed miserably at showing me anything but a few nice words with ulterior motives attached to them like grenade pins. Letting them back into my life would be explosive. I was a bit afraid that they would show up at the funeral, but I should have known better. The rain is too heavy for my father to justify making the drive over here, and he'd never endure the bitter conditions outside, even if it was to say goodbye to his own brother. And my mother. She absolutely loathed Dimitri, but she'd never say why. Maybe it's because he saw her for who she really was, and wasn't afraid to tell me once he realized I had a mind of my own. Once a rat, always a rat. I smile at his words, picturing him shaking his large fist over the dinner table with a glass of whiskey in the other hand. He always took it neat, but the week before he died, he started drinking it on the rocks. Subtle changes led to the big moment. It was like he was hinting that he was about to go, and I didn't notice until it was too late. I can hardly believe I'm standing here, looking down at the damp soil as it's shoveled on top of his coffin. How can they put a man in the ground like that when he was so full of life, just a few days ago? My cheeks burn so uncomfortably hot that I'm grateful for the ugly weather. It's refreshing in a brutal sort of way, almost enough to distract me from why I'm here. But moments like this aren't easily washed away, and they tend to return at a later date, like mold on a damp wall. Inside me, the walls are drenched and dirty, the perfect condition for rot and decay. I feel the momentary urge to throw myself into the grave with Dimitri as they're piling on the last of the dirt, but something catches my eye in the thickness of the rain, a glint of red on the hand of a man standing by the edge of the cemetery. I thought I knew everyone that Dimitri was friends with. The baker down the road who makes bread like they do in Russia, he's here with his wife, crying just as hard as everyone else. And then there's the blind barber who can shave with a straight razor better than any man who can see. But there's another group of men, standing at a distance in the storm without umbrellas. They're all quite large, obvious even in the nearly opaque wall of rain, cloaked in thick wool coats and hats down low over their eyes. At this distance I can't make out much detail, but I catch a glint of red every time the man in the center moves his hand, a ring, just like the one Dimitri wears. He never told me what it meant, despite my curiosity, but it was deeply important to him. It never left his pinky. It could be a coincidence, but there was enough mystery surrounding Dimitri's life that I doubt it is. Even though he knew he was dying, he'd never tell me much about his past. Everything was a big secret, including why he and his brother, my father, never spoke. Now that he's gone, I feel compelled to find out more about his past, even if he wouldn't want me to know. Maybe he thought I would judge him. Not a chance. I know it's terrible, but he could have committed the worst of sins, and I would have still cherished him. He taught me what unconditional love was, and the key part of that is the unconditional part. The wind blows hard from beside me, pushing me a step toward the huddled mass of men in the distance. My umbrella bends in their direction, pointing the way to possible answers to the swirling clump of questions in my head. So much unanswered, so much left to uncover. Perhaps I should be laying this all to rest. Attempting to dig it all up won't bring Dimitri back, after all, but I know that I won't be satisfied until I know the truth about him. Something tells me the man with the red ring on his finger has the answers. I take a hesitant step toward the group, realizing that I'll have to leave Dimitri's fresh grave to talk to them. They might not even be here for his funeral, but then why would they be standing in the rain? Doubt creeps in, like the wet wind, as I look back at the grave, but I remind myself that it's not going anywhere. The mysterious men, however, could disappear at any moment, taking the possibility of ever learning the truth with them. I can't let that happen. I grip my umbrella so hard my knuckles feel like they're going to split. The wind attempts to pull it out of my hands, but I fight with it as I hurry toward the group of outliers. Who are they, and why are they here? My boots slide in a patch of mud, nearly sending me toppling over onto the ground, but I manage to catch myself and continue onward. The group of men are so still that, for a moment, I think they might actually be statues. But then there's that glint of red again, as the leader's hand moves, and I know I have to get to them before they turn away. I hold up my hand, waving at them as I close in on their position. They give no response, and dread fills my belly. What if these men are dangerous? They're certainly not the types of people you'd see walking down the street in the middle of a sunny day. They're night lurkers, the type that slink around alleys and enter clubs with cigarettes still burning in their hands. I can practically taste the smoke in the air already. The wind ushers me toward them, but I fight it this time, slowing down and attempting to make contact again. I wave my hand, and a pair of vivid green eyes slide into focus. The man in the front of the group is larger than the others, his shoulders so broad that they pull at the seams on either end of his sopping wet coat. Lightning strikes in the sky behind him, illuminating the atmosphere with a brilliant white light and casting a long shadow toward me. His eyes have a hold on me, and even though I slide toward him on the wet grass like I'm being dragged across it, I'm already his captive, and he hasn't even put a finger on me. As the distance between us closes, the man's eyes flicker away from me, and he turns slightly. A car rolls down the street a few yards behind his group, wiper blades flicking water off the glass on the way down and the way up, but I'm certain the driver still can't see the road ahead of him. The large man with the green eyes looks toward me, his eyes dancing across my trembling body as the car comes to a stop behind him. There's a moment of stillness, even in the pouring rain, and my stomach drops. Suddenly, I know I'm in danger, although I don't know why. My boots dig into the loose soil, water soaking through the thin leather already. I'm ready to bolt, but his reaction time is much faster than mine. He knows I'm about to flee. So, he pounces. Chapter 2. Lily. I'm not a screamer. Bugs don't bother me, and if a bee flies into my face when I'm out for a walk, I don't lose my cool over it. But this gigantic man hurtling toward me, combined with the fresh agony of losing someone so close to me, causes me to release such a visceral scream that it makes my own ears ring. As loud as that is, however, it's nothing compared to what comes next. Stay down. The man bellows as he runs into me, making a surprisingly gentle impact for how fast he's moving. An explosion of sound follows, lights flashing like fireworks from the car behind us. We're thrust into pure chaos, and only then do I understand the true danger I'm in as bullets hit the ground around us. My attacker quickly turns to a hero, carrying me a few yards to the left and tossing me behind a hefty concrete gravestone. Chunks fly off, almost lost in the torrential downpour as they scatter around us. He uses his body to shield me, covering me completely and guarding me from the bullets and rain. His protective reaction is distinct and immediate with no hesitation whatsoever, and I'm struck by how natural it feels. It's in this moment that I know that he's just as much the danger as he is my ticket to safety. While a fire can warm you, it can also burn you until there's nothing left but ashes. For now, I revel in his warmth, my reluctance toward him dissolving as his capable hands find my shoulders and squeeze them. Stay low. They will pass, he says, his voice thickened by the same Russian accent Dimitri has. Now I'm certain they're linked. If I could only get a look at the ring on his finger, I'd know just how close they are. If it's the same as Dimitri's, I've hit the jackpot of information. My body shakes, both with fear and anticipation of learning the truth. "Stay here, Lily. Don't move," the man grumbles as the bullets stop. He climbs off me, pressing his hand into my shoulder to keep me on the soggy ground. How do you know my name? Who are you?" His green eyes smile at me, but his face remains deathly serious. "I'm Ivan, and I know a lot more than your name, sweetheart, but there's not time to talk. Just trust me." My nails sink into the ground like the earth is trying to throw me off. The shooting starts up again, but this time Ivan doesn't cower. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a pistol, jumping up and firing a few shots before taking cover again. Good God, he's armed. I knew he was trouble by the way he reacted to the shooting, taking action like he knew this was going to happen. The gun backs up my initial feelings about him. Trouble, no matter how handsome, is still trouble. I learned that in college, but back then, it didn't mean I was at risk of getting riddled with bullet holes. I'd rather get my heart broken than turned into Swiss cheese, but Ivan seems like he could do both with very little effort. I said, "Don't move," Ivan says as he returns to me, squatting down with a scowl on his face. "They're not going to spare you just because you're a civilian." A civilian. What does that make him? Is he with the police force? There's simply no way, not with the Russian letters tattooed on the side of his face. "I'm not moving," I say, even as I turn my head to check the ring on his finger. It's a ruby on his pinky finger, set in the exact same gold band with cryptic etchings as Dmitri always wore. "Jesus, girl, you don't know how to listen," he growls, pushing me down into the ground harder. "Don't move or you're going to get shot." I don't know whether it's a threat or a warning, but I heed it this time, covering my head with my hands and pressing my entire body into the ground. It's freezing cold and flooded with enough water to drown in, but it's better than the alternative. "Not today," Ivan growls, firing off a few more shots before ducking down again. "I knew they'd be here. Can't get them off my ass." "Who?" I ask, speaking into the ground for fear of moving again. "There's not enough time to explain," he replies, grabbing my shoulder and tugging it. "Come, we have to move." "You told me not to." Ivan snarls something in Russian, probably something profane, and he grabs me, tossing me on his shoulder and sprinting off like I don't weigh a thing. The world bobs up and down as I dig my nails into his back, trying to hold myself steady enough to see what's happening as he takes us away from the fight. I can see the attacking car now, rolling slowly down the street as it's fired at from multiple directions. Several of Ivan's men are also ducked behind gravestones, creating a semicircle of firepower, but it's doing surprisingly little against the vehicle. It must be bulletproof, but that only raises more questions than it answers. Regular street thugs don't have access to bulletproof cars, and drive-bys don't usually take this long. This is a park and shoot situation, and the car might as well be a tank. Whoever is behind this, they're not only after Ivan, they're trying to shed as much blood as possible. The smell of smoke enters my nose as Ivan carries me away. It's not from his gun, though. I can smell it in the thick black wool of his coat, mixed with spices and something that reminds me of Dmitri. It's earthy, peppery, and warm. My car is parked down the road, Ivan says, slowing his pace. He pats me on my ass absent-mindedly to reassure me, but all it does is send an unwarranted jolt of thrill through my core. "You can put me down," I say, afraid I'll lose my grip on the situation if he touches me like that again. Once we're to the car. "I don't want you running off," he replies. None of this makes any sense. Why would I run off when he's the one trying to save me? Am I being kidnapped? My racing thoughts can barely coagulate into coherent ideas before being pushed away by more questions. My heart is pumping just as fast, flushing my face with heat as we break away from the rain and find shelter in Ivan's car. It's a two-door coupe, glossy black, and nearly invisible in the pouring rain. It's only once I'm set down in the passenger's seat that I realize he's driving something exotic. Ivan falls down in the seat beside me, slumping into the smooth red leather as he pushes a button to start the engine. It roars to life, cutting through the white noise of rain on the windshield. That's my girl, Ivan says, a smirk dancing across his lips. In the stillness of the car, I can see his face better. His thick brown hair hangs over his forehead, dripping water across the deep creases in his weathered face. The sharpness of his eyes betrays the deepness of his wrinkles. I've never seen a face that looked so full of stories, yet so eager to make new ones. Ivan's eyes aren't the only things that strike me as unique. His jaw, wide and firm, is the jaw of a man who's made tough decisions and stood by them. It's unyielding like an iron beam in a snowstorm, but the way that Ivan just smiled tells me his jaw is capable of expressing more than brutal commands. His lips are really what give away the warmth that lurks beneath the surface of his rigid exterior. They're not thin and sucked into his mouth like an old man. They're plump and youthful, and I dare say I get a little curious by looking at them. What would it feel like to have them pressed against mine? I take a sharp breath as the thought crosses my mind, breathing it out and trying desperately to forget how Ivan's lips made me feel. Are we safe now? I ask, looking out the window for a distraction. I can't see a thing from the rain. It's unrelenting. The leather steering wheel creaks beneath Ivan's heavy hands. We're never safe. I can't help but to laugh, but it comes from a place of fear. That's awfully ominous. So be it, he grumbles, taking a sharp turn. The car handles it well, despite the perilous road conditions. I grab my seatbelt, pulling it over my chest and locking it in place. It would be a shame to survive a shooting, only to die in a car accident minutes later. Ivan's eyes shift over to me, laughter dancing in them. Safety first, he teases with a wicked grin. I scoff, folding my arms over my soggy chest. Even my leather jacket is soaked, despite normally being quite resistant to rain. I might as well have jumped into a pool and stayed underwater for an hour. You must think you're funny, but you're not, I say, my emotions much drier than my physical self. I like to think I have a sense of humor, Ivan replies, still grinning, but on a more serious note, I prefer not to wear a seatbelt. It makes fleeing the vehicle a lot faster. Yes, I suppose flying through the windshield is rather quick. He laughs. There, see, you also have a sense of humor. I roll my eyes. Okay, but seriously, you should probably put it on. It's bad enough that you're driving like you're trying to get into an accident on purpose. How could it be an accident if it's on purpose? He asks, finally putting on his seatbelt. A wreck, I nearly shout. You know what I mean. Jesus, I thought you were a little scary at first, but it turns out you're just annoying. I can be scary, if you prefer, he replies, the smile melting off his chiseled face in an instant. His eyes dull, and his jaw clenches as he looks toward me, still driving at a dangerous speed through the pouring rain. Look at the road. He doesn't move an inch, his eyes burning through me with the heat of 1,000 flames. My throat tightens, and I shift away from him in my seat. Ivan, seriously, you're freaking me out. Good, he grumbles. You should know who you're dealing with. I shove my hands between my thighs and squeeze them. Okay, I'm sorry. I actually don't know who you are, only that you know my Uncle Dmitri somehow. Dmitri is family to me, but not in the civilian sense, he says, rubbing his recently shaved chin. It scratches with the sound of new stubble, despite the lingering smell of aftershave. He keeps using that word, civilian, but I'm too scared to ask him what it means. The way he switched from teasing me to being stone-cold serious was frightening enough not to risk it happening again. So I just offer him a thin smile and nod. Ivan takes a turn down another street, and we finally start to slow down. He's more comfortable, his broad shoulders dropping a few inches as he observes the road ahead. He smooths his wet hair back, and I notice the ring again. Dmitri has the same ring, I blurt before I can reconsider. Ivan raises an eyebrow, and he never told you what it meant. His response is a statement, not a question. It sounds like he knows much more about Dmitri and his relation to me than I know about him. No, I mutter. He never did. And you will wish it had stayed that way once I explain what it stands for, he says, his voice deep and serious. But you have no other choice now. You're tangled in a web you can't escape from, and struggling will only make it worse. Accept your new life, Lily, or you will surely end up dead.
Chapter 3. Ivan. Lily is like a flower in the rain, delicate, trembling, soft, and beautiful. Her skin is as pale as the moon, and her lips are flushed deep red with worry. They sit like puffy little pillows on her innocent face, and if I didn't have such a strong respect for Dmitri, I'd be tempted to kiss her the moment we got to my house. But I took an oath I can't break, which makes Lily precious cargo. I can't do anything that crosses that kind of line without express permission from her, which I doubt she's going to give in the current circumstance. I steal glances at her as I drive down familiar roads, wondering what's going on in her pretty head. She's not very happy about all this, but I can't blame her for it. She's lashed out at me several times already, attempting to defy me despite my obvious power. She's a little firecracker packed with more powder than she knows what to do with. I like that about her, though. Life is too short for boring people. May I ask where we're going? There's still an edge of aggression in her voice, despite her polite phrasing. Home, I reply, making another turn. Everything will be explained there. Your home? I nod. The only safe place in 100 miles of here. Mine is safe, she replies quickly. I smile to myself, but it's coupled with a deep sadness. She has no clue how dangerous her life has become, how naive her words are going to sound to her in a few short hours. We must go to my house. I will debrief you there, I say, taking another turn. We're on the final road, a long path of jet black asphalt that winds through the trees. The further we go, the deeper and darker they become. But there's a light at the end, glowing bright with the promise of safety, the front gate to my sprawling estate. Don't freak out when you see guns, I warn as we approach the gate. Guns? She asks, her brown eyes growing cartoonishly large. A necessary evil, I can assure you. No more shooting, please. There must be a better way to deal with this. We should have just called the police. I rub my fingertips across my damp forehead. I'm not used to such ignorance, especially not about the police. It almost makes me angry, but I know she doesn't mean anything by it. Civilians tend to trust the police, especially when bad things are happening. In this case, however, the police are the bad thing. She'll understand that soon enough. Just stay calm and I'll take care of things. Do you still have your phone? I ask as we pull up to the gate. Yes, she replies, pulling out a large glass rectangle in a sparkling red case. I snatch it out of her hand, rolling down my window and flinging it onto the pavement before she can react. Hey, that's my... Lily falls silent as two of my men approach the car. The pair are dressed in camouflage and holding heavy black rifles across their chests. It's hardly the way most people want to be greeted when they come home, but for me, it's the ideal situation. If they're here, I know nothing happened while I was away. Not seeing men with guns outside would mean trouble in the gravest sense. I roll down my window the rest of the way, leaning out and pointing at Lily's phone. Make sure you destroy that in a way where it can't be tracked any longer. There was trouble at Dmitri's funeral. More of the same crap from the Blue Boys. One of my guards scoops the phone from the pavement, turning it over to reveal a cracked screen. They don't make them like they used to. Big enough for target practice, though, I reply with a grin. What? Lily exclaims from inside the car. I wave my hand dismissively. I forgot to mention my guest. She'll be staying here for the foreseeable future. Just make sure she doesn't leave the premises without my permission. Affirmative. Thank you. That will be all. I pull my head back into the car, rolling up the window as I'm met with furious silence from Lily. Her eyes are moody and dark, and there's a deep crease of anger between them. What the hell was that for? She asks. I hold up my hand to silence her. Remember who is in charge. She scoffs. Brawn over brains, huh? I'm capable of using both, but you seem to have neither. I know it's wrong, but I can't help but to get her a little worked up. She's pretty when she's upset. I ought to slap you, she says, but I'm afraid you'll attack me. You're obviously not the good guy in this ordeal. You don't want me calling the police, so you stole my phone. You don't even want me to leave your property, which means you're keeping me prisoner. I shrug. So shut your pretty mouth if you think I'm the spawn of Satan, darling. It's your only hope at this point. She glares at me for a moment, and I can see the cogs turning in her head. She's probably thinking how easy it would be to jump out of the car and make a run for it, but we're past the front gate now. My estate is surrounded by walls so high that even a giant wouldn't be able to climb them. Nobody comes in or out unless I want them to, and I'm not keen on letting Lily leave. For her own good, she must stay, but she won't understand that until we talk about her Uncle Dimitri. Then she'll understand. Then she'll really be afraid. It's another minute before we reach the house, but Lily doesn't say a word. She has shut down, her expression cold and calculating. I expect her to do something silly, but I'm already prepared for it. I have handcuffs in my coat pocket if I need them, and I'm not beyond giving her a good spanking to keep her in check. I almost want her to keep pushing my limits so that I have an excuse to give her a good spank, but considering we just came back from a funeral, I doubt she'd take that well. Instead, I park the car in my garage and walk calmly around it to open the door for her. We should get you out of those wet clothes, I say as she climbs out. Her face turns from cold to sour. You're a pervert, she snarls. I didn't mean it that way, I reply earnestly. Sure, she grumbles, crossing her arms and standing in a sopping puddle in my garage. I chuckle. You look like a cat who just took an unwilling bath. Unwilling is the right word, she replies sharply. You'll get over it, I assure her, taking her by the shoulder and leading her inside. You have access to everything you need here. I think you should take a shower and find something dry to wear before we have our discussion. Why not now? She asks, turning around sharply as we enter the lobby. Why not explain what the hell just happened instead of keeping me here against my will? I could explain it now, but it would take too much time and I'm just as uncomfortably wet as you are, I say, pulling my coat off and hanging it on a hook by the door. It sags with so much water weight that it threatens to pull the hook out. Here, let me take yours too, I say, holding out my hand. Lily leans away from me, but gives in after a moment. I take her jacket and hang it on the hook beside mine, stepping back and wiping my palms on my wool trousers. Everything is wet and dirty, and I'm eager to get changed. All right, let's go. You can use the shower in the master bedroom. I'll pass, she replies immediately. I sigh. Lily, you're only drawing things out. The sooner you get cleaned up, the sooner we can have dinner end. Dinner? She blurts. I'm not here for pleasantries, Ivan. I'm here to learn about my uncle, and I'm starting to suspect you don't actually know much about him. On the contrary, Lily, I know everything about him. She gives me a suspicious look. So tell me. No dinner. I'll take a shower and get changed, but then I want to know straight away. After dinner. Over dinner, she replies. Deal, I say with a smirk. Let's go upstairs. The knob in the shower is a little tricky, but the pressure is good and the water stays hot. I can see the reluctance melting off her slender frame at the mention of a hot shower. With the adrenaline wearing off and her joints starting to ache from exposure to the cold, convincing her to clean up and get comfortable won't be difficult. I just have to make sure she doesn't try to escape once it's my turn to wash the filth off my body. I have a few ideas how I can achieve that.
Chapter 4. Lily. I'll admit that the idea of a shower is compelling, so I follow the towering muscular monstrosity of a man that is Ivan up the long staircase to the top floor of his house. I should really say his mansion, since the place is so huge. It was obvious from the moment I saw him that he was financially well off. The jet black wool coat gave that away in a heartbeat, but the luxury car and sprawling estate made it impossible to ignore. A man only gets this wealthy by two means: business or crime. And since I've already witnessed Ivan pull a gun without hesitation and start shooting, I'm compelled to think crime is the reason for his substantial material possessions. But how much crime does a man have to do to have a house this magnificent? The stairs are carved from the darkest marble, lined with silver that appears to be etched with Russian words. They look similar to the etchings on Ivan's and Dimitri's rings, but perhaps that's only because they're in the same language. At the top of the staircase, There's a stained glass window that casts deep red across the polished mahogany hallway. It warms the entire hall with a divine presence, not quite like a church, but certainly somewhere important. It has authority just like Ivan does, as he guides me down the hallway to a door at the very end, the master bedroom. You may sleep here tonight if you'd like. As nice as his house is, I'm not keen on spending any more time here than is absolutely necessary. There's too much risk being involved with a man like Ivan. For one, he's the one who attracted the car shooter to Dimitri's funeral. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened, and I'd be able to mourn my uncle's death properly. A brief distraction. That's all this is. The mold of sorrow will grow inside me just as soon as I leave his menacing presence. Here we are. I like to keep it locked from the outside when I'm away, Ivan says as we come to a stop in front of the bedroom door. He lifts a large iron padlock on the door, inserting a key. It clicks open with a satisfying metallic weight. In we go, he says, opening the door and ushering me inside. The first thing I notice about the master bedroom when I step inside is how much it smells like tobacco, both smoked and unsmoked. It's a rich and heavy scent, but not stifling. It lingers in a comfortable way, layered with cologne and clean linen. It's surprisingly neat for a man who isn't married. I already checked his fingers for more rings and found none. He must have maids, or he's a psychopath. Could be both. I'll find you a shirt to wear, Ivan says, closing the door and locking it. Claustrophobia grips my heart, but I take a deep breath, trying to retain control over my senses. He hasn't done anything especially threatening to me yet, and he did save my life. I doubt he's going to attack me now. It's impossible to get rid of the fear entirely, but I manage to push it down to the same place I've been keeping my feelings about Dimitri's death. They're bottled up in the pit of my stomach and temporarily unable to hurt me. Ivan moves to a dresser across from the king-sized bed, digging through it until he pulls out a large white t-shirt. This should do, he mutters, and I get chills throughout my entire body. His voice, deep and calm, makes me feel something hard to describe. It's like having someone run their nails gently across my scalp, or getting shivers from warm water pouring down the back of my neck in the shower. Whatever it is, it's giving me goosebumps all down my arms and legs. Ivan hands me the shirt and smiles warmly. Suddenly he doesn't seem so dangerous. His protective nature is showing again, and like a bear that's decided to cuddle you in his cave rather than tearing you to shreds. I'll show you how the shower works, he says, nodding his head for me to follow. I look down at the cotton t-shirt in my hand as I walk behind him to the bathroom. It's big because it belongs to Ivan and would probably reach my knees. The armholes are quite large though, considering his massive biceps, so I don't feel like I'd be able to lift my arms while wearing it without showing everything inside. Maybe that was his plan all along. It's easy to paint Ivan with bad intentions, but the truth is that he's acting like a gentleman in light of my aggression toward him. I pushed away a lot of people in my life, but Ivan doesn't budge. He barely even reacts to the way I try to break his stoic demeanor. He's like one of those statues in the cemetery, unmoving yet wrought with silent emotion and important words that can never be spoken. Ivan's wet dress shirt sticks to his back as he leans over the edge of the shower, messing with one of the several red crystal knobs attached to the smooth black marble. He's explaining something, but I'm hopelessly lost in the ripple of muscles in his broad back to understand him. After a few seconds, he looks over his shoulder at me. You got that? I pull my head back, blinking away my starstruck expression. Yeah. The left knob controls the heat, the middle one is the flow, and the right one is the cold water. Too much of any of them is going to be a problem. Just adjust them until you find a comfortable balance. I nod, trying to take in the meaning of what he's saying instead of just the words. Left hot, middle cold. The middle is the flow. They all turn clockwise. To the right, I clarify. Yes, clockwise, he says in a condescending tone. I scoff. All right, I got it. Just let me shower in peace, and I promise I won't break anything. Not worried about that, he mutters as he stands up. Just don't burn yourself. The hot water will cook you if you turn it far enough. I shrug. I can imagine worse ways to go. He narrows his eyes at me before leaving the bathroom. I close the door behind him, eager to regain my privacy, but that hope evaporates when I realize there's no lock on the door. I can't keep him out. I open the door and poke my head out. Ivan is sitting on the bed, thumbing through a black leather-bound book. He looks up at me like a professor in his office. There's no lock, I tell him, craning my neck to check the knob from the other side. Right. I don't need one. There's already one on the bedroom door. Yes, but I need one. A smirk plays on his lips. I won't peek. I sigh, closing the door hard and letting out a deep sigh. I strip out of my heavy wet dress, hanging it on the door to make the handle harder to turn. I know if he wanted to come inside, it wouldn't stop him, but it makes me feel a little better. I wish my underwear wasn't so wet, but it's just as soaked as the rest of my clothes, so I remove them and hang them with my dress. I should have asked for some shorts to wear under Ivan's oversized t-shirt, but it's too late for that now. The shower door is clear, but I don't mind being able to see through it. If I can see out, then I'll know if Ivan decides to open the door and break his promise not to peek. Would he really do such a thing? I doubt it, but I still don't know much about him. If he really is a criminal, what's stopping him from simply committing more crimes? Is my relation to Dmitri enough to protect me? My safety is flimsy, at best, so I better not get too comfortable here. I step into the shower, testing a few of the knobs until the water begins to flow. It's not that difficult to get it to a temperature I like, since it's very responsive. It's not like the shower in my apartment that goes from freezing to scalding if you turn the knob more than a centimeter. I take a careful step under the stream, immediately breathing out a long sigh of relief as the hot water spills over me. I didn't realize how cold and clammy my skin was until the feeling was washed by warmth. My neck pops in several places as I roll my head a few times, soaking up every ounce of pleasure I can get. After everything I've been through in the last few days, I deserve a break. I don't even feel guilty about taking it in a stranger's bathroom. My eyes close on their own as I'm lulled into a secure cleansing. The filth is washed away as I stand under the water, and I begin to feel warm on the inside again. It feels like it's been ages since I felt that warmth in me, but it's only been a week. I was just sitting across the table from Dmitri at his house, eating bread from the bakery, and that delicious soup he always makes. It's from Russia, I was told. I bet Ivan knows what it is. His accent is so strong that it feels like I'm talking to someone who just landed in the United States yesterday. If I wasn't taking a shower in his mansion, I'd believe he had flown here specifically for Dmitri's funeral. A glimmer of guilt appears in my belly, growing stronger as I think about what happened. It was all going so well, with everyone saying such lovely words about Dmitri and pretending that the rain didn't exist. Then, the bullets flew, and everyone scattered. I didn't see anyone get hit, but it's possible that there were victims. A vivid picture appears in my head of the blind barber lying dead on the ground, unable to seek shelter before getting hit by a stray bullet. My eyes fly open, and I slam my hand into the knob, shutting off the water. Chapter 5. Lily. Enough of that. My mind is taking me places I don't want to go. I don't know what happened after the shooting started, or who got hurt, if anyone. There's no use in worrying about it when I can do nothing to help. If anyone should be worrying, it's Ivan, and he's seemingly unbothered by violence. I dry myself in the fluffy towel hanging on a gold bar next to the shower. I feel like I'm being rushed, even though nobody is telling me to move quickly except myself. I just don't want Ivan to see me before I've had a chance to get dressed. The t-shirt he gave me is soft against my skin as I pull it over my head, and it falls to just above my knees, not enough to feel fully covered, but I don't have anything else to wear. My underwear is so wet that even rolling them up in the towel to soak up the water wouldn't help. I pull my hair back into a loose ponytail, squeezing some of the water off the tip onto the sink. The mirror is foggy, but I don't want to see what I look like. It doesn't matter if Ivan thinks I'm pretty or not. Totally irrelevant. I turn toward the door but second-guess myself, turning back to the mirror and using my forearm to wipe the condensation away. The face I'm met with is pink and a little blotchy, but I don't look as bad as I had imagined. I didn't wear makeup to Dimitri's funeral because I felt like it would be performative, so there's no mascara smudged around my eyes. I smile at myself in the mirror, trying to replace the sorry in my eyes with hope, but it's difficult. I already struggled with seeing the good in the world, and now that Dimitri is gone, I doubt there's any good left. Ivan certainly isn't a shining example of virtue, and that's who I'm stuck with for the time being. I pull at the hem of my oversized shirt as I open the bathroom door, trying to hide my knees from Ivan. I've always been self-conscious about them. They're a bit knobby, and no matter what I wear, I feel like people's eyes are drawn to them. It's my imagination, I've been told, but that doesn't stop me from interpreting wandering eyes as being judgmental ones. Ivan, on the contrary, doesn't even look at my legs. His eyes meet mine and light up immediately, and he jumps up from the bed, tossing his book to the side. "Lily, you look like a brand new woman. How did you find the shower?" Good, I say, feeling shy for no discernible reason. "Great, and you see, I didn't even peek," Ivan says, a smile dancing across his mouth, although I'll admit I was tempted to. My nipples harden, but I pretend I'm disgusted by his words, pulling my head back and scrunching up my nose at him. "Don't be a perv." He shrugs. I can't help it. I cross my arms, thankful for an excuse to hide my nipples that are poking through my shirt. The lack of a bra is making this humiliating for me, and the thinness of the fabric isn't helping either. Ivan takes a step toward me, and I let out a yelp. He shakes his head, running his fingers through his wet curls. "Oh, Lily, you're a jumpy little one, aren't you?" "I think Dimitri mentioned that, nervous like a little deer." "He never said that about me," I snap. "Don't put words in his mouth." "He certainly said something of the manner, but that was years ago. I suppose you're braver now, but circumstances have brought out the old you. Am I correct?" I hate that he's right. I used to be the biggest wimp in the world, cowering at every obstacle and challenge that came at me. I couldn't stand up for myself until Dimitri took me under his wing and showed me how. I became strong. That all seems to have melted away with his death, and I'm terrified it won't return. I've been reduced to a weak little deer, just as Ivan sees me. I clench my jaw, trying to think of something to say. Anything is better than nothing at this point. "Tell me about Dimitri," I demand, finally arriving at a response that's useful and direct. "I've taken a shower and I'm ready." All in due time. "I haven't gotten cleaned up yet," he replies, taking another step toward me. I move sideways, putting more distance between us. "You want to take a shower?" He nods. "If you'll allow me." He thinks my fear is funny. That tells me a lot about him. He's cruel when he should be kind. Saving me isn't enough to redeem him, although he might believe it is. "You can take a shower. I'll be waiting for you here," I say, taking another step away from the bathroom door. I'm not blocking it any longer, and he can go in if he wants. But he just stands there, his bright green eyes moving over me like he's trying to analyze my body language. I try to make myself less readable, shifting my stance and uncrossing my arms. Tragically, this actually reveals more, because now he can see that my nipples are hard. His eyes find the sharp points in the fabric immediately, and his gaze latches on. "Stop that," I say, covering my breasts. "Go take a shower like you said you were going to." He walks over to the door to the bathroom, running his large hand along the wood frame. "I need to keep an eye on you, so you don't run off. You'll need to be in the bathroom with me." An ugly laugh escapes my mouth. Not a chance in hell. "That wasn't a question, Lily. That was a demand. Get your butt in the bathroom before I spank it," he warms, rolling up his sleeves to make good on his promise. I leap through the doorway, letting out a squeak as he follows me in. He chuckles, grabbing my wet clothes from the doorknob and holding them up as he closes the door. "I'll have these washed and dried, and you should be able to wear them tomorrow." I nod, but I'm distracted by the veins popping from his forearm as he holds up my wet clothes. His fingers curl around one of the cups of my bra, and his pinky rests on the crotch of my underwear. No filthy thoughts, please. Jesus, I can't be thinking about this monster like that. I turn away from him, catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror. My cheeks are so flushed that it looks like I've been hanging upside down for the last 15 minutes. I need to relax, but I simply can't. Every moment with Ivan is a roller coaster of confusing emotions and feelings. Something tingles inside of me, a flutter deep in my belly that grows as Ivan drops my clothes on the floor and begins to undress. The belt is first. I know it by the jingle of metal and the snap of leather as he pulls it out of the loops of his pants. Then the zipper. He hasn't even taken his shirt off yet, and he's already removing his pants. I don't have to see him to know that he's going to take his underwear off next. Stars dance in front of my eyes, and I start to feel dizzy. I exhale, realizing I've been holding my breath the entire time Ivan's been undressing. The only thing worse than having to endure his presence while he's naked in the shower would be to pass out and have him rush over to me with his junk hanging in front of my face. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to live that down, not because it would be horrifying, but because I know I'd never be able to get the image out of my head. I could never look at him without thinking of his junk, and that would be dangerous in a totally different way than today has been. I brace myself against the wall by the toilet, my entire body stiff as a board as I hear him walk over to the shower. He must be completely naked now, but by the quickness of his steps I know he's not ashamed of it. If anything, he's enjoying putting me through this. Do I have to stay in here? I'm not going to run away, I ask as he rolls the shower door open. You get to stay here. Most women would be overjoyed to watch me shower, he replies. I would turn around and slap the egregious ego out of him, but then I'd have to see him naked. All I can do is stand in silence as Ivan gets into the shower, humming to himself as he washes the sweat and dirt off from today. For a moment I feel like we're married, sharing a bathroom at coming back from a funeral. It's cathartic to imagine, but I'd rather die than marry someone like Ivan. For one, he's full of himself. No matter how big and handsome he is, that would prevent me from liking him. I prefer humble men, the type who will buy me flowers and make me feel special. Ivan would probably jerk himself off in front of me and proclaim that he's the one who deserves flowers for it. The water turns off a minute later, and I hear the door slide open. Could you hand me a towel? I was almost relaxed, but my shoulders jerk up to my ears the moment I hear his deep voice. Remembering his words about me being a scared little deer, I force my body to relax, rolling my tongue over my teeth in annoyance instead. Towel, please, he says, his voice louder. I groan. Get the towel yourself, Ivan. Are you a baby? Suit yourself, he replies, and I immediately regret my words. His wet feet slap against the marble floor as he walks toward me, and a shadow falls over my body as he comes to a stop behind me. I look over my shoulder, locked onto his eyes so that I don't see what's down below. What are you doing? My towel. You put it somewhere, he replies. Water rolls from a curl on his forehead down his face, tracing the shape of his nose before settling into the crack between his lips. He licks it away, and I feel a flutter in my belly again. My nipples tighten, and I groan internally. How can I be so instinctually attracted to a man I'm disgusted with? It defies nature. I don't know where your towel is. I left it on the... I look around, avoiding his direction. Ah, there it is. You can see it, idiot. It's on the rod by the door. He smirks. Thanks, sweetheart. Don't call me that, I snap. He turns away, and my eyes flicker down to his butt. I shouldn't look, but the taper of his muscular back pulls my eyes down. His hips are narrow, but there's power in his thighs. Goodness, so much power. A towel drops in front of my glorious view, saving me from getting drawn in too deep. If he caught me staring, that would be the end of it. He'd know that he could lure me into even more depraved activities. And for the love of all things sacred, I can't allow that to happen.
Chapter 6. Ivan, It's cute that Lily tries to hide her interest in me, but I know I can't take advantage of her in such a vulnerable moment. She came here to learn about Dimitri, and it's my duty to inform her of what she's gotten herself into. The terrors that she's up against are greater than she realizes, and this isn't going to be an easy conversation to have. Lily, however, is still unaware. Her chocolate eyes are wide and curious as deep red soup laid down in front of her at the dinner table. Normally I'd have guests sit a few seats down from me, or across the table, but I have some things to show her, so I've seated her right beside me. "What's this soup?" she asks, picking up a silver spoon and dipping it into her bowl. "I take it you've never had borscht before." "Borscht? That's what it's called," she replies excitedly. "No, I've had it before. Dimitri used to make it, but I always forget the name." "Makes sense," I say, lifting my spoon. "But everyone makes it differently. I think he liked to use a lot of pepper." "So, you do know him," she says, looking at me. Her eyes are so big and beautiful that I feel like I could fall into them and drown. They're pools of glass in the orange candlelight. I nod. I knew him well when he was with our organization, but once he retired from it, I didn't keep in touch as much as I should have. Business moves fast, but that's no excuse. I just didn't expect him to go so suddenly. Her eyebrows pull together in a frown. "You worked together?" "For 20 years? At least that much, but it could have been longer, honestly." She laughs, taking a spoonful of her soup. "Jesus, you must be old." 45. "Still have a few more good years in me," I reply, not expecting her to understand that life doesn't end after 30. She's clearly still in the part of her life that feels like her youth will never end, but your 20s are short. You only realize that once they're over and you have to face the long road ahead. "Dimitri was 62, she says. "Not really that old. I thought he was going to live to be 100 at least." I'm glad she doesn't think he was old. She's more mature than I thought, but she's still in her 20s. Mid-20s, I think, but it's better to ask than to assume. "And how old are you?" I ask, taking a sip of my borscht. It's impolite to ask a lady her age, she teases, batting her eyelashes at me in a way that makes my heart melt. A girl shouldn't have this much power over a beast like me. It's dangerous for both of us. "So, you're 30, I say, hoping that will bother her enough to open up. 25, she snaps. "I don't look 30 and you know it. I take care of my skin." I chuckle. "I can tell. You look like a porcelain doll, and I bet you're soft as velvet, but I know you'd be angry if I touched you." The light dotting of freckles disappears under the glow of redness that spreads over her cheeks. She lowers her head to her bowl, slurping up soup to save herself from having to respond. I place my hand on her back, feeling the warmth of her skin through her shirt. "Let's talk about your uncle, shall we?" She looks up, crimson soup dripping from her puffy lips. "Yes, please." I can't hide a smile. She's the sweetest person when she's not being feisty with me. It makes me want to scoop her up in my arms and tell her that everything will be okay. I want to be her protector, but I get the feeling she doesn't trust me enough to let that happen. She doesn't appear to trust anyone but Dimitri, and he's gone now. "Let's start with this," I say, pulling a black leather-bound book from my back pocket. I lay it on the table, positioning it so that she can read the title. "Do you know what that says?" She leans in, studying it for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I can't read Russian." "But you recognize the language." Yes, Dimitri had a lot of Russian books in his house. Even his ring had Russian on it, just like yours, she says, pointing at the ruby sitting on my pinky. I brush it with the tips of my fingers, remembering the oath I took the night I received it. It's tattooed on my back as well, but the grooves in my mind are deeper than the ones in my flesh. Family first. Blood before anything else. Lily doesn't count, but she's close enough to deserve similar treatment. If she were to take an oath, however, she'd be accepted in because of her relation to Dimitri, but I doubt she'd do something so drastic. Dimitri had the same ring. Everyone important in my organization does, I explain, tearing off a piece of bread from the loaf between us. I dip it into my soup, soaking up the deep color. It's required to be part of the leadership in the Bratva. She wrinkles her nose in confusion. Bratva? You would call it the Mafia, but I think it has significance far beyond simple organized crime. It's a network that stretches across the world, with no regard for borders or local laws. It's more important than simple man-made rules. Lily looks deep into her bowl as she absorbs what I've just told her. She has a quick mind, but it takes her a little while to come up with a response. How can it be beyond the man-made? Is it not man-made itself? Good question. I reply, enjoying the way she thinks. Some believe the Bratva has a divine energy on this earth, but I prefer to think of it as set into the natural order of the universe, like a river that's flowed through the same spot for millions of years, cutting deep into stone. Few things have that kind of power. It's long-lasting and generational. She nods slowly. I think I understand. It's kind of like the Freemasonry. There are Masons among us, but we're more powerful. How so? Do you know what sets us apart from everyone else? I ask, looking for an honest response. It's not just rhetorical. I really want to know if she can figure out the differences between the Bratva and other organizations. She looks at me, studying the tattoos on the side of my face, then moving down to my chest and the buttons on my shirt. She taps a finger against her chin thoughtfully, then looks up at my face again. There's a lot of money involved. True, I reply with a smirk. But how does one get this much money? Business. You certainly can't do that working a regular job. The business of crime, yes, I reply, which also entails something else. Breaking the law. You're getting there, I encourage. But I don't think she's patient enough for more riddles. I can see it in her face that she wants a straight answer. All right, I relent. The answer is violence. Cold, brutal violence. There's no way around it. We're all going to hell for what we've done, and that's something we must accept in order to be part of the Bratva. Lily's spoon clatters down on the table. I hope you're not implying that Dimitri is capable of such violence. I see what has happened. She thinks that because her uncle was good and protective toward her, that he's some kind of saint. In reality, he was ruthless, just like I am. It's going to be a hard pill for her to swallow. I lace my fingers together, leaning toward her and lowering my voice. I'm sorry you have to learn about this so soon after he passed, but it's in your best interest to understand what you're involved with. I'm not involved with anything, she replies, pulling her head back. She looks like she wants to jump up from her seat and leave, but her curiosity is stronger than her revulsion. She wants the truth, no matter how bitter. I unlace my fingers and lay my hand down on the black book. Unfortunately, Lily, you are involved. The red hitters aren't going to let you slide after seeing you with me. They probably already know you're related to Dimitri, so that's 2 strikes. If they see you out in public, well, that's the 3rd. I run my thumb across my throat. And you're out. Who the hell are the red hitters? A state-sanctioned police group whose sole purpose is to bring down crime syndicates in any way possible. They operate outside the law because they realize that following the law wouldn't get them the results they wanted. Currently, they have me as their target. Take down the leader, and you have a much better chance at dissolving the whole Bratva. Lily buries her head in her hands, shaking it as she mutters something to herself. I'm sure she regrets getting tangled up in this, but there's no way out now. Fate brought her here, and she just has to ride it out. I place my hand on her back in an attempt to comfort her, but she shrugs me off. Stop that, she grumbles. I don't need you touching me like that, it doesn't help. I pull my hand back, turning my attention back to my dinner for a few minutes. We'll get to talking again when she's ready, but she's still trying to come to terms with her new reality. It'll take a while. Lily is quicker than I expect, though. She turns to me in her chair, staring at me with fierceness in her eyes. You're telling me that Dimitri was part of the Bratva? I nod. An essential part. Hard to replace once he was retired, but I understand why he wanted to leave. The stress is immense, and he had already made his money in it. Plus, he had a bad knee. A smile creeps onto her delicate face. But he'd never use a cane. I always tried to get him to, but he was stubborn. I chuckle, flipping open the black book and riffling through the pages. He always was like that, never showed any weakness. That was him. I didn't even know he was sick until just before he died, Lily says, her voice cracking as emotions overtake her. She dabs the corners of her eyes with a napkin. Sorry, I thought I was all out of tears, but apparently not. Take your time, I say softly. Thank you. Her voice is no more than a whisper as she swallows her tears and looks deep into her soup again. She's lost in the memories, all the moments she had with Dimitri. I'll admit I got lost the same way when I learned of his death. We did a lot together, good and bad things. Lily looks over at me after a few moments, studying my face with more curiosity in her eyes. You're not lying to me about all this? I shake my head. I wish I was, honestly. The candle on the table flickers. It's been a cold spring, unlike the previous years, and this old mansion, renovated though it may be, doesn't keep all the wind out. Every once in a while, some seeps through the cracks in the walls and puts a chill in me. This evening, the cold is damp and oppressive. I could turn the heat up, but it would do nothing to counter the stray drafts of air from outside. The only thing that really helps is having someone to hold close to you, and that's not something I've experienced in a long time. Nor have I wanted to, considering the people around me. It's impossible to trust a woman unless she's from outside the Bratva, and if she isn't, it's exceedingly rare that she will ever make it into my house. Tonight, someone has made it in, and I can't stop thinking about what it would be like to have her body on top of mine when we go to bed.
Chapter 7. Lily, what does the book say? I ask Ivan as he drums his tattooed fingers on the cover. His eyes return to focus, having been lost in some deep thought. We have that in common. We're always lost in our heads. Sometimes I wonder if every moment I've ever lived was really all just inside my mind. The book is instructional, very old, and a little hard to understand unless you already know what it means, Ivan explains, rubbing the aging cover. Esoteric, hidden meanings and all that. Sounds like a cult, I say, knowing very little about esoteric things. Dimitri never spoke of them, and I'm not one to mess with things that could be dangerous. Ivan chuckles. Nothing like a cult, my dear. It's purely instructional. It's just written in a way that would be hard for outsiders to understand. If this book ever fell into the wrong hands, it'd be useless. That makes sense, and it explains why you always talk in riddles, I say, unable to hide the irritation in my voice. This entire situation has brought out a different side of me. I'm not just scared, I'm also irritable, especially when Ivan is taking a long time to explain things that shouldn't take so long. Too many questions, not enough answers. Ivan raises a thick eyebrow at my response, but he doesn't comment on my snippiness, so this book explains the rules of the Bratva. Some of them are simple and straightforward, such as prioritizing loyalty to the organization over personal gains, but others are more specific. We only need to get into those if you choose to join our ranks. Never, I blurt, and I doubt Dimitri was part of this either. Ivan rolls his eyes. Come now, sweetheart, we shouldn't have to have this conversation again. You see this ring? He leans toward me, holding out his pinky. The ruby on his ring catches the candlelight, glinting a beautiful blood red on the gold band. You have the same ring. That's not proof of anything, I say, my voice dying in my throat a little. There's no point in arguing with him. He's probably telling the truth, and I'm being immature by not accepting it. The engraving on this ring is our oath, Ivan continues, running his finger across the band. Only important members of the Bratva have these rings. They're for the people who call the shots. If someone is to be killed, well, you need to have a ring to decree it, or it won't happen. My heart sinks. Imagining Dimitri calling for someone to be killed almost seems impossible until I remember the way his eyes grew cold the time I joked about strangling my professor for giving me a bad grade. The look in his eyes freaked me out, which is why I still remember it. You know it's true, Ivan says, keeping his voice low as he leans in even closer. I can smell his cologne and the faintest hint of smoke on his clothes. That familiar smell clings to him as well, spicy with an earthy undertone. I wonder what that is. Dimitri smelled like it too. Why didn't Dimitri tell me about any of this? I ask, my voice dry and raspy. Would you ever admit to killing a person? He replies. Think about it. You're a civilian, and your first reaction to being in danger was to try to call the police. I scoff. Stop calling me a civilian. It's weird. You're either a civilian or you're part of the Bratva. That's how this works. I'm not going to be fooled into joining your ranks, I snap, pulling away from him. I'm not interested in wearing a ring. You don't get a ring for simply joining, he says, his green eyes dancing with mischief in the flickering light. You have to get blood on your hands first. 10 members of any chosen opposition. Suddenly, the deep red borscht no longer looks appetizing. I push it away, feeling sick to my stomach. I think I'm done with this conversation for now. I want to go home. Unwise, Ivan says, grabbing his bread and tearing a piece off with his teeth. The cops will get you. I squeeze the bridge of my nose and groan. I'm not like you, Ivan. They're not going to get me. They will, he growls, grabbing my arm and jerking it away from my face. His expression is terrifying, a harrowing mix of anger and intensity that only comes from a place of deep trauma. You have no idea what they'll do to a girl like you, Lily. You're not safe anywhere but with me. His grip is like an iron clasp, heavy and oppressive, refusing to let me pull away. Ivan, ouch, you're hurting me, I whine, even though the only reason I feel any pain is because I'm pulling myself so hard to get away from him. He lets go immediately, a panicked look in his eye. Sorry, I just want you to understand what you're up against. I get up from my seat, taking a long step back while keeping my eyes locking on him. I don't know what he's capable of, especially after that little outburst. I like to think I'd be able to outrun him, but his reaction time is incredible. He'd be on top of me before I could even turn away. You can't leave the property without my permission, he says, his voice deep and authoritative. So don't even try. Like I said, you're much safer here with me. I don't know if I am, honestly, I reply, my voice shaking with fear. This is too much for me. I don't want to be a scared girl like he insists I am, but I'm starting to break. Tears are rushing to my eyes, and my legs feel like jelly. Be strong. Be so strong it scares him. I look him in the eyes, my lower lip trembling as I try to pull myself together. Just let me go, Ivan. I'll be all right. He shakes his head. Sorry, darling, you know I can't do that. I won't go to the police, I insist. He gets up from his chair, taking a cigar from his pocket and tucking it between his lips. He follows it up with the blue flame of a lighter, puffing smoke into the air between us. When he speaks, his voice is warmer. You won't need to go to the police because they will come to you. The red hitters have you on their radar, and they will torture you to get information about me. Torture? It sounds too extreme to be true. How could a police group have so much leeway with how they execute justice? I see that you doubt me, Ivan says, scratching his prominent chin as he puffs smoke into the air. There's a layer of stubble that wasn't there a few hours ago. It's hard not to doubt what you're saying about the police. They sound more like a group of criminals than law enforcement. Ivan's index finger shoots up into the air. Ah, now you're getting it. You need to play a criminal to catch a criminal, and that's exactly what they're doing. Nothing is out of bounds in this treacherous game. The moment you start thinking there are rules is the day you end up in a grave. Please, don't talk about graves, I reply, pressing my palm into my forehead. It's necessary. I get your point, I reply, looking up at him. So, let's move on from it. I'll be careful, and the cops won't be an issue. You're still not getting it, he says, laying his hand on the black book. A bit of ash falls onto the cover from his cigar, which he brushes off. But according to the rules, I can't force your hand. You will stay the night, and if you're not convinced to remain here, you may return to your home in the morning. It seems like a fair deal, but a lot can happen between now and tomorrow morning. Because I live alone, nobody will miss me for the night, and possibly for a while after. If I go missing, it could be weeks or even months until someone checks on me. Ivan gives me an earnest look, and I relent. Okay, but just tonight. Great. Let's finish dinner. We can talk about anything. It doesn't have to be about Dmitri, he offers, pulling my chair out for me. I sit down, tugging the end of my shirt over my bare thighs. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up as Ivan lifts the chair, moving me back in place with so little effort that I feel like I weigh less than the shirt I have on. I can feel the heat of his large body behind me, and I smell smoke from his cigar. I love it, and I hate it at the same time. I always tried not to pick up the habit of smoking, but the stress from college gave me both a caffeine and a nicotine addiction. I managed to kick the caffeine for the most part, aside from the occasional afternoon coffee, but I crave cigarettes sometimes like crazy. The itch is back, despite the weeks that have passed since my last relapse. Quite suddenly, I want to pull the cigar from Ivan's beautiful mouth and stick it in mine. I refrain, but as Ivan sits down, he notices me staring and takes the cigar from his mouth. Care to join? It was rude of me not to offer, but I assumed you didn't smoke. I shake my head so hard I get dizzy. No, I don't smoke. He smirks. Trying to quit? I can't help but laugh at how quickly he reads me. It's amazing how he's been able to do that, but it's also terrifying. What else does he know about me that I haven't told him? Can he see the way he makes me feel, the way my heart flutters when he is close to me? Does he know that when he grabbed me, I was equally frightened and turned on? You've had a tough day, Ivan says, placing an unlit cigar in front of me. That will take some of the pressure off. You're the devil, I say, snatching the cigar off the table and putting it in my mouth. But I've never been much of a saint either. He shrugs, pulling out his lighter and flicking it open. A blue flame licks the end of my cigar as I puff it to life. I don't claim to be anything but a purely wicked man, with purely wicked intentions. Rules don't exist for men like me. Except in that book, I say, pointing my cigar at it. You're bound by some rules, at least. He narrows his eyes at me, choosing not to respond with words. I'm glad that I can find ways to stump him. If not, he'd have so much power over me that I'd be forced to surrender to him. I can only imagine what he'd do to me then. He'd look at me with hunger in his eyes. That's something he already does. He'd put his large hands on me, exploring my body. I'm sure he wouldn't wait long to do it. Then, I'm certain he'd want to press his lips into mine, just like I've been thinking about doing since the moment I saw him.
Chapter 8. Ivan. Lily relaxes considerably, her voice loosening and her words slowing as we fill the dining room with smoke. Her laughter is the purest sounds I've ever heard, and the way her eyes light up as we share memories of her uncle is mesmerizing. I find myself getting pulled into her energy, forgetting the danger that she is bringing into my life. She's just so pure, so unlike anything I've ever experienced. Most people would be hesitant to say things to me, to defy me and to laugh in my presence, but she does all that and more. It's confusing just as much as it is alluring. She's an outsider that doesn't really make sense to me, a grenade full of new emotions, and with every sentence that leaves her mouth, she's tempting me to pull the pin. After our cigars are smoked and our bellies are full, we move from the dining room to the lounge, which Lily slumps over in a crushed velvet love seat. Her shirt rides up her pale thighs, but she doesn't appear to care. Do you ever feel like you need a break from it all? She asks, tilting her head back and looking up at the ceiling. I sit down on the couch across from her, leaning back and trying to tear my eyes away from her legs. She's just letting that shirt ride all the way up to the very tops of her thighs, with no care in the world. My manhood throbs in my pants, and it takes everything in me not to reach down and squeeze it. I cross my legs, using my thighs to relieve some of the ache, but then immediately uncross them as she looks over at me. Did you hear me? She asks. Oh, yes. A break from it all, I mutter, leaning back and looking at the ceiling. I close my eyes, trying to focus on her question. I guess everyone needs a break sometimes, but I don't often have the time. You have the money, though, she points out. Why not put someone else in charge and take a vacation? Or you could retire. I chuckle, opening my eyes and looking at her again. Her legs are even more exposed than before, and they're parted slightly, giving me a view I never thought I'd get this soon. Or ever, considering how resistant she tends to be. I swallow hard, looking away and distracting myself with the bookshelf on the far side of the room. You don't retire from the Bratva, I mutter, scanning the titles without really reading any of the words. My brain is stuck on Lily's thighs. Dmitri retired, didn't he? My head turns and my eyes wander right back to Lily's beautiful legs. I'm certain she's doing this on purpose now. I can almost see her little flower peeking out from under the shirt, and her puffy buds aren't trying to hide themselves either. I've been distracted by those since she finished her shower. Dimitri, yes, I mutter, trying to remember what she just said. So, you can retire as well. I shake my head, blinking rapidly to clear my clouded vision. No, that's not possible. Dimitri never really retired either. He still wore the ring, and if I needed him, he was still on call. I just never called him out of respect for his decision to lessen his involvement. Sounds like retirement to me, she says, glancing over at me and smirking. She drops one leg over the edge of the couch, dangling it there like bait. I have half a mind to take it too, but that would be too bold. Besides, I think it might be a trap. Somehow she's trying to fool me into pursuing her, maybe to turn my mind to mush and manipulate me. I can't forget she's related to Dimitri. He was fiendishly clever and a master of manipulation. Even I had to be careful around him at times. My eyes wander over Lily's perfect body, wondering how much longer I'm going to be able to last like this. I'm throbbing so badly that I feel like I'm going to explode in my pants. I should have worn stretchy fabric. Wool has no give. I divert my eyes again as she looks toward me. I can see that little smirk on her lips. What the hell is she doing that for? You could retire, she says, her voice light and breathy. But I think you have too much fun being a terrible person and making money in the process. That's probably what it is. I laugh at her conclusion. Yeah, that's right. You nailed it. She laughs with me. Men are weird. They go to great lengths to do totally unnecessary things. Who are you really impressing with all this? Women, I reply flatly. Very attractive women. Like me. Awfully bold of you, I reply, but I can't hide a smile. She knows she's good looking, and she's not going to let me say otherwise. It'd be a blatant lie if I did. Lily pouts her lips, sitting up on the couch and turning her body to me. She parts her legs, putting her hands between her knees and leaning forward. I doubt you have very many women in your house. What makes you think that? I ask. No hair conditioner, she says, clearly proud of her deductive reasoning. My hair is all dry because I had to use your dumb 3-in-1 shampoo. I'll admit, I'm surprised by how observant she is, but I shouldn't be. Dimitri practically raised her, and he would have taught her to keep her eyes and ears open at all times. That's a key point in the Bratva. You don't allow yourself to stop paying attention to the little things. I have some observations about you too, sweetheart, I say, slowly getting up from the couch across from her. If you're willing to hear me out. She sits up straight, crossing her arms and clamping her thighs together. She's nervous now that I'm closer to her. She only likes to flirt when she knows I'm too far away to do anything about it. Say what you will, but I doubt you can read me like you think you can. Even Dimitri was surprised by some of the things about me, she declares. I know you're single, I say, taking a slow step toward her. Duh, I'm a bitch. I'm practically always single, she replies. I love her attitude more than she could possibly know. I take another step toward her. I believe you like older men. Maybe they're more mature, more comforting than guys your age. You're attracted to strength, and as much as you hate to admit it, danger also excites you. She narrows her eyes at me. I don't date older guys, sorry. My last boyfriend was 6 months younger than me. But you're not together anymore, so that obviously didn't work out, I tease, standing over her now. I cast a dark shadow over her face, but her eyes twinkle regardless. She's not the least bit tired, and neither am I, despite the late hour. I wouldn't date you. I'm leaving tomorrow anyway. Tonight is the last time we'll see each other, she says, but her voice has little confidence left in it. I lean in, lowering my voice so low that she has to get within an inch of my face to hear it. Then let's make tonight a night to remember. Because of the deliciously high levels of spice in the next scene, it's only available by clicking the link in the description or going to bellakingbooks.com. Chapter 10. Ivan. I usually wake up at 5 in the morning, no matter what time I go to bed, but as the sun peeks through my blinds and my eyelids flutter open, I realize I've overslept for the first time in years. Only Lily would be able to do this to me. I look over at her pale figure. She's still asleep, tangled up in the sheets but still exposed. She's sleeping with one leg pulled up to her chest and the other dangling down toward the foot of the bed. Her torso is mostly covered by the blanket, but her butt isn't. It's unfair how attractive she is. Even though I spent the better part of last night filling her up with my seed, all I want to do this morning is climb on top and ride her again. But doing so would require waking her up, and I need to make a phone call before she carries through on her promise from last night. Arrangements must be made to ensure her safety. I still can't believe she's so hard-headed as to insist on only spending one night with me. She could have a new life here, with all the money, sex, and clothes she could ever desire, and I'd give it to her in a heartbeat. But she chose to leave in the morning, and the sun of a new day is already shining, so the clock is ticking, leaving the protection of my estate going to get her killed, no doubt, but I'll do everything in my power to prevent that from happening. Not the leaving part, unfortunately, but I do have plenty of security at my disposal. Now that I know the red hitters are back to their devious ways, security is going to be much tighter. Nobody comes into this estate, and nobody leaves unless they're escorted by a dozen armed guards. That includes Lily, whether she likes it or not. Plus, I've decided she needs to be tracked by GPS. Not only will it satisfy my curiosity about where she lives and works, which she has declined to tell me, but it will make her easier for my security detail to follow her without being spotted. I slip out of bed, my feet hitting the warm rug beside the bed with a muffled thud. I look over my shoulder at the divine female form before leaving, wishing things could be different. One night isn't enough, but a lifetime in her arms wouldn't be enough either. She's so perfect that it's painful. Tearing my eyes from her delicate body, I walk carefully over to the dresser and pull my phone out of the top drawer. Dialing Donovan's number, I slip out of the bedroom and walk down the hallway naked. "Ivan, I was waiting for a call," Donovan blurts the moment he picks up the phone. "What have you been doing?" "Laying low," I reply, leaving out crucial information on purpose. I don't want him knowing I got distracted by a woman. That would make me look weak. "Probably a good idea," Donovan says, his voice relaxing a bit. "They're looking for you. Everyone is, really. Make sure you have security turned up to 11 at your estate." "Already on it," I assure him. "What I want to know is why they're coming down so hard all of the sudden. It's been 6 months since we heard from them, and now they're doing drive-by shootings at public cemeteries. It's awfully bold." I've gotten intel that new funding was approved for the department. They've added an entirely new set of people, at least a dozen, and now they're buying military-grade weapons. Things are about to get a lot more dangerous. I ball my hand into a tight fist, cursing under my breath as I reach the staircase. I descend it at a rapid pace, heat rising to my face as I process what he's just told me. We need to take them down. It's got to be fast before they come rolling through my house in a tank. There's going to be blood, Donovan warns. We already had an innocent person get hit at the funeral, and the police are all over the place, claiming the Bratva is behind it. Everyone who gets hit by a stray is going to be blamed on us. That's always been the case, I reply. Let the media write their stories and get their clicks. We're not going to let it interfere with our business. Fair enough, but you want to make sure the public doesn't turn against us. We have deals with a lot of people around the city that would sooner drop us than get mixed up in a situation that's going nuclear, he says, his voice tight with concern. I shake my head. Nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. Besides, the money we get from those clients is nothing compared to what we're going to get once we finish what Dmitri was working on. Project G. Don't forget about that. Do you have the research yet? I grip the phone a little tighter. No, but I'm going over to his house today to get it. Care to join me? That place will be crawling with red hitters, he replies, his voice drenched in reluctance. Don't be a wimp, I growl. That research is the only thing standing between us and nearly unlimited wealth. Do you realize how powerful we're going to be once we finish it and begin selling the finished product? There's a long pause, and I can tell Donovan is having doubts. He's always the more skeptical one, the guy who doesn't believe in things until he sees them with his own eyes. He keeps me in check, but the Bratva needs visionaries as well. Dmitri was a brilliant dreamer, but now that he's gone, I have to take his torch and move us forward with the research. Project G is still alive. You'll see, I say, breaking the uncomfortable silence as I enter the kitchen. I want you to meet me there this evening, just before sundown. We'll move quickly and with few people. And if the red hitters are already there, he asks. I laugh. Then we shoot them. This is war, Donovan. Blood will be spilt, and I'm tired of walking on eggshells around those morons. I guess I'll bring my vest then. Bring grenades if you must, but make sure you're prepared to move quickly. All we need to do is get the files and get out. Easy enough, he replies, but I sense sarcasm in his voice. I ignore it for now, switching topics as I pull a glass bottle of sparkling water from my fridge. I have something else for you to do in the meantime, by the way. A special mission, if you will, but keep it secret. This is just between us. I thought Project G was the secret, he replies, sounding curious. I smile. That's the main thing, but I have something more urgent. Dmitri didn't die without leaving something behind. He has a niece, a 25-year-old woman named Lily. You think she knows something about the research? My water fizzes as I pour it into a glass, taking a sip before replying. It's possible, but unlikely. She does have a connection to the Bratva, which means she's likely to become a target for the red hitters, if she isn't already. They'd love to get their hands on a woman. They're easy to get information out of, he replies. The mere thought of any of those crooked cops putting their hands on my precious Lily makes me want to throw my glass across the kitchen. She doesn't deserve to be treated like a disposable pawn, and I'm not going to let them put her through that. She must be protected, no matter the cost. She's in my care at the moment, but she wants to leave the estate, I explain, trying to steady my shaking hand so I don't spill water all over myself. As you know, under Bratva rules, I can't keep members of high-ranking family members against their will. Is she that important? He asks, doubt creeping into his voice. I try to hide my emotions, but anger shines through my voice like the beginnings of a wildfire. It's impossible to keep it under control. She is part of the Bratva. She will be protected whether you think it's important or not. Oh, I wasn't aware she was sworn in. Highly unusual, considering her age. Just get a team together that can track her without her knowledge. I'm going to hook her up with GPS, and she shouldn't be hard to follow. I want to know where she lives, where she works, and more importantly, if any of the red hitters decide to pay her a visit. I throw back the rest of my water, hoping it will cool me down. I don't want Lily to come downstairs and find me in such a furious state. She would immediately know something is wrong. I can get some people together, but this is short notice. Understand that it's going to be difficult to keep her out of danger, Donovan says, speaking slower and choosing his words more carefully. Don't let it happen. This is more important than you realize, I snarl. If anything happens to her, there will be severe consequences for you. Is that a threat? He asks, his voice wavering a bit. I can hear the fear now, the uncertainty that comes from being called out so harshly. He's confused as to why this is so important, but that's not for him to understand. I need him following orders, not questioning them. It's not a threat, Donovan. It's a promise. Keep Lily safe from the red hitters, I say, hanging up immediately after.
Chapter 11. Lily. I open my eyes to find Ivan standing over me, a tray full of fresh fruits, coffee, and oatmeal in his hands. His green eyes sparkle in the natural sunlight streaming through the translucent curtains, and the corners of his mouth turn up in a smile as I sit up. What's all of this? I ask as he hands me the tray. Breakfast, darling. I don't want you going out on an empty stomach, he replies, moving over to the window and pulling the curtains open. A solid golden beam falls over the bed, bending over the sheets that are tangled at my feet. Normally, I'd be shy to be naked in front of someone who is fully clothed, but Ivan makes me feel so comfortable. Even though he's large and imposing, the way he moves is gentle and caring. I take a deep breath, smiling a bit as I become adjusted to being awake. I slept like I was dead last night, totally exhausted by the evening of passion I shared with Ivan. Now, I'm getting breakfast in bed. It's like a dream come true. The dream part is especially accurate because I know I'm going to wake up from it. This can't last forever. In fact, it won't last much longer than a few more hours. The realization spoils my appetite, but I don't want to turn down such a lovely breakfast from Ivan, so I eat it regardless. The The coffee is amazing, and the fruit tastes like it was picked just minutes before it was sliced and put on my plate. Ivan confirms this as he plucks a strawberry from my tray and pops it into his mouth. These are just coming into season. In another month or two, the garden will be in full swing, and you can live off the land for the entire summer if you want. Sounds lovely, I say, dread building in my stomach. I can tell he's trying to convince me to stay, but it's simply not possible. I can't leave my job, my normal life, for the Bratva. It would be an act of suicide, and I'm not that depressed. I still have hope that I can go back to normal, forgetting about the Bratva and Dimitri's connection while I mourn him. In a few years, this will be nothing more than a faint memory, a wild time in my life that I outgrew. You can see the garden, if you'd like. I know you're probably eager to be on your way, but there are some lovely dogwood flowers starting to bloom, and they smell like heaven, Ivan says, his voice calm and soothing. A bit too soothing, considering he doesn't want me to leave. I finish the last of my coffee and give him an apologetic look. Listen, Ivan, I'm really grateful for all this, but you know I have to go. I'd be a burden to you, or at best, a distraction from your work. I doubt that very much, he replies, his eyebrows drawing together tight on his forehead. You're a pleasure to have over, and every man needs a distraction from work, or he'd work himself to death. I slide the tray off my lap and get out of bed, stretching in the sunlight. I wish I could stay, but it's not good for either of us. I hope Ivan can understand that and forgive me for leaving. I do feel oddly regretful about this. I came into his house, ate with him, made love to him, and now I'm leaving like it was all just a cheap hookup with a guy I don't really like. I feel like I used him, but I think we both just used each other. Thank you for all this, I say, my eyes drawn to the clothes I wore yesterday, washed and neatly folded on a chair by the window. I feel even more guilty now. It's my pleasure, Lily, he says, flashing a pearly white smile and brushing the curls from his forehead. I just wish you could stay longer. Me too, I mutter, walking over to my clothes. I get dressed as Ivan takes my empty tray back downstairs, and by the time he returns I've splashed water on my face, repeated to myself 100 times that I'm definitely not staying, and zipped my leather jacket up all the way to my neck. I meet Ivan in the hallway, going downstairs with him. My footsteps echo on the marble floor, bouncing up to the vaulted ceiling and coming back down at me like a swooping eagle. Suddenly, I feel less safe. I'm venturing out on my own again, and there's a group of people called the Red Hitters who want to ruin my life. I should probably buy a gun and learn how to use it. Dimitri always said I should, but I never did. I guess I felt safe with him around, like I didn't need a weapon. I feel the same way with Ivan, to an even greater extent, but that's coming to an end the moment I step off his beautiful estate. I'll drive you home, Ivan says, slipping into a pair of black dress shoes. I've never seen him wear sneakers. He's always so formal, which is rare for a man these days. Most of the guys I went to school with wore dirty sneakers and hoodies all day, even if we went somewhere fancy. Ivan, on the other hand, is dressed like he's taking me on a date at the finest restaurant in Paris, but we're not going anywhere special. I'm not even going to let him take me all the way to my house because I don't want him knowing where I live. Something tells me he'd show up one night and insist on coming inside. I'd be out of my clothes and under him again in a heartbeat. No, I've taken too many risks already. Last night can't happen again, or I run the risk of getting pregnant. I'm not on birth control, and condoms weren't even mentioned before we had sex. I suppose there's already a chance I could have gotten pregnant, but it's unlikely. People always make it out like one slip-up is enough to have a baby, but most people try for months or even years before they manage to make one. I think I'm safe as long as I don't let it happen again. Ivan's hand finds the small of my back as we walk down the steps on his front porch, coming to a circular driveway with a black sedan parked on the jet black pavement. It's not the same car we drove here in yesterday. I look at him curiously. Is this also your car? He nods. I have about a dozen just like it, and then a collection of sports cars in the garage around back. I could give you a tour if you'd like. A smile tugs at the corners of my mouth, though I try hard to suppress it. He's still trying to convince me to stay. It's actually rather cute, coming from someone who could just as easily overpower me and make me his bedroom toy for the rest of my life. I might even enjoy wearing the chains, as long as he did that thing with his mouth like he did last night. I shake the filthy thoughts from my head, turning down his offer to give me a tour of his cars. I'm sure they're lovely, but I have to go. I'm supposed to be back at work in a few days, and there's about 100 things I need to do at home before then. Not a problem, Ivan says, stepping around the car and opening the door for me. In you go. I climb into the leather interior, once again amazed by how nice it is. The leather is white with coconut brown accents, and everything is either shiny metal or wood, no plastic. Ivan slides in beside me, starting the car with a push of a button. It hums to life, the powerful engine making very little noise until he presses on the accelerator. If you give me an address, I'll put it into the navigation, he says, leaning toward the screen on the dashboard between us. My jaw tightens. No need. I think you can just take me back to my car at the cemetery. It should still be in the parking lot there, assuming it wasn't towed. To my surprise, Ivan doesn't press me on my decision. He just drives us through the front gate, nodding at the armed guards as we leave. There are 6 of them now instead of 2. Ivan drives me to the cemetery without saying a word. The silence is oppressive, but I know there's no point in starting a conversation. If anything, it would work against me, because I'd be more reluctant to leave. It's better that it ends this way, in bitter silence. Sweetness is addicting, but that doesn't mean it's good for you. My car is still in the parking lot when we arrive. The police tape has already been removed, all signs of disaster gone like the shooting never happened. I'm still not entirely convinced the police were behind it, but if they were, they probably wouldn't bother staying at the scene for very long. Just enough to make it look like they cared, and then they'd move on to the next thing. It's sad, really, but it's not my business. All I'm supposed to do from here on out is keep my head down and act like I don't know anything. I'll go back to work, settle into my old lifestyle, and try to figure out how to continue on through life without a strong masculine figure beside me. Difficult though it may be, I'm sure I'll manage. If there's one thing Dmitri taught me, it was the power of independence. Sure, we're always stronger as people together, but that should be a voluntary undertaking. You should always be able to rely on yourself if you need to. Ivan's eyes are narrow, and his grip on the steering wheel is tight as he parks next to my car. He scans the parking lot, the tension in the cabin palpable. You need to stay safe out there, he grumbles. Any sign of danger, and you call me. You understand? I don't even have my phone, I reply, much less your number. I'm not sure I want it either. He shoots me a vicious look, like he doesn't even like me. I suppose he doesn't have any reason to, since I've turned down every attempt he's made to keep me around since our tumble in the sheets last night. I'm old news, I guess. No need to be nice anymore. Get another phone and take my number, he growls, grabbing a pen from his pocket and digging around for a napkin. He scribbles down some numbers once he finds something to write them on and hands the napkin to me. Don't hesitate. Any danger? And I'm a minute away. Thanks, I mutter, taking the napkin from him sheepishly. I tuck it into my jacket pocket, feeling the blue ink smear on my fingertips. I plan on throwing it away the second he's out of view. I open the door, about to step out, but Ivan's firm hand on my arm stops me. Wait a second. I turn to face him, ready to defy him one last time, but then he pulls a wad of cash from his coat pocket, handing it to me. Should be enough for a phone. I take it, feeling the thickness of the bills in my hand. They're all hundreds, meaning that there's at least a few $1,000s here. This is way too much, I say, trying to give it back to him. He holds up his hand. Take it, darling. It's nothing to me, and if it helps you get back on your feet, I want you to have it. I feel less guilty when I remember how rich he is. This probably is nothing to him. It would take me months to save up this kind of money, but he tosses it around like pocket change. I don't know whether I find that attractive or infuriating. Maybe both. Thank you for everything, I say as I climb out of his car. This time he doesn't try to stop me. Chapter 12. Lily. Tears flood my vision as I walk to my car. I'm overcome by emotion, blinded by it in a way I've never been before. Everything hits me at once, a dreadful tidal wave of sorrow, and I break down into ugly sobs as I take a seat behind the wheel of my car. It's such a stark contrast to what I just left. The air smells like stale French fries and old car oil, and it's so humid that my face is already covered in a layer of sweat. My car starts with a long shudder, and the fuel tank indicates I'm down to my last gallon. I'll have to fill up on the way home. I could probably make it back, but then I'd just have to go and get gas later. I sigh, wiping the tears from my eyes as I try to ignore Ivan's car idling beside me. He's just going to sit there until I leave. If he's smart, he won't try to follow me. I don't want to call the police on him, but I'm not beyond reporting him if he starts acting like a stalker. I had one of those before in high school when I worked late nights at a fast food joint. It was a creepy old man who came through the drive-thru every single night that I worked. He followed me home one night, and I turned into the police station on the way there. Never saw him again after that. Granted, Ivan is a lot more attractive than that guy was, but that doesn't mean he can get away with inserting himself into my life where he isn't wanted. I'm starting fresh today, and that means wiping my tears and continuing what I would have done had there not been a shooting at Dimitri's funeral. My hands grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles feel like they're about to split as I turn out of the parking lot and drive away. Ivan's car disappears in my rearview mirror, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding once I'm certain he's not following me. What a day, I say to myself, shaking my head as I join traffic on the highway. After being shot at, isolated from the rest of the free world, and screwed in a dozen different positions, it feels weird to be part of the free flow of traffic again. Nobody out here knows what I've gone through, and nobody cares. It's liberating, in a way, but it also feels like I've become trapped in a prison of my own making. Purely mental, sure, but it's still preventing me from functioning like a normal person. No matter where I go or what I do, the war between the Bratva and the police will haunt me. I won't be able to relax for a long time after this. My car exhaust sputters as I turn down the road to my apartment. There's a gas station just a minute from where I live, and I like to fill up there and grab a candy bar every Friday. The guy who works there is named Jason. He's super nice and always gives me free water in the summertime. The sad thing is that he's obviously poor, despite how much he works. I feel like good people always get the bad end of deal, and the wicked are the ones who prosper. People like Ivan are filthy rich, and everyone else is fighting for the scraps. The stack of $100 bills is spread out in the seat beside me. I bet Jason wouldn't mind having a few. I don't need nearly this much for a new phone. The one I had before wasn't even that good. It was an older model that had been refurbished. I park the car in front of the pump. I'm about to get out and walk into the building when a police car pulls up to the pump behind me. The back of my neck prickles and my heart rate picks up speed. I take a deep breath, trying not to look suspicious. It's just a cop. There are hundreds of them in this city, and they get gas here all the time. I haven't committed any crimes, and I doubt they even know who I am. Despite my line of reasoning being sound, I still feel uneasy. The cash on the seat beside me is enough to warrant suspicion. I scoop it up and shove it into my jacket pocket, getting out of the car and hurrying toward the building. "Hey, woman in the black," a stern voice calls from behind me. I freeze in place, my entire body going stiff in an instant. There's nobody else here but me and the police, which means there can be no mistaking whose attention he's trying to get. "Come here. I need to ask you a couple of questions." I turn around to see a bald cop in a blue uniform coming toward me, the sun reflecting off his silver plastic sunglasses. He'd look like a typical cop to me if he wasn't so muscular. It's honestly a bit scary, considering men don't get that vascular unless they're doing steroids. "Let's see some ID," he says, his fists clenched as he comes toward me. "What's this about?" I ask, my voice coming out softly because of how dry my mouth suddenly is. "I'm the one asking questions," he says, coming to a stop in front of me. He latches his thumbs into his vest, tilting his head down at me. I can't see his eyes, but I'm certain he's attempting to stare holes through me. ID, now. I reach into my jacket to grab my license. I keep it there with my credit card and keys. Before I can find it, though, the officer grabs my hand, jerking it out of my pocket. "Don't you go reaching for anything," he barks. "I'm getting my license," I squeak, fear coursing through me. "You're going to get handcuffs if you don't start complying," he replies, reaching to his side and pulling a pair from his belt. "Better yet, I think you're going to be coming with me. We can talk in my car." "What? No." I try to pull away from him. His grip is hard, not as much as Ivan's, but also less gentle. His nails are digging into my skin, and there's a smirk on his face like he enjoys causing me pain. "If you resist, I'm going to break your arm," he snarls, twisting it behind my back. I cry out from the sharp pain, but I haven't forgotten what Ivan told me. If the police are willing to shoot at a funeral, they're willing to kidnap and torture me for information. If I don't get away from this freak, I could very well end up dead. Getting charged for resisting arrest is the least of my worries right now. I throw my foot back, hitting him squarely in the shin. His fingers loosen as he lets out a howl, and I take the opportunity to flee. I know I won't be able to make it back to my car and leave without getting caught, so I run toward the side of the building, hoping to clear the metal gate and make it back to my house before he can catch up. After that, I'm going to need to get in contact with Ivan. I've made a terrible mistake by going out on my own like this. I thought Ivan was exaggerating his claims to keep me with him, but now I realize he was stretching the truth at all. "Get back here." The sound of the cop's boots falling heavily on the sunny pavement tells me he's in close pursuit. I might not even be able to make it to the gate before he catches up. A loud popping sound causes me to stumble for a moment. It sounds just like the gunshots at the funeral, only much closer. Am I being shot at? If so, he won't have any trouble hitting me, considering how close he already is. I turn my head as I continue running, only to realize the cop isn't the one doing the shooting. 3 cars have just pulled into the gas station, large black SUVs with tinted windows. One of them has a gun sticking out of the passenger's side, and it appears to be aimed at the cop. "Stop," the cop wheezes, pulling the firearm from his belt. I slow down to a jog, watching in awe and horror as a shower of bullets take him down in an instant. They explode against the front of the gas station, shattering the window and throwing bits of brick in every direction. The cop collapses, his head cracked open in several places, and his vest already drenched in blood. The shooting continues, his feet jumping up like he's still alive, but it's only from the impact of the bullets. He's already long gone. I stop running, knowing it's useless if I'm the next target, but I suspect these guys aren't here to kill me. They must be with Ivan, or somehow related to the Bratva. Who else would pull up to a gas station and empty 1,000 rounds at a lone police officer? My heart slams in my chest, and I clutch it with my left hand as men jump out of the SUVs. They're dressed in the same camouflage tactical gear like the guards at Ivan's estate. They look like soldiers, but they're obviously not. "Don't be afraid, Lily. We're here to help," a man with a deep Russian accent says as he comes toward me. Every fiber in my body screams at me to run from him, but I have no choice but to trust him. What else can I do when he's holding a rifle in his hands while I stand defenseless? I look over at the cop, ripped to pieces by more bullets than he's probably ever fired in his lifetime, training included. What they did to him was beyond reasonable force, and nobody here seems the least bit bothered by it. In fact, the half-dozen armed Bratva soldiers seem rather pleased with themselves. "We will meet with Ivan at the rendezvous point," the soldier in front of me says, resting his hand on my shoulder. "You are safe now." Relief floods my entire body, but it comes with the twisting motion of regret in my stomach. Ivan is going to be so pleased when I come running back to him. Maybe he does want to help me, but I hate that I came back to him so quickly. It makes me feel like a failure. I drop my head, looking at my dirty shoes as we walk past the cop's broken body on the way to one of the SUVs. A siren goes off in the distance, and I'm hurried into the vehicle, leaving my own car behind.
Chapter 13. Ivan. "So, you came back," I say, folding my hands together on my dining table and leaning forward. Sounds like you finally realized how much trouble you're in with the red hitters. I had no choice, Lily replies, a bitter tinge to her voice. You could have run, I say, testing her a bit. I want to make sure she doesn't try to get away again. She almost slipped away, and I can't stand to lose her like that. It almost broke my heart to let her go the first time. I've realized running is going to get me killed. I'm stuck in this disaster, so thank you for that, she says, folding her arms across her chest. On the table between us, there's a blue book and a silver ceremonial dagger. I take the book, flipping it open and reading the names written inside. So many have joined our ranks over the years, but there aren't any women. Lily will be the first. I know you're being sarcastic, but you should actually be thanking me, I say, laying the book down and looking into her stormy brown eyes. Without me, you'd be dead. Without you, I wouldn't even be on the red hitters' radar. You're welcome, I reply, grinning a bit at her annoyance. As unfortunate as it is that she's wrapped up in this grisly business with me, I can't help but enjoy her company. It's been ages since I've had this much fun with another person. It can be draining working with wrinkly old grumps day in and day out. Lily provides a little sprinkle of youth and energy to my life that I didn't realize I needed until now. What's this book all about anyway? She asks, leaning over the table to break the silence. Some kind of initiation. I hope you're not planning on using that dagger. Relax. It's not going to hurt that much, I say, flipping open the book so she can see the names and streaks of blood inside. You see these? Her eyes widen, and she nods. They're from every person who has joined our ranks. It's mandatory that you also give your blood, but it won't be much. It's just a little smear on the paper, I explain. She pulls her head back, shaking it so hard that strands of auburn hair fall loose from her bun. No way I'm doing that. Has the knife even been disinfected? How many diseases do you think are already on that thing? I sigh. Darling, this is a fresh dagger. Everyone gets a unique one for their initiation, and you get to keep yours once we're done. She narrows her eyes, shifting in her seat as she tries to find another reason to resist the initiation ritual. Okay, but you should still disinfect it. Vodka will do, I say, standing up and turning to the cabinet behind me. Inside, there's a bottle with a piece of bison grass floating in the vodka, giving it a slight greenish-yellow tint. It's as though someone poured the tiniest amount of olive juice in it. I take the bottle, turning back to Lily and setting it down on the table. This is from Poland. I've already had a bit, but I didn't find it all that special. More of a gimmick, really, but it'll do the trick for what we're about to partake in. Looks weird, she says, picking up the bottle and examining it closely. No weirder than what we're about to do, I assure her, turning away again and going to the dresser by the door. Inside the top drawer, there's a stick of incense. It's from Russia, and we only use it for any important ceremonies held within the Bratva ranks. I pick a long stick from the bunch, returning to the table and handing it to Lily. You can hold it while it burns. It might distract you from the blade. She lifts it to her nose and sniffs it. Then her eyes light up and she looks at me. This is what Dmitri smelled like. And you. I was wondering, because it was the same thing I smelled on both of you. It's used by practically everyone in the Bratva. Every ceremony requires it, I explain, pulling out a lighter and holding it to the end of the incense stick. As per the rules, no ceremony may go beyond the burning of one stick. Sounds like a scrum meeting, she replies with a laugh. I raise an eyebrow, confused as to what she's referring to. Oh, it's like a work thing. In some workspaces you have daily meetings, and they're not supposed to go past a certain amount of time, she explains. Interesting. Well, they're not really that effective. I like your incense idea better, she adds quickly. I shrug, taking the dagger and opening the bottle of vodka. It's not my idea. The rules have been around for centuries. I pour the vodka over the blade, coating the shiny silver metal entirely and dousing the tabletop in the process. Get the tip too, Lily says, pointing at it as the incense burns in her hand. I shake my head but pour a little extra onto the tip of the dagger. All right, that's good enough. It's just a small cut, nothing crazy. I've come to expect the unexpected in the Bratva, she replies. I'm sure she won't expect what's coming next, but I admire her confidence. It's nice that she's bold enough to handle the Bratva. She might even be a little crazy, but we all have to be in one way or another. There's no other way to cope with such an aggressive industry. Come here, I say, beckoning her around the table. I need you to write your name in the book. She slides out of her chair, walking softly over to me. She's taking her time, and I see the fear in her eyes. She's been brave so far, but the idea of drawing blood is frightening to her. I'd like to comfort her, to tell her that everything is going to be okay, but that's for later. Tonight, she joins the Bratva. Here's the book, I say, holding it out to her. The moment she reaches for it, I drop it on the floor, grabbing her hand and bring the dagger to her fingertips. Before she can even scream, I've sliced open the middle one. What the hell? She stumbles back as I let her go, holding her hand. Quick and easy, I mumble, bending over and picking the book off the ground. Your name is already in here. I just need the smear and we can say your vows. She holds her fingers tightly, shooting me a dirty look. You should have told me you were going to do that. You didn't have to trick me. Expect the unexpected, darling. I know she hates me for throwing her words back at her, but she'll get over it. Joining the Bratva is always an exhilarating experience, and she'll soon be distracted by all that comes with it. Money, power, respect. She even gets to carry a gun, but I doubt she's going to want one. Not optional, sadly. She must be able to defend herself, and not only that, but be willing to kill someone without a second thought. Hesitation is what ends lives. Snap decisions save them. I open the blue book, flipping through pages until I find Lily's name. Put your finger here, I say, holding the book out to her. She eyes the dagger in my other hand, refusing to come close enough to fulfill her obligation. I sigh, putting the dagger on the dining table. I'm not going to cut you again. All I need is your blood and we can continue. She steps closer, holding out her bleeding finger. I hope there's not much more of this. Just the oath, then we're done, I reply, taking her finger and pressing it into the page. It leaves a lovely splotch of blood, a vibrant crimson on the off-white page. Everything about Lily is just so beautiful. Good girl, I mutter, giving her finger back to her and closing the book. Now, all I need is your verbal agreement to a few things. Are you ready? She nods. Verbal agreement, please. Yes. Okay, so to start with, I need you to understand that all oaths are taken for life. You can't back out of them unless you're officially relieved by me. I'm the only one who can break you from your oaths. Understand? She starts to nod, then remembers what I told her. Yes, I understand. Good. The first rules in the Bratva is that you must follow my command, no matter what it is. Failing to do so will result in severe punishment. In your case, I wouldn't put you through anything physically harmful, but I can't rule out other forms of punishment such as imprisonment and isolation. I continue. She cocks her head to the side. Does that include personal things? What do you mean? I mean, like if you wanted me to do something. In the bedroom. Are those commands too? I'm tempted to say yes just so I can own her body forever, but I don't need to manipulate her into sleeping with me. I want her to do so willingly, like she did before. That's the only way I will enjoy it. I put my hand on her shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. Don't worry, darling, unless I tell you that it's an official command. You can say no. I only use commands for Bratva-related things. Any examples? She asks, clearly reluctant to agree, unless she's absolutely certain this won't get her in trouble. That's better than most people who join. I've had men sign their life away without even listening to what I was telling them. I drum my fingers on my chin, thinking for a moment. An example would be if we were attacked by the red hitters, and I told you to shoot one of them. You'd be obligated to do so. Damn, she mutters, looking at her feet. I've never killed anyone before. But you will. I can promise you that, I tell her, not wanting her to discover the truth the hard way. Everyone in the Bratva kills. It's part of the lifestyle. Whereas, as long as they're bad, I'm willing to do it, she says, looking back up at me with determination in her eyes. You told me Dmitri had done it many times before, and if he's done it, then I don't feel so bad about doing it either. My face is stone cold serious, but inside, I'm glowing at her response. I knew she was a Bratva girl the moment I laid eyes on her. She wouldn't be standing here now if she wasn't capable of turning to the dark side. Moreover, I think she actually likes it, though at this point she's unwilling to admit it. Anyone who is not part of the Bratva is bad, I tell her, keeping my voice low and serious. We try our best to avoid civilian casualties, but I'd be lying if I said there haven't been a few over the years. It's unlikely you'll ever be involved in something like that, though. She nods. Yes, okay, I can deal with that. Good, I say, clapping my hands as the incense stick burns to the halfway point. I need to go a little faster so we don't run out of time. Let's move on to the next point. Within 5 minutes, I've explained everything there is to explain to Lily, and she's agreed to everything. I award her with the dagger and tell her that tomorrow we'll start her firearms training. But tonight I'd like to do a little personal initiation, since she'll be staying with me for the foreseeable future. And that personal initiation involves my head between her soft thighs.
Chapter 14. Lily. We should use a condom this time, I say as Ivan takes my hand and leads me from the dining room. I already know what he intends to do to me from the look in his eyes, and I can't say I haven't been thinking about it nonstop since the last time. Who said anything about that? He asks, flipping the script on me. My face flushes, and I feel like a fool. Oh, I thought you wanted to. He chuckles. Yes, my dear, but not in the traditional sense. I'd like tonight to be about you, about your pleasure. We should celebrate your initiation into the Bratva. Oh, I reply as we enter the hallway. I'm pleasantly surprised by his suggestion, a wave of excitement rolling through me. I wonder what he has planned, what ways he intends to give me pleasure without actually having doing the deed. Trust me, darling, you're going to like this. Have you ever had your mind blown under the stars? He asks, his voice a deep purr in the back of his throat. I think for a moment, but there's not much inventory to go through in my mind. I haven't had the most exciting life. Hooking up with Ivan was the most exciting thing I've ever done. I've not done much of anything outside, to be honest, I say as he pulls me toward a sliding glass door. Great, then it'll be a wonderful new experience for you, he says, sliding the door open. A rush of cool floral air rushes to greet me. It's sweet like honeysuckle and fresh like it just rained. I close my eyes as I step outside with Ivan, taking in the beautiful smells as they envelop me. It takes me way back in time, to a little place in my childhood where I felt safe. That was before I realized how awful my parents were, before I even knew that there was a right and wrong way to be. I was truly innocent then, concerned only with the present moment, high on life in the most divine way possible. There was a garden behind my grandparents' house, a little retreat that felt huge to me because of how small I was. When we visited them in the summer months, I would run back behind the house, overwhelmed by the beautiful flowers and crickets chirping in the evening. My parents always fussed at me for picking the flowers, but my grandmother never complained when she was handed a big, sloppy bouquet from her own garden. She said the flowers were there to be enjoyed. Tonight I have no urge to pick the flowers and ruin Ivan's gorgeous garden, but I do intend on enjoying them as they were meant to be enjoyed. My eyes flutter open, and I look around at the dark bushes ripe with hundreds of flowers. Every color is present, like a garden from a dream. I laugh a little from sheer awe. This can't be real, I whisper. It's very real. I've spent years putting this place together, Ivan says, motioning to all the plants. Take your shoes off. Feel the grass between your toes, darling, and tell me this isn't paradise. I slip out of my shoes, leaving them behind as I wander forward. The grass is cool beneath my feet, slightly damp but in a pleasant way, like it's been watered regularly, and the soil isn't all dried out. My toes wriggle into the ground, feeling the solid earth beneath me. After all the instability following Dimitri's death, it feels good to have something solid in my life. Mother Earth will always take care of me, even when I'm finally 6 feet under. It's a clear night, Ivan says, walking up slowly behind me. I turn to see him looking up at the stars. Orion is just there, he says, pointing at the inky black sky. I follow his finger to the sky, marveling at how clear the stars are out here. I've been in the city my whole life, and the streetlights make it impossible to see the sky clearly, even when there aren't any clouds. On Ivan's estate, there's no interference, and the stars sparkle like glitter in the sky. It's incredible how many there are. The longer I look, the more I see, and I get chills thinking about how small we really are on this planet. One little dot amongst trillions of others, and I'm worried about the consequences of being in the Bratva. What morals can exist in a universe so grand? What great judgment can I expect for the life I'm living? I breathe the air deeply, grateful just to be alive. I haven't felt grateful for my life in a long time. I've been grateful for people like Dmitri and Ivan, and for having a roof over my head and food in my belly, but life has never really felt like it was worth much. Until now. I look back at Ivan with a smile stretched from cheek to cheek. It's just incredible, isn't it? He nods. I look at them every night, thinking how many planets there must be. I'm certain there are people just like us somewhere out there, living a very similar life. I never thought about that, I say, looking up again. Do you think they're also about to have a little fun under the stars? Ivan's laugh is pure and loud in the stillness of the night. Yes, I do believe they are. Then we'd better hurry up and join them, I say, feeling a flutter in my belly at the thought of being intimate with Ivan again. I'm a little shy, but the reward is worth all the butterflies and nerves. You can lie down here, Ivan says, motioning with his hand to a patch of grass next to a rose bush. I look down at the dark grass, wondering what kind of bugs might be waiting for me there. No blanket or anything? I ask, doubt creeping into my voice. He chuckles. No, darling, that would ruin the experience. Trust me on this one. I'm reluctant for a moment, but then I remember what's waiting for me at the end of this, and I'd never turn down such wonderful pleasure from Ivan. He knows just how to touch me to make my body go crazy. His hands are magic. I settle down in the grass, testing it with my hands first. It's pleasantly soft, and I don't know why I was so scared of it. I've been to this garden before. It's absolutely lovely during the day, and the nighttime hasn't brought any scary spiders or snakes out to bite me. It's just me, Ivan, and the stars up above us. I put my hands behind my head, turning my nose up to the rose bush just behind me and inhaling deeply. The scent is so sweet I'm almost convinced it isn't real. How can flowers smell so divine? Nature is truly blessing me tonight. You're going to want to take your clothes off for this, Ivan says as he stands over me. He usually looks tall no matter what my position is, but when he's towering over me like this, he might as well be 1,000 feet. His head nearly disappears into the darkness, and all I can really make out clearly are his feet and his powerful thighs. I slip out of my clothes, putting them on the ground at his feet like an offering. It's weird to be completely naked outside, but it's also freeing in a wonderful way. I never thought I'd feel so good being exposed. It's always been a fear of mine to be exposed in public. I guess we're not actually in public, but it feels that way. There are no walls around me, and if someone were to fly overhead, they'd get a lovely view of my naked body glowing under the stars. I'm so pale that I'm certain someone would see me, even from miles away. Ivan kneels down by my feet, placing his hand on my shin and running it up until he reaches my knee. He gives it a playful squeeze before continuing upward, his fingers tracing up the insides of my thighs. Slowly, slowly. Because of the high levels of spice in the next scene, it's only available by clicking the link in the description or going to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you for understanding and enjoy the rest of your book.
Chapter 15. Ivan. I'd rather sleep in and feel Lily's naked body pressed against mine all morning, but I have to rise to the call of duty early in the morning. I promised Donovan we were going to go to Dimitri's house today since we couldn't yesterday, and I'm a man of my word. However much it pains me to leave Lily at the house, I don't think she can handle a mission like this. The risk is too great, and I haven't even started teaching her to shoot a gun yet. She'll have to wait until next time. As I get dressed, she stirs in the bed, reaching out for me and realizing I'm not there. Her eyes open, and she blinks at me a few times. "You look handsome. Where are you going?" she asks in a soft, croaky voice. "Business," I reply, keeping my response purposefully vague. It's better that she doesn't know this has to do with Dmitri. I suspect it would stir up emotions that are better left alone. Her wounds are still raw. She'll need time to mourn Dmitri before she can know about his research. Are you leaving me here? Lily asks, her eyes widening as I slip a pre-knotted tie over my head. I smooth it down against my crisp white shirt. You'll be fine. I have half a dozen armed guards at the gate and another dozen or so around the premises. You have nothing to fear. I have plenty to fear, she blurts, pulling the sheets off her body and jumping out of bed. I'm stunned for a moment by the perfection of her naked body. Every curve is soft, and every freckle on her pale skin is placed so perfectly I wonder if she was secretly designed in a lab to finally take down the Bratva. Only a woman as flawless as she is could ever hope to do something like that. She'd be the perfect weapon. Eyes up here, she says, pointing to the beautiful brown pear in her pretty little head. I'm not going to be left alone here like this. I'm part of the Bratva now, remember? I rub my chin, looking her over again. Jesus, she's just too lovely. It's a shame I'm going to have to leave her behind for this mission. I'm sorry, Lily, I say, keeping my voice low and calm. I must do this alone, but I will be back this afternoon for your first firearms training class. I want to come, though. I don't see why I can't, she whines, coming toward me with a particularly strong swing at her hips. She thinks she's going to convince me with her feminine beauty. It's almost enough for me to reconsider, but her safety is more important than fun. Sorry, darling, I say, brushing my hair back with my fingers. I slip a hand around her waist, feeling the incredible warmth from her skin. I want nothing more than to crawl back into bed and make love to her all morning, but business is business. I'm not convinced you're not sneaking out to see some other girl, Lily says, pouting her lips. Am I not enough for you? I laugh. Nice try, Sugarplum, but you know I'm not interested in anyone else. You're more than enough. She pulls her head back, feigning offense. What's that supposed to mean? I look at my watch, my heart skipping a beat when I see the time. It means I'm going to be late if I don't leave now, and I don't have time for this. Stay here, and that's an order, okay? Official Bratva stuff. I'll see you later. I hear her mutter something as I leave her in the bedroom, but I don't have time to argue. She knows I want to stay with her, and that's the only reason she puts so much effort into convincing me. She's not worried about other women or being good enough. She's already perfect, and she knows it. I lick my lips as memories of last night come flooding back. The way she moaned in the grass and clamped her pearly white thighs on my ears as she came in my mouth. I can't think of any better way to spend my evenings than giving her endless pleasure. As a Bratva boss, I'm so used to taking that finally being able to give is extremely gratifying. Tasting Lily's pleasure makes it even better, and I lick my lips as I leave the house to meet with Donovan. Worry not, my angel. I will be back to eat that sweet little mound again soon. I hit the road, struggling to tuck away my fantasies about Lily as I make the drive straight to Dimitri's house. Donovan has already texted me to say he's on the way, and we don't want to waste any time once we arrive. The research for Project G must be uncovered quickly, before the red hitters find out about it and steal it from us. I drive fast, so fast that the world blurs around me. The engine roars in the early morning, and the streets are bare like I'm an ambulance blaring through traffic. Nothing stands in my way as I rush to Dimitri's house to meet Donovan. When I arrive, I see Donovan's car parked far down the street, blending in with other cars in the neighborhood. Dmitri lived in a quaint little suburban area, dotted with dogwood trees and quiet family homes. Nobody would have suspected his involvement in the Bratva, and that's how he liked it. He was more secretive than most, but I don't blame him. He probably did it to keep Lily safe. I respect him even more, realizing his intentions. If there was ever a man who deserved to live forever, it was him. Regret still sits in my stomach for my inability to visit him more often before he passed. The funeral hit me just as hard as it hit Lily, but I'd never show it. The life of every man who wears a ruby pinky ring is sacred to me. I turn up my coat collar as I walk it to Donovan's car. He's already outside smoking a cigarette, looking down the street like he expects the red hitters to come rolling down any minute. You look like you got a good night's sleep, he says, flicking his cigarette butt into the street. Don't get started with me, I grumble. I was initiating Lily last night. Very busy evening. Busy doing what? he asks with a lopsided grin. I push him with my shoulder. None of your business, actually. We're focused on Project G this morning. The big mystery. It's going to be a big moneymaker once it's brought to life. I have reason to believe that Dmitri was close to finishing before his death. He put a lot of hours in, even when he was sick. Say what you will, but the man was dedicated, Donovan says with a palpable note of admiration in his voice. More than most, and that's why the research is so important. He poured his final years into it, and everything he did was purely selfless. There aren't any tricks here to make it look better than it really is. Dmitri was working on something incredible, and he tried his best to complete it before he died. Project G, Donovan mutters. I still have no idea what that means. I turn toward Dmitri's house, walking quickly, but not at a suspiciously fast pace. If the red hitter are here, they'll recognize me anyway, but I also don't want to attract wander eyes from civilians either. They're likely to call the police if they notice Donovan and I enter Dmitri's house through the back. You won't know what it means until we get the research, I say to Donovan as he comes up beside me. Once I get it, I may need your help deciphering it. I hope he didn't write it in code, he replies, only half joking. I wouldn't put anything past him, I say with a thin laugh. We'll just have to deal with whatever antics he cooked up before he passed. I'm sure he wouldn't have made it take difficult, considering he knew he was sick. True, Donovan mutters, but it sounds more like a hope than any sort of real agreement. The truth is, we don't know what Dmitri did with the research. He would have wanted to keep it hidden from prying eyes, especially since he was so close to finishing it. It could be hidden very well in the house or in plain sight. We won't know until we start looking. Once we reach Dmitri's yard, we circle around the back of the house, watching closely for traps. He lived a fairly regular life, and Lily was over often, so I doubt there's anything that he set, but I wouldn't put it past the police to leave something behind for nosy people like Donovan and me. A gust of wind rustles the trees as we creep toward the back door. A few birds chirp, and the sun rises slowly in the sky. It's already hot today. The rain is past, and the sun is back out, shining like a death ray and promising a much hotter day ahead. Arriving at the door, I see the determination on Donovan's face. His hand is already in his jacket pocket, clutching a gun in case there's trouble. We have to hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst in situations like this. We have backup, but they can't be close enough to save us if things go south too quickly. They have to stay back so they don't draw attention to themselves, so we're in this alone. Danger levels are high, but I've been in worse situations. Donovan leans against the back door as I pull out a key. Dmitri gave it to me years ago for emergencies, and assuming he didn't change his locks in the past few years, it should get us into the house without having to pick any locks. I pull open the screen door, inserting the key into the lock and twisting it. The lock clicks open with a smooth metallic sound. I look at Donovan with a grim smile. We're in. Chapter 16. Ivan. The house is dark and hot when we enter, drenched in the deafening silence of 1,000 memories. They're worn into the carpet when we step into the hallway, painted on the walls as we walk down it to his office at the far end of the house. I remember this place, but it's like a dream being here again. I don't belong in this sacred house. It's too peaceful for a man like me. Wait a second, Donovan says, freezing suddenly. I stop, looking over to him. What is it? He shakes his head. I don't know, but something isn't right. I lower my voice to a whisper. Red hitters? He shakes his head. Something else. Someone has been here already. I frown, but I trust his judgment. Donovan has broken into more houses than either of us can count. He's been doing this type of thing for decades, and in that time, he's built up a wicked intuition. If he says something isn't right, then something most definitely isn't right. Donovan pulls his gun, nodding down the hallway toward Dmitri's office. Do you smell it? Something sour. I close my eyes for a moment, turning my nose up and sniffing the humid air. There is something sour, but it's more than that. Any old house can have a sour smell after being left abandoned for a few days, but this goes beyond sour. It's a bit musky, like body odor. I sniff myself, double-checking I haven't dragged in the unpleasant smell. Donovan looks like he wants to laugh, but he knows the situation is precarious. Now isn't the time for humor. Smells like a person. I whisper. You think they're still here? Could be, he replies, narrowing his eyes. Let's check the rest of the house first for signs of a prior break-in. Then, we'll have a better idea of what we're dealing with. I nod, turning on my heels and head back down the hallway toward the living room. From there, we sweep the first floor thoroughly on the way to the front door. The musky scent grows stronger, but then it's replaced by the earth smell of the outdoors. There it is, Donovan mutters, as we arrive at the front door. The floor is covered in glass from one of the side windows. There's blood on it too, but it's not very fresh. Probably a few days old. Amateur work, Donovan says, shaking his head at the mess. So, not the red hitters? No, he replies, looking up at me. Probably some crackhead or something. I wouldn't be surprised if he was asleep in one of the rooms. I'm just surprised nobody in the neighborhood has reported it. I hold up my finger. But perhaps they did, and the police ignored it because they assumed it was related to the red hitters. That's a good point. We'd better be careful, though, because I've dealt with some pretty dangerous addicts in my life. If they're willing to break into Dimitri's house, they might also be willing to do harm to us. I pull my gun, checking that there's a round in the chamber. I'm ready if you are. Born ready, he mutters with a smirk. We turn around and head back toward the office, keeping our eyes and ears open for any sign of the intruder. If we're lucky, they've already left, but there's a solid chance they're still hanging around somewhere in the house. It's a big place with several floors, so there's plenty of places for them to hide. We might not even run into them, even if they are here, though, because our only goal is to get the research documents from Dimitri's office. As much as I hate that someone has desecrated his house like this, we don't have time to weed them out and give them the punishment they deserve. We've been here too long already. The air is tense and heavy again as we head to Dimitri's office. The carpet makes our footsteps silent, but every breath I take sounds far too loud. I start to get this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach, like this whole thing is a trap, but I ignore it as my hand wraps around the doorknob to the office. I glance at Donovan and nod, turning it and opening the door. My finger twitches next to the trigger of my gun, but when Donovan flashes a light inside, it's obvious nobody is in the office. It's not a large space, maybe 100 square feet total, and most of the floor space is consumed by tables and a long desk. There's a safe sitting under the desk, but it feels almost too obvious. Take the safe out and let's bring it to the car. I'll strip the hard drives from the computer and bring those as well, I say, pointing to the desk. Donovan pulls a lockpick out of his jacket, twirling it in the dim light. I can pick it now if you want. Could be rigged, I caution. Better to bring it back and have our explosives team take a look at it. He chuckles, tucking the pick back into his pocket. I was about to get my face blown off. You might be more handsome that way, I joke. He curses at me in Russian. Then we both laugh, pilfering through the office in search for anything that will bring us closer to knowing Dimitri's progress with Project G. We can't afford to miss anything. After a few minutes of collecting hard drives and figuring out how to move the safe without sawing through the desk, we stumble out of Dimitri's office. Donovan carries the safe in his arms, and I have half a dozen hard drives, files, and a few books stacked up in my arms. Just as we're about to reach the end of the hallway, though, a figure steps into view. Hey, you're in my house, a scrawny man wearing nothing more than a pair of dirty boxers says. Crackheads, Donovan whispers, shaking his head. Doesn't look like much a threat, though. I clear my throat, walking up to the skinny man with every intention of kicking him through the wall if he comes at me. There isn't an ounce of sympathy in my body for him. If we were at anyone else's house, maybe I'd take pity on him for his unfortunate circumstances, but this is Dimitri's house. He isn't getting sympathy from me. If you don't leave within the next 5 seconds, I'm going to break every bone in your frail little body, I growl, looking down at him with pure contempt. The man pulls his head back so hard he has to take a step to keep from falling on his ass. Oh, damn. Are you the Mafia or something? Do I look like it? I ask with a devilish grin. He nods. My buddy got mixed up with those folks and he got his hands cut off. Can't even jerk off no more. Well, You wouldn't want that to happen to you, would you? He shakes his head, his mouth hanging open. No, sir. Then get out, I growl, raising my voice so he knows I'm not going to tell him again. He has already tested my patience enough. I'm gone, he yelps, jumping toward the back door and running out into the yard. Donovan sighs, walking up to me as I stand in the hallway, silent rage coursing through my body with every beat of my heart. Let's go, he says softly. I grit my teeth. Right, let's go.
Chapter 17. Lily. What's in the safe? I ask as Ivan comes through the front door with a giant metal box in his arms. It must weigh a ton, but he makes it look light as a feather. We'll know when we open it, he says, putting it down just inside the door, but that's a challenge for another time. Right now we need to get you comfortable shooting a gun. A little jolt of adrenaline hits me at the mention of shooting. He said he wanted to do that today, but I tucked it away in the back of my head like it wasn't actually going to happen. I've spent the better part of today lying in the garden, smelling flowers, and trying to make a whistle out of a blade of grass. Do we have to do that today? I ask, taking a cautious step back as Ivan removes his coat. We could see what's in the safe first. That sounds more interesting. I need to have a bomb squad look at it first, so no, he replies. Believe it or not, guns are a safer option this evening. I peek around him, looking at the safe like it's going to explode any second. Why would he bring it inside if it needed to be looked at by a bomb squad? Does he want to keep me from leaving through the front door? Don't worry about the safe, he says, coming toward me and slipping a hand around my waist. Think about all the fun we're going to have together. Shooting is fun. Maybe for you, I say as I melt into the warmth of his muscular body. He smells like cigar smoke and the great outdoors, a combination that causes a stir in my belly. It seems like no matter how many times he claims me, I want to be underneath him again. In bed, under the stars, or anywhere he pleases. As long as I can ride him like there's no tomorrow, I'll be happy. Ivan moves his hand up under my skirt, taking me in his hand and squeezing one cheek. I jump at the sudden change of pace, my face flushing hot. I don't know why I'm still so shy around him. I should be used to this by now. Give me a kiss, he says, leaning down and tickling my face with his stubble. I tilt my chin up, meeting his lips and relaxing into his body further. I feel like I could melt completely and soak into his shirt. I think I'd like that, actually. I want to be a part of him, going where he goes and never having to be alone. Ivan's tongue dances in my mouth for a moment, but he pulls away far too soon, leaving a burning desire in me for more. The urge to pounce on him is great, but I can tell he doesn't want this to turn into a repeat of the first night I stayed over. Apparently we have business to attend to. Put on some long sleeves and a shirt with a high neckline. I don't want you getting burned by any loose shells. We'll be putting quite a few rounds downrange, he says, adjusting his tie and giving me a lopsided smile. No dresses. As fun as that would be. I don't think you deserve a dress, I say, smoothing down my skirt. You're such a tease. Relax, princess. You'll get what you deserve after dinner. Don't think I've forgotten about your behavior this morning. I raise an eyebrow, curious as to what he means by that. I may have defied him, but it wasn't for long. A command is a command, after all. He claps his hands and winks. Perhaps a little discipline is in order. What? Really? I stayed home all day, I whine. He chuckles, leading me toward the staircase as he smooths his hair back with his free hand. You stayed home, but you were still a defiant little thing this morning. Stuff like that can get you in trouble. You left so quickly I didn't even have time to defy you. If you want to see defiance, trying doing something like that right now, you'd have to fight me to get through the front door, I say, pinching his arm. More reasons why you must be disciplined. His voice is calm, but there's something wicked in it. He's the perfect lover, but he can be cruel with how he gives me pleasure sometimes. I suspect this is one of those times. I won't know until after we do the gun training though, so I don't push my luck. I dash up the stairs, changing into fresh clothes that Ivan had delivered here this morning. Everything is beautiful, practical, and fits perfectly. There's even a completely separate set of pretty underwear, lingerie, and some things I haven't even figured out how to wear yet. In the spirit of keeping things practical, I choose black legging and matching long-sleeved shirt. Underneath, however, I sneak in a little fun with a neon green thong. I figured out that although Ivan is rather grim and gray with his wardrobe, all the lingerie he's bought for me is bright and cheerful. I understand why he needs me in his life so much now. I'm here to balance him out. As the sun begins to drop toward the horizon, I rush past the stained glass in the hallway and race down the stairs to meet up with Ivan. He's carrying a black plastic suitcase with an orange caution sticker on the side. I see tiredness in his eyes, but I doubt he'd ever admit that. He works so hard without complaining at all. We'll have to take one of the golf carts down to the range, but it's not too far from here, he says, nodding toward the door. You ready? As ready as I'll ever be, I say, attempting to hide the fear in my voice. As much as I understand the need for me to be trained to shoot, I always associate guns with senseless violence. It feels like I'm becoming part of the problem by learning to use one. But I signed up for this lifestyle, and there's no backing out. Ivan leads me out and around the back, where there's a white golf cart waiting in the grass. Ivan can barely fit behind the wheel, and I stifle a laugh as he struggles to position his knees correctly without knocking the steering wheel. Maybe I should drive, I say as I slide into the seat next to him. No, I got this, he says, his voice strained as he wiggles in his seat. I cover my mouth to keep from laughing as he starts to sweat. He's trying so hard to fit into this little golf cart, and it's so funny to watch. There are plenty of perks to be a humongous man, but this is one of the unfortunate downsides. Comfortable? I ask as he finally twists the key to start the cart. He glares at me, sweat dripping down his forehead. Just wonderfully so. And you? I smirk, wiggling in my seat like he did. Yes, very comfortable. He laughs, pressing the accelerator and causing the cart to lurch forward. We'll see how comfortable you are when we get to the range. Those targets are designed to be difficult. I like a good challenge. I feel like he thinks I won't be able to handle it because I'm a small woman with hands a third of the size of his, but I'm sure if he gave me an appropriately sized gun, I wouldn't be half bad at shooting. I don't especially like the idea of practicing to kill someone, but if push comes to shove, I'll do what I have to so that I survive. Life feels worth it these days. It's odd that it took a funeral and a brush with death to realize how fortunate I am, but I'll take it. It's better than continuing through life with a dark cloud of despair hanging over me. Besides, I might not even be alive for that long because of my membership in the Bratva. I should enjoy the days I have left to live. It's funny how that works. People spend their whole life moping around, feeling sorry for themselves without demanding any better from life, and then when they feel threatened by the Grim Reaper, they suddenly want to do all this stuff and enjoy themselves again. That's my case, at least. I don't know how Ivan feels about this lifestyle. I can tell it takes a toll on him, but there doesn't seem to be anything he'd rather be doing than shooting guns, making money, and turning my life upside down with his tongue. The wind through my hair is warm and promising as we arrive at the shooting range. It's facing a hill, allowing the bullets to stop as they hit the dirt instead of continuing on toward the edge of the property. There's a short wooden fence around it, but otherwise it's exposed to the elements. Don't shoot any of my ducks, Ivan says as he parks the cart. Your ducks? I ask, a bit confused as I step out onto the grass. Ivan points to the hill, where a few ducks are sitting in the grass. You'll want to avoid those guys. They're usually at the pond, but sometimes they like to hang out at the range. I love those little guys. At first I think he's joking, but when I look at his face, all I see is silent admiration for our winged company. As it turns out, he really does like the ducks. I'll admit, I've never really thought much of ducks. My parents never let me feed them bread like everyone else did when we went to the park, but maybe Ivan had a better experience growing up. Your ducks, I clarify as we walk toward the range entrance. So, they're pets or what? They're nature's pets, he replies cheerfully. Beautiful creatures. I find his appreciation endearing, but my focus quickly switches back to the task at hand as he lays his plastic suitcase on the table at the front of the range and unlatches it. The smell of gun oil and a faint hint of gunpowder fill my nose as he opens it, revealing a couple of pistols and a folded rifle. "We'll start with something small," he says, removing one of the pistols and pulling back the slide. "Aim for the orange target closest to us, and we'll go from there." I'm surprised when he hands me the gun, forgoing any other instructions or warnings. I try exercise common sense as I hold it, pointing it down the range and keeping my finger off the trigger until I'm ready to shoot. "Oh, and maybe you want these," Ivan says, digging into his pocket and pulling out a pair of fluorescent yellow earplugs. "Oh, right. So I don't go deaf," I say, taking them and plugging my ears. "You don't need any?" He shrugs. "Already deaf." I laugh, but I realize he probably does have some amount of hearing damage from all the times he's used his gun without wearing protection. Take that risk enough times and you'll eventually face some steep consequences. My eyes travel down to the gun in my hand, and I feel sick to my stomach. I can't believe I'm doing this. I lift the gun, looking toward Ivan for approval. "Both hands," he says, mimicking the correct stance. I bring my other hand up, holding the gun so tightly that my knuckles ache. The plastic grip is so sweaty that I'm afraid it's going to slip out of my hands at the first shot. I adjust my grip a few times, wiping my hands on my leggings before attempting to aim. Point and shoot. "I just want to get an idea of how your aim is," Ivan says, his voice muffled to a whisper from the earplugs. The orange target is nothing more than a piece of metal sticking up from the ground. I think it's hinged so that it falls when I hit it, but I won't know until I shoot. I try to relax my body, starting at my shoulders and then moving to my jaw when I realize how tightly it's clenched. Slowly I inhale and my vision narrows in on the target. Even though my hands are shaking, I hold the gun firmly and squeeze the trigger. It jumps in my hands, but not so much that I can't control it. I hear a ding from the bullet hitting the target, and it folds backwards in defeat. "All right." Ivan cheers from beside me. His hands clamp down on my shoulders. "Not so bad, after all. You're a natural." My laughter takes some of the tension away, and the wind dries some of the sweat from my forehead. "You really think it was fine?" I ask, still staring at the bent target. "That's on target, so yes. We'll see if it's a fluke in just a moment," he says, pulling a remote from his pocket and clicking a button. The orange target pops back up. "Go ahead and take another shot." I squint at the target, raising my gun again and firing a shot off much quicker. It hits the target, knocking it over again. "Amazing," Ivan says, beaming at me like a proud parent. "You are going to do great. Let's get you on some harder targets and see how you do."
Chapter 18. Ivan. I couldn't be prouder of the progress that Lily has made since she arrived at my house. When she first got here, she was a shivering little baby deer consumed by fear and unable to see anything but danger. Now, she is the danger. Even I'm a little scared of her after seeing how accurate her shots were on the range. She managed to hit some of the targets that I missed, making her one of the best shooters in the Bratva with little to no practice. Of course, all that shooting takes a toll on the body, and she's currently napping on the couch in the lounge. I'm tempted to join her, but my explosives team is just finished with the safe, and they assure me it's okay to open. So, I leave my precious girl to get some rest, carrying the safe to my office to dig into it. If this doesn't have any information about Project G, then perhaps one of Dimitri's hard drives could tell me something helpful. Cracking the safe isn't a problem, since the explosives team already drilled holes in the lock. It opens without an issue, revealing something both surprising and disheartening. I lean back in my leather chair, reaching for a cigar and lighting it before I even attempt to make sense of what Dimitri put in the safe. Smoke fills the room, and I close my eyes, imagining what Dimitri could have meant by this. Coming up blank, I open my eyes, reaching into the safe and pulling out the little wad of cotton inside. It's raw, like it was plucked straight from the plant and not pulled from the stuffing of a toy. I sniff it, trying to get some idea of what it's for. It doesn't smell like anything unusual, no chemicals or perfumes. At first inspection, it really does just seem like a random little piece of cotton. But it can't be that. It must mean something. Dimitri wouldn't have left this in a safe if it wasn't somehow important. And if it turns out not to be, I'm probably going to lose my mind over it before we ever find the research for Project G. I tossed the cotton on the top of my desk, watching it like I expected to grow legs and run away. There's a secret here, a riddle, perhaps, and it's my job to figure out the answer. I drummed my fingers on the top of my desk, my thoughts growing increasingly abstract. Cotton? What does that have to do with Project G? Dimitri was working on a unique process for diluting gasoline using a special chemical compound that could be added to tanks before they're delivered to gas stations. But theoretically, it would show very little difference in millage and it wouldn't damage engines, but it would cut 10 cents off the cost of a gallon. 10 cents multiplied by the 376 million gallons consumed in the United States daily would be enough to make us rich many times over. The implications are astounding, but it would only work if the research was finished. And all I have for proof of this incredible project is a little ball of cotton. I groan, running my fingers through my hair as I stared down at the dastardly puff of white on my desk. Dimitri wasn't one for jokes. He was a serious man when discussing Bratva matters, and he would never do something like this as a prank. For the life of me, though, I can't figure out what it means. I need other clues, something that will steer me in the right direction. I'm halfway through my cigar, thoughts drifting slowly to madness, when there's a soft knock on my door. It's almost too quiet to hear, but I'm drenched in such an oppressive silence that it catches my attention. Ash falls off my cigar before I can set it down on the crystal ashtray on my desk. I stand up, sweeping the piece of cotton into the palm of my hand before heading to the door. There's another knock before I arrive, a little louder this time. I swing open the door, and Lily takes a step back in surprise. "Oh hey," she says, blinking away her nerves. "I just wanted to see how you were." I open the door further, stepping away to let her into my office. "I thought you were napping." She shrugs one shoulder as she walks in. I couldn't sleep. Everything is so exciting. Maybe that's not the right word, but it's close. "I understand," I say, shutting the door softly and making my way back to my desk. "I might have something to take your mind off things. It's certainly been a distraction for me." She perks up, her eyes bright and energetic despite the late hour. Suddenly I remember what I told her before, the way I was planning on punishing her for being a naughty girl this morning and giving me a hard time about leaving. Maybe it's the innocent pout in her lips or the rosiness in her cheeks, but I can't bring myself to be too tough with her. Maybe I'll just give her a little spanking, something to remind her who's in charge. "Come here," I say, placing the piece of cotton back on my desk and sitting down. She moves around the desk, her hands clasped at her waist earnestly. She's so pure, so far from everything I'm used to, but that only makes me want to corrupt her until she's as filthy as I am. Not bitter, though. I want her to stay sweet with a layer of filth over top. That way, when I sink my teeth in, there's still plenty to enjoy. Lily stands next to me, the smell of honeysuckles and vanilla filling the air. She always smells so good, so delicious in her own pretty way. "What's that?" she asks, looking down at the cotton on my desk. "We'll get around to it. First, I need you to bend over," I say, patting my lap. "Right here." Her nose wrinkles as she frowns, her eyes searching mine for an explanation. "Bend over, sweetheart. I told you I needed to punish you, remember?" "Oh," she says, redness flooding her pretty cheek. "I thought you might have forgotten. I did so good today, though." I smile, unable to truly be angry at anything she does. I'm only doing this because I want to feel her body twitching on my lap as I lay my hand down on her pale ass. It turns me on to no end to watch her submit to me. "You can either leave my office or bend over my lap. It's up to you," I say, giving her a way out if she really wants it. As it turns out, she doesn't. She bends over my lap immediately, pressing her body into the firmness of my thighs. Because of the deliciously high levels of spice in the next scene, it's only available by clicking the link in the description or going to bellakingbooks.com.
Chapter 19. Lily. I come out of the bathroom, my face glowing from the lovely facial I received from Ivan. "Thank you for that," I say, running my fingers over my lips. "Don't tease me any further, darling. I don't think I could handle another adventure like that," Ivan says, looking genuinely exhausted from what I did to him. Glowing pride warms my chest, and I hum in satisfaction. I thought he could do everything by himself, with no real need for me. As it turns out, we can both give each other something that wouldn't be possible otherwise. I found my talent, and he's found a reason to be even more obsessed with me. Come, he says, taking his cigar from the ashtray on his desk and puffing it back to life. I want to ask you something. Maybe you can provide some insight on this maddening riddle. I've always liked riddles. One of the first presents Dimitri ever gave me was a book full of riddles. I'd stay up all night sometimes, trying to solve them. Occasionally, Dimitri would give me a hint, but he never believed in giving the answer away. You see this piece of cotton? Ivan says, pointing to the little white tuft on his desk. I nod. I believe it means something. I just don't know what, he says. I frown, leaning against the desk and examining the unassuming object. Is this a joke? I don't quite understand what you're trying to get from this, I say. Is it supposed to mean something? Yes, he replies, rubbing his chin and taking another puff of his cigar. Something terribly important, I'm afraid. I found it in Dimitri's safe, and I have reason to believe it's related to his research on Project G. Ivan might as well be the one speaking in riddles right now. I have no idea what he's on about, but if it has to do with Dimitri, I feel like I should know. What's Project G? I ask, looking at the cotton again. Something your uncle was working on. He poured all his time into it when he was getting close to passing, and I believe the work was almost finished. Since you're already initiated into the Bratva, I can go into further detail if you'd like. Please do, I reply softly. He twirls his cigar between his teeth, thinking for a moment before leaning forward in his chair and lowering his voice. Project G was nothing more than a pipe dream 10 years ago. We heard rumors of something developing a chemical compound that could dilute gasoline without being detected by modern methods, a secret way to shave roughly 10 cents off a gallon. It adds up quickly when you're selling in bulk. I gasp as I'm hit by a memory of Dimitri, and I explain it to Ivan excitedly. One night, about a year ago, Dimitri came back from a trip absolutely reeking of gasoline. He said he spilled some at the station, but it smelled like he had been swimming in it. Ivan holds up his finger, wagging it at me. You see, that could actually be useful information. You say he was gone from the house. Do you know how long? Not more than a few hours, I reply. Good. I doubt his laboratory is at the house then. Maybe all the research is stored elsewhere. I just don't understand what the cotton has to do with anything. I mean, there's a cotton farm a few miles out of town. Dimitri took me there once, but he never told me why. He just wanted to hang out there for a little while and look at the crops. Ivan's green eyes light up, and he leaps from his chair. His large hands come down hard on my shoulders, shaking me until my brain is rattling around in my head like loose change in the clothes dryer. You've done it. Lily, you've goddamn done it. My head is spinning once he lets me go, and it takes a second to steady myself. Sorry, but what exactly have I done? Project G wasn't being developed in the house. That much I'm certain of now, he replies, his eyes open so wide that I can see the full curve of his whites. You said Dimitri took you to a cotton farm. Which one? Where? I don't know, I admit. It was a while ago. No worries, he mutters, dropping back into his chair and reaching into a drawer beside him. He pulls out a laptop and lays it on the desk, opening it and typing in a password so fast that his fingers blur. There we go, almost there, he mumbles, opening a browser and slamming his fingers into the keyboard again. Maps. Let's find the nearest cotton farm. Can you find that sort of thing? I ask, leaning in. They're private property, right? Unlabeled. Sure, but you can see which areas are farmland if you zoom out and move around Dimitri's neighborhood. This lab is close by, probably hidden on or near a cotton farm, possibly one in his name. That makes sense, I reply, leaning in further to get a better look at the screen. As Ivan scrolls through the map with the concentration of a man on a definite mission, I find myself distracted by the way he smells, the visceral musk of his body combined with the smoke from his cigar. Even though I just finished him off, I find myself drawn to him again, eager to please him the way he pleases me. There it is, Ivan says, jolting me out of my lustful daze. He points at the map on his screen, zooming in on the image of a cotton field taken from a satellite. Does that look familiar? I shrug. I mean, it's a cotton field. They all kind of look the same. Are there any others in the area? Not that I can find, he replies, zooming out a bit. No, there aren't any. But look. He points to something else on the screen, the roof of a small shack in the dead center of the cotton field. That's odd, isn't it? Yeah, weird placement, I agree, feeling a stir of excitement. You think that's his lab? It could be, but there's only one way we're going to find out. I suggest you wear something warm and be prepared to do a bit of walking. We can't park anywhere close to this place, or it's going to draw attention from passing cars. One police report, and the red hitters will be buzzing like flies around that place. I step back, my heart hammering in my chest so hard that it hurts. You want me to get ready now? He stands up, grabbing the little piece of cotton from the desk. Yes, and don't delay. This is time sensitive. The sooner we find the lab, the sooner we can finish Dimitri's research. Once I change my clothes and come back downstairs, Dimitri hands me a belt with a holster on it. Put this on, he says, wrapping it around my hips. You want me to carry a gun? I ask, my heart leaping into my throat. It's required if you're on business. Really, everyone in the Bratva carries 100% of the time, but you don't have to carry if you're at the house. It's just when we go out. The weight of the belt and subsequent gun on my hip are unusual, but not uncomfortable. The heaviness reminds me that I'm carrying a significant burden with me now, the reality of being a member of a powerful criminal organization. One wrong choice could land me in prison or 6 feet under. I try not to think about that consequence too much, though. It distracts me from being in the moment and enjoying the life that I've fallen into. I'm more positive now about everything than I was when Dimitri died. Maybe this is the universe's way of apologizing? Or maybe it's just another curse. Only time will tell. Ivan is already at the door with his shoes on by the time I've adjusted my holster to where it doesn't flap around. The thigh strap is useful, but the elastic was a little loose at first. I think it used to belong to Ivan because his thighs are so large from all the muscle he has. Ready? He asks, smoothing his curls back and flashing me a winning grin. As ready as I'll ever be, I reply, slipping into a pair of plain white sneakers. He pulls open the door. Let's take the convertible. The weather is just begging for it today.
Chapter 20. Ivan. I almost do another loop around the cotton farm just to hear Lily's carefree laughter again, but we can't draw attention to ourselves. The car is already flashy enough, and even with the darkness of night setting in, there's still a chance we could be seen by the wrong people. I've had Donovan trying to get a location on the red hitters since they shot up Dimitri's funeral, but it's not as easy as walking into the police station and demanding to know who all is involved. The best way to get them is to find out where one of them lives, a difficult task in and of itself. Once we know one of their locations, we can track them until they arrive at a mutual meeting place. As long as it's a regular location with a consistent time and date for meetings, and there aren't any other unrelated people meeting in the same location, it would be possible to rig the place with explosives and blow them sky high. I'm done dancing around the law and pretending I'm not a bad guy. I want them to know me, fear me, and never send anyone at me again for fear that they will be annihilated. I am the bad guy, and they'll either respect that or be on the first train to hell the next morning. It'll be easier to get that sort of respect with Project G in full swing. If we can convert that precious chemical compound that Dimitri was working on into cold, hard cash, we won't need to fear the red hitters any longer. Revenue will go from millions to trillions, and we can pay off every politician south of Canada to continue operations without ever being bothered again. Police would mean nothing at that point, but that's all hinging on finding the research Dimitri was so close to finishing. Without it, we have nothing. I pull a large flashlight from the convertible after we park it behind an old barn half a mile down the road. Handing it to Lily, I grab a few more supplies, lockpicks and a bomb detector to make sure we don't get blown to pieces the moment we open the door to Dimitri's shack. You're going to want to stay close, I say to Lily as we cross the road and head toward the cotton field. I doubt there are any people out this late, but there could be wild animals. Snakes are just as dangerous as people. Sometimes snakes are people, she replies, tapping the side of her head with her finger. I chuckle. In this case, they're reptiles and they tend to bite people who step on them by accident. Copperheads are common around here. Yeah, I know. One got into Dimitri's house one time and had a bunch of babies under his couch. I've never heard a grown man scream so high-pitched before. I smile. He's always been scared of snakes. That must have been terrifying for him. Yes, but he dealt with them quickly. He always took care of business, no matter what. He taught me that fear wasn't something to be controlled by. You must act regardless of fear, she says. You've learned a lot from him, and I'm thankful for that. Without his teachings, you probably wouldn't be able to handle being a part of the Bratva, I say as we venture down the road. We're closer to the cotton field now. I catch hints of it in the distance as Lily's flashlight sways with her stride. I'm not really sure if I can handle it, to be honest, she says, looking up at me. Nonsense. You've gotten this far, which is how I know you're cut out for it. If you say so. She doesn't sound confident, but that will come with time. She's still new to this lifestyle, and it's not something anyone gets used to in a few short days. Months, or possibly years, will warm her up to her new reality, and then she'll be able to look at me with conviction in her eyes and say she belongs in the Bratva. Just focus on the current mission, and everything else will fall into place, I tell her as we arrive at the cotton field. As the satellite imagery showed, there is a little shack standing off in the distance at the middle of the field. I was expecting to have to wade through the cotton plants to reach it, but there's a path that cuts right through the middle all the way there. Easy enough. I just hope my all-access key works on the lock. It was fine for Dimitri's house, but I don't know what his setup here is. He may have wanted more security. Very quick, but no running. That draws attention, I say to Lily as we step over the low wooden fence. Got it. We make our way down the path, hurrying through the darkness of night. Lily's flashlight cuts through the mystery, revealing every rock and stick in the way as we make quick progress toward the shack. It almost feels too easy, but then again, so did breaking into Dimitri's house. From that, we got nothing more than a riddle and a slim chance of finding the research. I'm praying this will reveal something more substantial. When we arrive at the shack, I pause for a moment, turning to Lily. Point your flashlight at the door for a second. She aims the lead beam at the door, and my heart sinks. It's just an old wooden door on rusted hinges, hardly the security measure a person would take for a secret laboratory. This doesn't look right, I mutter, grabbing the door handle and pulling on it. It comes open without a fight, the rusty hinges making surprisingly little noise, like they're only supposed to look rusty. In reality, they work just fine. My breath catches in my chest when I see another door behind the wooden door, this time made of metal with a keyhole, just like the one on the back door of Dimitri's house. It should work with my universal key. I think this is it. The excitement in my voice is obvious, despite my efforts to hide it. We found the lab, Lily asks, peering over my shoulder as I bend down to try my key. As far as I know, but we're going to need to be careful. I'm sure the keyhole isn't rigged to explode, but we should turn on the bomb detector and keep it with us as we search the place, I explain. I hope we don't get blown up. That would be anticlimactic, she says. I chuckle as I stick the key in and turn it. It wouldn't be the worst way to go. There's a little click as the key turns, indicating that it works. I pump my fist as I stand up, smiling at our first real victory. This is an important step toward uncovering the research for Project G. The door to the lab swings open inward, and I have Lily shine her flashlight inside. At the same time, I pull out my bomb detector and turn it on, looking carefully for even the faintest readings that we could be in danger. I don't get so much as a blip, which tells us it's safe to go inside. I doubt Dimitri has this place booby-trapped. It wouldn't make sense, since he comes here all the time. There might be a silent alarm, but the location alone is enough to keep people away from it. Okay, I say, putting my hand on Lily's shoulder. I feel her tremble, and I frown. Are you good? Yes. I'm fine, she blurts. Totally fine. You're shaking. I'm excited, she admits. I always shake when I'm excited. I look her over, making sure she's not about to lose her cool, but I can tell she's telling the truth. Her brown eyes are wide and bright with anticipation, and even though her flashlight is bouncing around like carnival lights, her shoulders are pulled back and her stance indicates self-assuredness. Okay, let's go inside, but I want you to stick close. Don't wander off, I warn. Not much room to wander, she mutters as we step inside. While she may be right, that doesn't change that this situation could go from 0 to 100 in the snap of a finger. She needs to stay close. Her life may very well depend on it.
Chapter 21. Lily. The flashlight helps me find the light switch, which I flick on despite Ivan's warning. He's just not quick enough for my wandering hands. You need to be more careful, he says, clamping his hand down over his heart. You have no idea what's dangerous in here. I wrinkle my nose at his reaction. Ivan, it's just a light switch. I feel like you've been doing this Bratva thing for too long, and besides, I know my Uncle Dmitri. He wouldn't rig explosives to a light switch. Too easy to kill yourself by accident. You thought you knew him, Ivan corrects, moving in front of me and scanning the room. But you didn't even know he was a member of the Bratva. I shrug. Okay, so there were a few things he didn't want me to know, but that doesn't mean I don't know him. I spent tons of time with him, even when I was going to school. I spent decades with him, Ivan grumbles. Please don't sass me. I laugh. Where did you learn that word from? He turns to me, his eyebrows drawn together in a deep frown. I can tell he's offended. Stop acting like I don't know English. I moved here from Russia before you were even born. I smirk. Then why is my English better than yours? He rolls his eyes. Okay, princess, you win this time, but you're setting yourself up for another round of spankings when we get home. I bite my tongue before I can say anything that will dig me any deeper into this hole. I don't altogether mind the spankings, especially when they end the way the last ones did. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Get a look at this, Ivan whispers, grabbing my attention from across the room. I hurry over to him, looking around Dmitri's lab for the first time. It's a surprisingly simple room, with 4 steel walls and a similarly metallic floor. There's a cabinet on the far side of the room, where Ivan is standing, and a desk with a computer at it a few feet away. I think we hit the jackpot, he says as he opens the cabinet doors to reveal a stack of manila folders. He pulls one out, leafing through it for a moment before jumping up. Lily, this is it. This is the good stuff. My blood pressure spikes, and I try to keep my voice from shaking as I meet Ivan's glowing eyes. How? How far along is the research, can you tell? I'm not sure, he says, his voice shaking just as much as mine is. Damn, where was that? Ah, yes, it's here, he says, opening one of the folders and thumbing through it for a moment. Okay, it looks pretty complete. I'm not going to lie. I think he might actually have finished it. We'll have to take it to some experts to know for sure. That's great news, I say, jumping up on my toes and grabbing Ivan in a tight embrace. I press my face into his chest, smelling his comforting scent and sinking into his warmth. His heart is beating so fast in his chest, it's almost concerning, but mine is doing the same. Ivan wraps his arms around me, holding me in place for almost a minute as we both retract into our heads for a moment. I don't know what he's thinking of, but I'm imagining a future together where we don't have to worry about anything ever again. If he really was so rich, beyond his wildest dreams even, he would have more time to spend with me. It's a selfish fantasy, but one that stays with me even as our embrace ends and we continue pilfering through the lab. I want to have a life with Ivan, even to possibly get married one day. I'd never admit it to him now, since I'm sure he'd think I was getting ahead of myself, but I'm so obsessed with him, it's becoming difficult to contain. I'm taking the hard drive out of this computer, Ivan says, moving over to the desk. Could you turn your flashlight on again so I can see in here? Yeah, sure, I say, rushing over to him and pulling it out. Just as I'm clicking the button, a noise from outside causes us both to freeze. It's the sound of a car engine, and we're supposed to be alone. Be prepared to run or possibly shoot. Both, if necessary, Ivan says, his voice deepening as he walks past me. There's no way that's good news. You think it's the red hitters? I whisper, my skin crawling at the thought of facing those corrupt cops again. They give me the creeps. It could be, or could be some kind of local security. Either way, it's not good. We're technically not supposed to be here because it's not our property, which means we're at risk of arrest at the very least. I can't go to jail, I hiss, my stomach tightening. I have a job and an apartment and... Relax, princess. You don't have anything anymore except for me. You gave all that civilian crap up once you joined the Bratva, Ivan says, shooting me a fierce warning look. Just stay calm and follow orders. I nod, feeling a shimmer of hope knowing that he's with me. I've never had any legitimate run-ins with the police before one of them tried to kidnap me. I just don't know what I'd do if I ended up in jail over it. I mean, one of them died because of me. I watched them shoot him to pieces and I did nothing. That makes me complicate in his murder. An awful thought creeps into my mind as Ivan moves toward the door. What if they came for me? What if they came for me? What if the shooting was caught on video outside the gas station and they've been following me ever since? Ivan opens the door an inch, peering outside as the sound of the engine grows louder. He stiffens, closing the door quickly and spinning on his heels to face me. There's someone out there and they're not moving. I think they know about us. What are we going to do? I ask, trying to keep the fear out of my voice and failing miserably. We do what we have to do, he says, pulling a phone from his pocket. I'm going to call in reinforcements, but we can't stay here. We need to start moving away from the lab. We can circle around back and go from there. We're just going to make a run for it? I ask, putting my hand on my gun. I almost want to go out shooting, just to know what it feels like to be in the action. I'm already a criminal. What would stop me from acting like one? We shoot only if necessary, he warns, pushing my hand away from my gun. Don't do anything to draw more attention to us. It's bad enough as is. The red hitters are drooling for a chance to start a full-out war. We're already in a war, I hiss. They came at me once. If they do it again, I'm shooting them. Period. He sighs, shaking his head, but a smile creeps onto his face. I should have known you'd be like Dmitri. That man was as cold as ice when push came to shove, and he loved shootouts. As dangerous as they were, he seemed to thrive off them. I guess we're not all that different. Then, I reply, puffing out my chest. Yes, but the difference is that he was a lot more experienced. Sure, you can hit some targets on the range, but there's a difference between a bright orange piece of stagnant metal and a man running through the field at night. He's got a point, but I feel the urge to push back. He doesn't trust me with my gun, and I need to prove to him that I'm capable. I unholster my weapon, holding it up. I'm ready to kill Ivan. I promise you I'm not going to take the coward's way out. He grits his teeth, pulling the door open again and peering out. He closes it again and shakes his head. The car is still there, but I don't see anyone. I'm texting Donovan for backup, and then we're getting the hell out of here. I suggest you put that gun away before you shoot something by accident. I narrow my eyes at him, but I respect that he's the boss. Holstering my weapon, I wait for him to text Donovan, and then we slip out the front door. The night air is cool and clear, slipping into my lungs with the same refreshing nature as cold water at 2 in the morning. The trees to the back of the field rustle in the breeze as Ivan and I huddle behind the shack, planning our next moves. I don't know what they're here for, Ivan mutters, looking around the corner for the dozenth time. Maybe they're not here for us, I whisper. That's a possibility, but then why are they here at all? There's not another farm. They'd have to go a quarter of a mile down the road. I'm all out of ideas, but Ivan doesn't seem satisfied not to know. With the manila folders clutched in one hand, he uses the other to pull out a pair of binoculars. Night vision, he says with a grin. pressing them to his eyes and peering around the corner again. "You see anything?" I whisper, my impatience getting the better of me after only a few short seconds. He looks back at me, putting the binoculars down. "Yeah, and it looks like a lone scout. We could probably ambush him." My heart jumps up into my throat. "What? You're serious?" "You wanted to shoot your gun, didn't you? Now's your chance, unless you were just putting on a show for me earlier." Chapter 22. Lily. I wasn't putting on a show, I say to Ivan, pulling my gun out of its holster. I'm more than willing to blast that guy if he's with the red hitters. The air between us is much heavier than it was when we first stepped outside, but I find myself reveling in the idea of finally getting to participate in something dangerous. Ivan looks around the corner again with his binoculars. There's no way to know for sure, but I know he's a scout. He's got a rifle and he's driving what appears to be a decommissioned police vehicle. It's stripped of all the decals, but that's what the red hitters like to use when they're off the clock. I hesitate for a moment, lowering my gun. What if it's just a civilian, a farmer checking out the commotion? Ivan looks back at me and shrugs. Could be. That's a risk we're going to have to take, though. Alternatively, we could wait for backup, and Donovan will be the one blasting a hole through his chest, but then you wouldn't get any practice. I purse my lips, weighing my options. I want so badly to prove to Ivan that I'm capable of holding my own in his Bratva. If Dmitri could do it, then why can't I? Our blood runs the same color, after all. I'll do it, I say after another moment of thinking. But how are we going to ambush him? We can't get around the shack without being seen. Ivan grins, clearly in his element as he breaks down his new plan. We draw him here with bait, scouts are sent to sniff things out, then they report back to the leader with information. Right now he doesn't have enough to go on, but if we can convince him to leave his car and come toward the shack, he'll be exposed from all sides, an easy target, if you know how to shoot in the dark. How are we going to do that? Ivan shrugs. A damsel in distress, perhaps. You want me to step out there and call for help? I ask a bit too loudly. Ivan presses a finger against his lips. Tone it down, darling. I just want you to attract him away from the car. He's not going to think it's a trap if it's a woman. Believe me, they've been trained to look for big, burly men like me. Fair enough, I reply, licking my parched lips. But if he starts shooting, I'm not playing the damsel in distress any longer. Of course not, Ivan replies, waving his hand dismissively. We'll gun him down if he shows any sign of aggression toward you. His casual confidence is reassuring, but the edge of tension that's entered my body won't leave completely, especially not as I step out into the open and wave my hands to get the attention of the man standing by his car with a rifle. I feel like I'm committing suicide, but I stick to the bit as Ivan instructed. Help. I need help over here, please. The scout jumps to attention, his hands on his rifle, but only as a precaution. He doesn't aim it at me. Please. I shout, trying to sound like I'm in pain. I can't walk. I think a snake bit me. Ivan gives me a thumbs up from behind the shack, clearly happy with my performance so far. I must say I'm also quite proud, because it lures the scout right out into the open. He walks toward me with caution, but his pace is fast enough so that he doesn't take long to get close. If I don't get him on the first shot, there's a very real possibility that I'll be the one dead at the end of this ambush. So before I even attempt to pull my gun on him, I take a deep breath, steadying myself and looking for strength inside of me. I think of Dmitri and all the work he's done for the Bratva. I imagine myself on the range, nailing the target and impressing Ivan with my aim. Under pressure, things are different, but I'm determined to prove that I can still hit a target with relatively good accuracy. Please hurry. I call out to the scout. Oh my God, what's that behind you? The scout turns, and I can't help but let a laugh slip through my teeth at his gullibility. That has to be the oldest trick in the book, and this idiot really fell for it. But he'll learn his lesson in a moment, and that will be the last time he ever falls for a stupid trick again. I pull my gun, pointing it at his back, and waiting for him to turn around before shooting him. I'd rather not shoot a man in the back. It feels a bit cheap, but then so does ambushing him. The first shot hits him, but he doesn't go down. Instead, he reaches for his rifle, and panic sparks within me. What if he's wearing a bulletproof vest? Do I have to shoot him in the head to kill him? I never trained for this. I squeeze the trigger again, still aiming at his torso, and a second shot rips into his torso. This time, he falls to his knees, clearly affected by the wound. I keep firing until he collapses, but he's still groaning in pain. "Watch out," Ivan growls from beside me, jumping out and pointing his gun at the man. He walks toward him, firing shots until his body stops jerking, and no noise can be heard from his mouth. "Holy crap," I gasp, taking a step back. "Good job," Ivan says, turning around and winking at me. "Your first kill." "I think you're the one who killed him," I reply, staring at the lifeless body on the ground. "He wasn't going to survive what you did to him. I was just showing him mercy and hurrying him along," Ivan says, putting his hand on my shoulder and giving it a reassuring squeeze. "Speaking of which, I think we also need to hurry along. Where there's one, there's more, and I'm certain they would have heard those shots." "You're right," I say, looking toward the scout's car idling on the road. "Let's get out of here." Ivan holsters his gun and takes my hand, running with me to the place where we parked the convertible. He laughs like a maniac as he slips into his seat and starts the engine, slapping his hand down on my thigh. "I live for the thrill, baby." "I love it," he says as we pull out onto the road. I laugh at his enthusiasm, but I feel the same way. The amount of excitement and adrenaline coursing through my veins right now is a little concerning, but I have to admit that I'm enjoying it. I killed a man, and I'm happy about it. "You're okay, right?" Ivan asks, shaking my legs as we speed off into the night. I must look stunned, but I'm just trying to process everything that just happened. A smile spreads over my face as I accept what I've done, and I look over at Ivan. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes are even more gorgeous than they were when I first met him, and the way he smiles makes me melt into my seat. "I feel amazing," I shout over the wind. "I feel alive." Ivan hollers into the night, tilting his head back and laughing maniacally as he accelerates down the empty road. The asphalt turns to a blur of black glass, and we arrive back home without any recollection of how we got there. Ivan walks into the house with the manila envelopes held high over his head, going straight to his office. I follow him, joining him there as he pulls out 2 cigars to celebrate. "I really shouldn't smoke," I say, even as he lights my cigar. He chuckles, then lights his own. Neither should I, and yet here we are.
Chapter 23. Ivan. I didn't sleep at all last night. Donovan arrived at the house, irritated by the abandoned call for backup, but his tone changed when he learned about the research. Project G is real, and I had proof of it. Lily fell asleep on the couch next to the bookcase as Donovan and I went through every paper in the folders, piecing together what Dmitri had developed to dilute the gas supply and make us filthy rich. The notes were solid, but we came just short of the final chemical compound. Now, as the sun creeps through the blinds and falls across my desk in slanted bars, Donovan and I go over the research for the 5th or 6th time, trying to figure out what's missing. My eyes sting from the lack of sleep and cigar smoke, but I don't want to stop until I know there's nothing more to learn. Donovan is the first to call it a day. The coffee isn't keeping him awake any longer, and his eyelids are threatening to fall over his bloodshot eyes and keep him from reading anymore. It's involuntary at this point. We need to get this stuff to a real scientist. I can't understand half of it, and what I do understand is incomplete, Donovan says, tossing a paper onto my desk. It's all so tiring. I want to be annoyed with him, but he's right. We can't figure this out on our own. We have experts who will be able to take it from here, but it helps that we know how far Dmitri came with the initial research. I look over at Lily, who is still sleeping like an angel on the couch. Her pretty little face is pressed into the leather on the couch seat, a spot of drool just beneath her lips. She probably would be embarrassed, but I think she looks more beautiful than ever when she's sleeping. I'd like nothing more than to scoop her off that couch, carry her to the bed, and cuddle with her for as long as she'll allow before she wakes up and wants breakfast. I'm simply exhausted, and I'm craving intimacy of the most precious kind. I want to be close to her, to feel her skin on mine, and to listen to the softness of her breath while she dreams. I raise my hand to Donovan, giving him a look of understanding. You can take the guest bedroom now if you wish to sleep. I don't want you driving home in your current state. A look of relief washes over his tired face. Thank you, Ivan. I'm very grateful for your hospitality. It's nothing, I reply, standing up from my desk. Just let me know when you wake up so I can let you out. The guards are trained not to let anyone in or out without my permission. He nods. Understood. Great. Then I will show you to your room. Donovan shows more energy as we leave the office, but maybe that's because we're finally able to breathe air that hasn't been tainted by cigar smoke for the past 8 hours. Even I feel better, like I could look over the research for another hour or so, but I know doing so would sacrifice time I could be spending with Lily. No, once I drop Donovan off at his room, I will take Lily to our bedroom to sleep together. I owe her that, especially after how well she did on our first mission together. What little energy I found myself with when Donovan and I first ventured out into the hallways sapped from my body by the time I arrived back at the office. I open the door carefully, making my footsteps as soft as they can be as I walk up to Lily. She doesn't awaken as I pick her up from the couch. She just nestles into my arms, breathing out a gentle sigh as I carry her upstairs to the master bedroom. The stained glass window shines blood-red light onto the floor, lit up by the morning sun. Blood has been spilt by my precious Lily, but she sleeps like an angel still. I hope she never loses that innocence about her. But I doubt she can stay like this for long. Power corrupts, and innocence never lasts in the face of cruelty.
Chapter 24. Lily. The weeks fly by, but the days feel longer than ever. We're still waiting to hear back on the research for Project G after it was passed on to a couple of trusted scientists that do regular work for the Bratva. So far, no significant progress has been made, and it's starting to get to Ivan. He's become more introspective and a little distracted from his regular duties. He spends a lot of his time by the pond with the ducks, or at the shooting range perfecting his aim. I spend as much time with him as I can, but it's possible to have too much of a good thing. I haven't been off the property in almost 2 months, and I'm starting to feel restless. But that's not the worst of it. I've missed my period several times already, and I think I know why. I've been pushing the idea away ever since I spent the first night with Ivan, but it's gotten to the point where I literally feel sick to my stomach over it. Morning sickness. I read about this online, and I'm certain that I'm either experiencing that or I've fooled myself into such horrible anxiety that I've given myself the same symptoms. And while anxiety can give a person nausea, it doesn't come with sore breasts and an instinctual feeling that something is growing inside of you. I feel like mothers know eventually when they're pregnant. There are so many changes that happen hormonally, and I've been all over the place emotionally since the symptoms started to set in. Even Ivan has started to notice, commenting on my sudden changes from hot to cold, from the perfect vixen to the nastiest bitch. He thinks he's just uncovered a new part of my personality, but that's not the case. I've never been like this before, and I think I know why I'm suddenly behaving differently. I wring my hands as he stands by the pond, watching the ducks as they take flight. He loves the ducks, loves to feed them, loves to watch them, and he'll even chase after them occasionally because he thinks they sound funny when they're quacking. I always laugh when I see him out there. It's a little strange, but that's why it's adorable. Who would expect a 300-pound tower of muscle to be in love with ducks? Well, I hope he's as in love with the idea of chasing kids around the yard as he is with chasing ducks. Those ducks need a break, I say as he watches them flying up past the house. He looks back at me, his eyes squinting through the slanted afternoon sunlight. Do they? I think they're getting fat from the food I've been putting out. Might need to chase them some more. A laugh escapes my mouth despite the tightness in my chest. Ivan notices this and cocks his head to the side. Is something the matter? I wasn't ignoring you. I was about to come inside and make dinner. No, it's nothing like that, I reply. God, he's such a sweetheart. Nobody would ever think such a beast could have such a kind soul. but he does. Everything he does is for me, and he always tries his best to make me happy. I'm the luckiest woman alive, so I hope my concerns don't end up ruining this for me. I never even asked if he wanted kids before taking all those risks. I could have gotten on birth control, or at least used a condom, but I was so caught up in how good it felt that I didn't care. Hello, consequences. There's something you wish to tell me, Ivan says, taking my hands and looking at me with concern in his dazzling green eyes. They look like emerald flames in the sunlight. I look at my feet, weaving my toes between the cool green blades of grass. I wish there was an easier way to do this, but the only way is the most direct. I need to get over my fears and come out in the open with the truth, no matter what happens as a result. I look up at Ivan, and all I see is love in his eyes. Even if he doesn't want kids, will he still have that look? Will I still be able to look at him and see the adoration he has for me, or will I be met with disgust and rejection? It kills me inside to even consider that, but the fear still weighs heavy on my chest. You know how I've been a little emotional lately? I ask, squeezing his steady hands. That's understandable, considering everything you've been through, he replies. I smile at his attempt to be so reasonable. Yes, but it's been a lot, and I'm sorry for it. Don't be. I sigh. Jesus, Ivan, you're making this difficult. What? Why? He asks, worry etched into his handsome face. Are you trying to break up with me? No, nothing like that, I assure him. I can't stand to see the worry on his face. I don't want him to feel an ounce of pain from me. I want him to be nothing but happy, and that's what makes this so hard. I'm unsure if this will ruin everything, but that's nothing I can do at this point to stop it. Tell me. I'm begging you, Lily. Don't torture me this way, he says, squeezing my hands again. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm nervous, I say, trying again to buy a bit more time. I'll tell you. He looks at me expectantly, nervousness still shimmering in his beautiful eyes. How can a man so strong and certain ever be worried about anything? I shouldn't have this kind of power over him. It makes me feel guilty. But I'd feel even more guilty if I didn't tell him the truth. Ivan, I begin slowly. I think I'm pregnant. His expression flatlines in an instant, becoming unreadable, and he pulls his head back. Pregnant? I nod, tears welling up in my eyes despite my best efforts to keep them at bay. I'm almost certain. It's been long enough to really start feeling the symptoms, and they're only getting stronger. He nods, his eyebrows coming together in a serious frown. This is very important news, Lily. We need to get you to a doctor so that we can ensure you have a healthy pregnancy. There's an awful lump in my throat that can't simply be swallowed away, but his gentle words make it a little better. You're not mad? I ask. What? Are you kidding me? How could I be mad? He asks, dropping to his knees and looking up at me with pure love in his eyes. You're a goddess to me, Lily. You're the very definition of beauty and perfection. This is a dream come true for me, and I hope you feel the same. Tears stream down my face, and I struggle to wipe them away. It is, Ivan. It's everything I wanted and more. He plants a kiss on my belly, staying there for several seconds before looking up at me again. My darling, you are going to be the best mother. I already know it. I laugh through my tears, tugging at his hands to bring him to his feet again. Ivan, you're the best. Really. I can't imagine doing something like this without you. You'll never be without me, he says, his voice dropping into a deep seriousness. You will never go a day without joy or have to watch the sunset alone. I promise you that. I give him a doubtful look. You really think you can be here all the time? A smile pulls up the corners of his mouth. I didn't say me though. It could also be our child. I laugh, putting my hand on my belly and rubbing it. I suppose that's fair. We need to find out whether I am pregnant first, but I feel like I know. I'm 99% sure. Let's make it 100, he says, taking my hand and lacing his fingers with mine. I know a doctor who can tell you with complete accuracy. Tests fail sometimes. I nod, drying the rest of my tears as I realize we're in this together. Ivan is a wonderful man, and he's going to be the best father. I couldn't have ended up with anyone better. He's amazing in every way, fitting me like a puzzle piece.
Chapter 25. Ivan. The morning after Lily told me she was pregnant, I have a doctor come to the house. She's a kind woman in her early 40s, with a warm smile and ample knowledge about all stages of pregnancy and childbirth. Her name is Tracy, and she's been around the Bratva many times for pregnancies, so she knows the drill. You can speak freely with Dr. Tracy, I assure Lily as she splashes water on her face in front of the bathroom mirror. She knows how we operate. I'm more concerned that she knows how to identify a pregnancy, Lily replies, her voice tight with anxiety. I slip my hand around her waist from behind her, pulling her close to me and feeling her warmth. Darling, I whisper into her ear, you are going to be fine. Dr. Tracy is the best of the best, and she'll know exactly how to help you feel better. I hope so, Lily replies, doubt creeping into her voice as she pulls away. She's been like this ever since the morning sickness started, but now she isn't trying to hide it. If I had known she was going through so much agony, I would have acted much sooner. I can't stand to see her like this. Come, let's go downstairs. I think Dr. Tracy has already arrived, I urge, putting my hand on Lily's waist again. She takes a sharp breath in before stepping out of the bathroom. She's clearly reluctant to see the doctor, despite my praise of her. It's like she doesn't want to come to terms with reality. Maybe she's scared that she's not actually pregnant, and it's some kind of horrible sickness like what Dmitri had. I'm sure it isn't, but Lily seems especially nervous as we walk down the stairs into the living room. Her legs are all wobbly, and at one point it looks like she's going to fall over. I hold her hand for support the entire time, but she lets go of it when we enter the living room. Dr. Tracy is standing there already, her equipment laid out meticulously on a cart beside the couch. Her blue eyes sparkle when she sees Lily, and she extends her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, she says. Lily shakes her hand, her voice dropping to nearly a whisper. It's nice to meet you too. Why don't you sit down for me, and we'll go over a few things to start with, all right? Dr. Tracy says, her eyes flickering up to me for a moment. And you can stay or wait outside, whichever is more comfortable for you. I leave the room so they can have a little privacy, but I'd like to come back before Lily gets the results. I want to be there with her when we find out if we're going to have a baby. I can barely contain my excitement as I pace the hallway. I'd smoke a cigar, but I'm suddenly very aware of how bad the secondhand smoke could be for Lily. I want to do everything right. Not a single mistake can be made. I check my watch a dozen times as the minutes tick by so slowly that I'm a little suspicious that time isn't working correctly today. It feels like it's been an hour, and it's only been a few minutes. I venture off to the kitchen, grabbing myself a glass of orange juice and drinking the entire thing in one gulp. I wipe the acidic sting from my lips with the back of my hand, putting the glass down just a little too hard on the granite countertop. It shatters into a million pieces, shards sliding across the length of the counter and littering the floor as they fall off. I curse under my breath, stepping back so I don't slice my feet from the broken glass. The mistake actually makes time go a little faster, as I'm too distracted by trying to sweep up all the shards and not miss any to think about what Lily's doing in the living room with Dr. Tracy. By the time I finish, I check my watch and realize I should probably go back to see how they're doing. I take 2 fresh glasses of water to them, knocking before I enter. Lily is lying on the couch, her fingers laced together on her chest as Dr. Tracy moves a sensor over her belly. They're doing an ultrasound reading, but I can't quite understand the shapes that are coming up on Dr. Tracy's monitor. I set the water down on the coffee table and lean in. How's it going? Dr. Tracy looks up at me with a slight frown, but it's not from annoyance. She's deep in concentration, like she's found something concerning. Her HCG levels were a bit high, so I decided to go ahead and do an ultrasound, since I believe she's further along than we initially thought, she explains. Nothing too concerning, but it could indicate multiple babies. My heart leaps into my throat. You mean twins? Well, that's what I thought until I did the ultrasound. Come take a look at this, she says, moving the sensor over Lily's belly. Lily looks supremely uncomfortable and worried about what Dr. Tracy is saying, but I'm more curious now than anything. If it's not twins, then what's the issue? I lean in and look closely at the monitor, studying the vague gray and black shapes that appear as she moves the sensor. You see here, that's one baby, Dr. Tracy mutters, moving the sensor again. And there is the second one. Twins. I exclaim, excitement building up in my chest. But then what's wrong? I don't understand. Sweat prickles on my hairline as she moves the sensor again. I struggle to make out what the third shape is. It just doesn't click in my head until she says it out loud. There's the third one. You're having triplets. I'm suddenly unable to breathe, and I even start to panic until a laugh breaks the silence. Lily sits up from the couch, a big smile on her face. Triplets, she asks. Oh God, this is going to be a wild ride. You are in for a rough time, Dr. Tracy agrees, smiling with her. I pound a fist into my chest, trying to force my lungs to start working again. I'm able to inhale, but only slightly. 3 babies, I wheeze. You're going to have your hands full. I laugh, my breath coming along steadier now. Oh my God, we're going to be parents. 3 at once. It's like we hit the lottery. Actions have consequences, Lily says with a knowing look in her eye. Dr. Tracy moves the sensor over Lily's belly a few more times, checking everything over again. Satisfied, she puts the sensor down and cleans the gel off Lily's belly, allowing her to stand up from the couch. Lily immediately jumps into my arms, nearly knocking me backward. I laugh, holding her up and spinning her around, joy coursing through my body as the reality of our new life together sinks in. Triplets. I can hardly believe it, but I've seen them with my own eyes. What will we even name them? How does one go about caring for 3 babies all at the same time? My head is spinning as I put Lily down, holding her by her shoulders and looking deep into her big brown eyes. I want her to know how much she means to me, how important she is, but I don't want to say it with Dr. Tracy in the room. 3 words are all it takes, but I have to wait until we're alone. I turn to Dr. Tracy, smiling like a fool. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. She's already packing up her equipment, getting things together for her next patient. Oh, it's nothing. You know I'm always here if you need me. We'll schedule another appointment in about 4 to 6 weeks, but everything looks very good so far. I've already given Lily a recommendation for a prenatal vitamin that might help with the morning sickness. Thank you. I really can't say it enough. I gush, feeling a high like no other. There's no feeling similar to finding out you're going to be a father. To have that tripled by the realization that you're having 3 children with the love of your life is beyond comprehension. Lily's hands slip into mine and we both stand in shock at what we've created. Dr. Tracy packs her stuff and leaves, but we're still just standing in the living room, dumbfounded and glowing like a couple of crazy people. And maybe we are a bit crazy. We found each other at a dire time and turned it into a celebration of life. Every bitter tragedy carries with it the seed of a bright new tomorrow, and our little seed has been watered so much it grew into a paradise.
Chapter 26. Lily. The first thing I want to do once Dr. Tracy leaves is to jump on Ivan and screw his brains out. I was told I could continue having sex as long as it was comfortable for me, and I will admit that the relief of finding out the babies are healthy has made me very comfortable. I'm craving Ivan's touch the moment we're alone, and I let him know that by tilting my head down and batting my eyelashes at him until he gets curious and comes over to me. What's up? He asks, a bemused but interested look on his face. What do you think? I ask, tilting my head to the side. I think you're excited and possibly a bit nervous about having triplets. That's an incredible blessing, but it's also a lot to deal with, he says, using logic when he should be using his emotions. I tilt my head back and laugh. Oh, Ivan, always so logical, but that's not always the answer. You should know that about me by now. Oh, he asks, slipping his hand around my waist. Maybe you're looking to increase the excitement even more. I don't know if you can handle it now that you're pregnant, though. I hold up my finger at him. No, Ivan. Dr. Tracy told me very clearly I could have as much sex as I wanted to, as long as I was comfortable. He raises a thick eyebrow, and the bulge in his pants tells me he's gotten the message. I bet he was scared we wouldn't be making love anymore, but it's the opposite. I'm more turned on than ever, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to keep up. He's got stamina though, so we'll see. So are you comfortable? he asks, leaning in and pressing his lips against mine. I feel a rush of euphoric excitement at his kiss, wanting more than anything to continue it, even as he pulls away. I'm very comfortable, I say, pulling him back in for another kiss. His body finds the grooves in mine, and pretty soon we're grinding on each other in the middle of the living room. Are you sure this is fine? He asks as his hands move down my waist. Of course, I reply, pressing myself against him harder. You can be as gentle or rough with me as you want. I'd prefer to be gentle, he says, his voice soft and breathy. However you want me, I'm yours. His lips find mine, kissing me slowly, taking his time to experience me without missing a detail. I like this new pace. I'm able to enjoy him without rushing to the finish, and my body thanks me for it with warm ripples of visceral bliss. Every cell in my body is alive at Ivan's touch, lighting up like bioluminescent plants and putting on a show for him. My hairs stand up, little bumps appear on the surface of my arms, and I shudder as his lips move down to my neck. The heat of his mouth on my skin gives me a rush of excitement, like I'm 18 again and receiving a hickey from a guy I have a crush on. Whoever said your first love is your deepest was a damn liar. I'm so in love with Ivan that it hurts. I've turned into a masochist because I'm obsessed with the pain. But the sensations running through my body as he picks me up and sets me down on the couch like I'm a precious piece of artwork are far from painful. Even though my heart feels like it's on the verge of exploding from love, my body is tingling with the rawest form of pleasure possible to experience as a person. Right now, I don't even feel quite like a human being. I'm more like a goddess, and Ivan is my god, worshipping my body with his divine abilities, painting adoration across my unclothed skin. I explore his chest as he straddles me, undoing the buttons on his shirt and tracing my fingers down the grooves between his tattooed muscles. Even though I've seen his tattoos so many times before, I always find new little details to examine when I look closely at them. My fingers continue down to his abs, mesmerized by how defined they are despite his size. Normally, when a man is this big, he's not all that lean, but Ivan is both lean and heavy, making his size only that much more impressive. I want to tell you something, I say, my heart slamming in my chest as my hands idle around his belt area. Anything, he replies, his eyes meeting mine with a hint of knowing. It's like he can see into my mind, already approving of what I'm about to say. But I have to get the words out. I can't just leave them assumed and unspoken. I just want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done for me. I begin, testing his reaction first before getting into the thick of what I'm about to admit. It's so simple, yet so heavy and difficult to get out of my mouth. He leans back, studying me with a curious expression. You've contributed more than you realize, Lily. Maybe, I reply with a nervous laugh, but that's nothing compared to what you've done. I just want to say thank you. He smiles, but he knows I'm not finished. He stares at me blankly until I continue. Well, there's also something else, I say, looking away from his face. My eyes wander down his chest and abs again, and ultimately I find myself staring at my own two hands. I wish I could use them to hand the words to Ivan, like a nervous high schooler handing a piece of paper to her crush 2 seats in front of her in class. I force myself to look into Ivan's eyes as I say the next few words. I love you, Ivan. He blinks a few times, his eyes watering with the hint of tears. He opens his mouth but closes it again as he fails to respond. My heart is thundering in my chest, pounding so hard against my ribs that it aches. I'm dying for a response, but he's not giving any. I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake the words out of him, but it's only been a few seconds. He deserves a chance to process what I just said to him. Lily, he says, placing his hand over my heart and feeling the quickness of its beat. He smiles. You're much braver than I've been. I wanted to tell you before, but I was afraid. I can hardly believe you're capable of being afraid. You're the strongest person I know. He chuckles, shaking his head in a bashful sort of way. That's far from the truth. You're the strong one, Lily. He still hasn't returned my sentiments, and it's making me even more nervous. Did I speak too soon? Does he think I'm brave but foolish? Too eager? Possibly even insane? I love you too, Ivan says, his words leaving his mouth with such a warm confidence that it's impossible not to feel a sudden rush of relief. I exhaled the breath I'd been holding since I spoke, laughing it out as I slumped back down into a relaxed position below him on the couch. I want you to make love to me this time, I say, my eyelids drooping as I feel an incredible warmth throughout my body. I want to feel your love inside of me. He undoes his belt, pulling down his pants and mounting me again. In silence, our bodies meet, melting into each other and becoming one. There's nothing in between us, no particles of doubt or reluctance to each other. We're unified in a way that seals us together forever, and there's no doubt in my mind that we were made to be this way.
Chapter 27. Ivan. I wish every day could be like yesterday, but that's not how life works. Just when you think you have everything in order and nothing can go wrong, you get a call on your phone with the worst news possible. They've taken the research, Donovan says, his voice distant and weak. What? I bark, jumping out of bed as the first rays of daylight peek through the blinds. What's going on? Panic grips my heart, sending it racing at double its regular pace as I rush out of the bedroom and down the hallway. I don't want Lily to wake up in a similar panic. It's best that I take this call somewhere more private so that she can rest. It's bad. Jesus, Ivan. I'm sorry, Donovan mutters, his voice even softer. What's going on? Are you hurt? What's happening? I growl, my face flushing hot from the stress. I was hit. I don't think I'm going to make it, honestly. The lab was raided, and all the research is gone. They came so fast and they shot everyone. Everyone is dead. Those monsters. I know who is behind this, and I won't let them get away with doing this again. They got bold with the funeral shooting, but breaking into a top-secret private laboratory and killing everyone inside, including the innocent scientists, is taking things to the next level. This is war, and war doesn't have any rules. We have to hit them back, and we need to do it as soon as possible. If we have one address, that's enough. We can torture any member of the Red Hitters and milk them for whatever information they have on the rest of the gang. I won't let Donovan and the others die in vain. Donovan, I say, gripping the phone so hard the glass cracks. I want you to listen to me and listen clearly. Are they still there at the lab? They left. Okay, so you're safe. I want you to hang on until help arrives. Have you called emergency services? They won't get here in time, he croaks. It's over, man. I'm done. I wish I could stick around and see all the incredible things we're going to do, but it's my time to leave. Don't talk like that, I growl. Where are you hit? Do you have anything to tie off the wounds? My voice is strained and emotional, and I don't understand why I feel this way. I've never been one to show much remorse when people die, even people who were close to me. But now I feel a surge of sorrow at the pain and hopelessness in Donovan's voice. I can't stand to see him leave the earth this way. It's not fair. He deserves to live just as much as the next person, and the Red Hitters took that from him. Donovan, stay with me, okay? What about the wounds? How many are there? There's no response from him, and I fear the worst. Shit, he hisses, pulling the phone away from my ear. I want to hurl it down the hallway, but that wouldn't help Donovan. Donovan, please, I say, my voice tight with desperation. There's still no answer. He's gone. I swallow hard, a lump forming in my throat as I pocket my phone and rush back to the bedroom. I need to wake Lily and tell her the news. Even though she's pregnant and needs her rest, she'd be furious if I went out without letting her know what the situation was. I can't bring her with me this time, but at the very least I owe her an explanation. Before I even have a chance to open the bedroom door, Lily steps out with her arms crossed over her chest and a scowl on her pretty face. What the hell is going on? She asks. My heart sinks as I realize I have to tell her the truth, but I can still shield her from some of the gritty details. Project G was stolen from our private lab 5 miles south of here. The Red Hitters are behind this, obviously. What? She growls, shaking her fist in the air. We should kill every last one of them, house by house, door by door. We need to slaughter them and ensure they can't do something like this ever again. Her reaction is similar to mine, but without the sorrow toward Donovan. I don't want to tell her about him, so I leave the part about the shooting out. It's better that I don't stress her out more than she already is. We're going to track them down, I say, leaning on the doorframe and looking down into her brown eyes. Don't worry. I just need you to stay home while I conduct an emergency meeting. Her hand slams into my chest hard, and her eyes glow with ferocity I haven't seen before. No, Ivan, you said you wouldn't leave me alone. It's not safe for you, darling. Think about the triplets, I say, softening my tone in hopes to win her over. No luck. You promised me. Are you really going to go back on that promise? She asks, planting her hands on her hips and pursing her lips. There's nothing worse than a woman's scorn. I'm discovering that now as I feel her eyes shooting daggers into my skin. I feel like I don't deserve this, but I know she's not going to see it that way. All she sees is a man who promised her something and is now going back on that promise, and she's furious. I want to protect you, I say, keeping my voice calm. Too late, she snarls. You dragged me into this Bratva game, had me take a blood oath, and trained me to use a gun. I'm never truly going to be safe. But you don't have to get involved in a situation like this while you're pregnant. That's all I'm saying. It's infinitely safer for you to stay at the house while I call the meeting. I'll have a guard posted here with you. She grits her teeth, narrowing her eyes at me and not moving an inch. She shows no intention of agreeing to my terms, and that becomes crystal clear as when she speaks again. You promised, Ivan. I sigh. I promised you'd never be alone, and you won't be. Now I'm ordering you to stay at the house. That's official. She raises her hand like she's going to slap me. Don't you dare try that crap around me when I'm pregnant with your babies, Ivan. You don't command me. I'm the mother of your children and I demand respect. Lord, what have I gotten myself into? I take a step back, raising my hands to diffuse the situation. Okay, darling, don't worry. I'm not going to leave you. I could probably have the meeting here, but it'll take longer to get everyone to the house. She lowers her hand, pressing her lips together hard as she continues to stare daggers at me, and I want to be involved. It's going to be a lot more stressful for me to be kept in the dark than to know the truth. I promise you that. Ivan. Okay, I reply, feeling defeated for perhaps the first time in my life. I don't know how she's done this to me, but I feel helpless, like I can't fight back. She's the one in charge of my heart, through and through. Lily's sharp eyes soften and she touches my arm. We're in this together, Ivan. We have to be a team. But you're the most precious part of my team. I can't jeopardize you for anything, I reply, pulling her toward me and pressing myself into her soft figure. You are an angel, and I'm just a monster who has tricked you into falling in love with him. You never tricked me, she replies, flicking her finger across the tip of my nose. You're not as clever as you think you are. I fell for you because of who you were, the true Ivan. I wasn't tricked. Agree to disagree, I reply. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm madly in love with you. And the babies, she says, putting her hand on her belly. They need just as much love. I lean down, kissing her belly 3 times before moving up to her lips and kissing them next. I will love all of you, forever. Chapter 28. Ivan. It's odd to be standing at a meeting table with a dozen burly Bratva men and my little Lily sitting together. She looks like a miniature puppet compared to them, but she insisted she didn't want to be seated any differently than the others. Everything inside of me is screaming to scoop her up in my arms and run out of the room with her to protect her from this madness, but she won't allow that. She's stubborn, just like Dmitri, and she isn't going to turn around and leave when she's already gotten her way. This is going to hit her hard, but there's nothing I can do. She chose this lifestyle, and she wants to be involved in the gritty details of it. A projector flickers on in the dark room, and I'm surprised by how clear it shines on the wall behind me. It isn't until I look at the projector and realize it's the same old one we've always been using that I understand why it's so clear. Nobody is smoking. There's no cigar haze to muddy up the image like there usually is because I banned all smoking from my house for the duration of Lily's pregnancy and the foreseeable future. I've switched to using nicotine gum to take the edge off, and I see I'm not the only one. Half a dozen nervous jaws are chewing as they look up at me from the meeting table. I clear my throat, looking toward the first slide and trying to pretend Lily isn't here. I can't concentrate when I know she's listening. As you all know, Donovan was at our laboratory with a team of scientists working on Project G when the Red Hitters conducted a raid and killed everyone inside. Not only this, but they have taken the research for Project G. There are a few gasps from around the table, and I glance over at Lily to see her eyes filled with rage. This is personal for her. Project G was her uncle's biggest work, and to have a bunch of wannabe gangsters murder our people and steal the research is nothing less than insulting to his memory. I change to the next slide, which is a picture of a house at night. This is the most recent image taken of the suspected residence of one of the members of the Red Hitters. His name is Carson, and he's a low-ranking patrol member. I look around the room, and I see that everyone is already starting to get the idea of what we're about to do. I'm sure they're wondering why this hasn't happened earlier, but I had my reasons to hold back. For one, they weren't causing nearly enough trouble to make a hit this big, and secondly, the low-ranked member might not have all the information we need to do a proper hit and reclaim the research for Project G. But we have no other choice. We can't wait any longer. Carson is due for a rude awakening tonight around 2 in the morning, when we will raid his home and get the location of the Red Hitters by any means possible. Nothing is off the table at this point, I continue. There's silence, but I can see some satisfied faces in the crowd. I click over to the next slide. Alright, so if we're able to gain information about the location from Carson, we're going to dispose of him and take a team of no fewer than 100 mercenaries on our own little raid. Our goal is to wipe them out entirely, pay off as many politicians as possible to keep the news quiet about this, and recoup the lost funds by finishing the development of Project G. A hand goes up at the table, and I'm relieved to see it isn't Lily. I point at the hand. Go ahead. How far along is Project G, and what is the earning potential? Fair question, I mutter, moving to the next slide. From what we understand so far, we could be weeks or even days away from finishing the research. The earning potential is in the trillions. Trillions? Everyone in the room looks stunned. I nod. Yes, but we will have to ramp up to that amount. We start at millions straight away, move into billions within a few years, and eventually we're rolling in more money than we know what to do with. Everyone gets their fair share, and we all go home happy. Sounds too good to be true. The man at the table says, his hand still raised. How sure are we that we're going to pull this off? It's fair to have doubts, I reply, but I can assure you that the risk is worth the reward. We have no better options than to pursue this with everything we have. It's bank or bust, I'm afraid. I don't like the bust part. Whose pockets is this coming out of if your plan fails? I've about had it with his backhanded questions. But I understand I won't win over the crowd unless I'm able to answer them confidently. There's a time and a place to shut down rebellious voices, but in a situation like this, it's better to address them with logic and reason. Everyone is probably already thinking what this man is asking. He's just the only one brave enough to speak up. The bust part, as you put it, is inevitable unless we take action, I say, turning off the projector and crossing my arms over my chest. The Red Hitter police group was formed with the sole intention of tearing down the Bratva. They've received more funding and apparently permission to cross lines that normally aren't crossed by low-level government organizations. In the beginning, they weren't that big of a threat, but they've gotten too bold, and that means they must be dealt with, or we risk defeat at their hands. Now, I'll ask a question. How many of you want to have everything you've ever worked for taken away by a handful of amateur cops? Raise your hands. Not a single hand goes up, as I had expected. So, you see that we don't have any other option but to fight. I know it's going to get a little dirty, but if it wasn't, it wouldn't be the Bratva, right? There are a few nods and smiles from the group, and I feel satisfied that everyone is as convinced as they can be about such a precarious mission. It's dangerous and risky, but doing nothing would be suicide. We can't afford to wait any longer. I turn the projector back on and click back a few slides, coming back to the image of Carson's house. I need some volunteers for the Carson ambush, I say. Every single hand in the room raises, including Lily's. If I don't involve her, I know she's going to be angry. But I can't risk the triplets. I'll bring her. But she's staying in the van until we're done with Carson. Bringing her into that house is a line I won't cross.
Chapter 29. Lily. With 15 minutes to go until we bust into Carson's house and torture the location of the red hitters out of him, the last thing I want to be told is that I can't leave the van. "You're staying here," Ivan says, his tone firm and his eyes unwavering. He thinks that because I'm pregnant, I'm going to be a risk to this operation. Either that, or I'm going to be in more danger somehow, but that's an incorrect assumption. I was fine until he knew I was pregnant, and then suddenly everything changed? No, that's not the way things work. If I was okay to go on missions and be by his side when he was working before we knew I was pregnant with triplets, there's no reason why I can't do it now. It's not like I'm waddling, visibly pregnant and barely able to move, without holding onto his arm for support. "I'm going in there with you. It's safer that way," I insist as he slings a rifle across his back, hunching over in the van like he's going to throw the door open and make a run for the house at any moment. We still have 15 minutes, but Ivan is eager to get started. "It's not safer in the house," Ivan grumbles. "You're here, you'll be fine, and you're not going into the house." I shrug. Nothing is stopping me. "I'm stopping you," he growls, grabbing my wrist and tossing a handcuff around it. He attaches the other side to the steering wheel. "There, now you can flee if you need to, but you can't leave the van." I tug on the handcuffs, but their metallic edges dig into my wrist when I pull. I won't be able to get loose without hurting myself. "Jesus, is this really necessary?" I whine. "Yes," he snaps. "You've shown every intention of disobeying my commands, and for that you must be held accountable." "I'm the mother of your child, Ivan. You can't do this to me," I say, rattling the handcuffs against the steering wheel. "Sorry, darling," he replies, planting a kiss on my lips. "Some things are more important than the things you want." I scoff. "Name one." "Your safety, for instance," he says, smirking as he puts a finger under my chin. "I can't have my pretty girl getting hurt." I jerk my head away from him. "You just want to control me." "If I have to, I will," he replies, leaning back. "I know you think I'm being cruel, but that's what a man does when he's truly in love. Your safety is more important to me than how you feel about me. Hate me if you want to, but I'll only be happy when you're safe." "Charming," I reply sarcastically. "Thank you," he teases, flashing a cocky smile. "Now, stay here while I check a few last-minute things. I'll be back in a second." "What? Where are you going?" I yelp as he throws the van door open and jumps out into the darkness. "I'll be back soon," he promises, blowing me a kiss before slamming the door shut and disappearing. Great. This is just wonderful. I slump down in the driver's seat of the van, considering taking the whole thing and driving straight into Carson's house. The keys are still in the ignition, and I doubt Ivan is actually coming back. He's starting the raid without me, trying to trick me into thinking it hasn't happened yet. I let out a deep sigh, staring at the steering wheel as I try to come to terms with my predicament. He's right not to let me join, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. My emotions have been all over the place since I became pregnant with triplets, and that hasn't changed. Dr. Tracy assured me that things would balance out in another few weeks, and I'd start feeling that elusive pregnancy glow, but right now I just feel terrible. It doesn't help that I'm trapped in a van while Ivan gets to do all the exciting stuff. I place my hand on my belly, rubbing it as I imagine what the triplets will be like. I suppose I'd better get used to staying home, because it's not like I'm going to be able to go on any crazy adventures when they're babies. They'll need me, and I'm not going to abandon or neglect them. My parents often left me home alone, and they didn't care much for my needs as a child. I won't be putting my precious triplets through that same treatment. I'm determined to be a good mother for them. A bit of guilt creeps into my mind as I realize I was too quick to defy Ivan when he said it wasn't safe. Not only was it a mistake to challenge him when he obviously knows best in these situations, but I also wouldn't put our children in danger. He was right, though it's too late to tell him now. He's already gone, and I'll just have to wait for his return to tell him that I'm sorry. Until then, I'm forced to sit here in silence, considering what my future is going to be like once everything comes together. I have confidence that Project G will be recovered, and after that we should have more free time to spend together. Sure, the first few months might be a bit more taxing, but once the triplets are born, I'm sure we'll both shift our focus to them. I can't wait to see what kind of father Ivan will be. His arms are strong enough to hold all 3 of our children high in the air, and his legs are powerful enough to walk with them wrapped around his ankles. I think a man has to be as fit as Ivan is to handle that many toddlers all at once. Anyone else wouldn't be able to keep up, and that includes me. I can't imagine doing something like this without him. My mind is stuck on how great Ivan is, even as I hear shouting from inside Carson's house. As long as there aren't any gunshots, I know things haven't gone sour. Besides, with as many men as Ivan brought to this surprise visit, I'm surprised Carson even had the opportunity to scream before he was gagged and subjected to their methods of persuasion. While I don't especially like the idea of torturing another human being, no matter how wicked they are, I understand that a lot hangs in the balance and it's not always possible to take the pacifist's way out. And so as the time ticks by and the night grows colder, all I can do is wait. I'm lost in my thoughts, drifting in and out of reason mixed with a healthy dose of fantasy. I have faith in Ivan, but the future isn't quite as clear as it used to be. The unknown dwells on the horizon like a cloud threatening to cover the sun. And I'm just a little flower praying my only hope for survival doesn't vanish forever.
Chapter 30. Ivan. I don't enjoy getting my hands dirty like this anyway. When I was younger, I used to revel in cruelty, but now I'm disgusted that I even have to get close to people like Carson. You can make this easy for yourself and everyone in this room if you just comply, I say, standing in front of him with 3 people to either side of me. We're in his basement, a dingy little place with only one light hanging from the ceiling. Carson shakes his head, unable to speak because of the dirty rag we stuffed in his mouth. He tried to bite one of my men when he did it, and he was backhanded so hard I was almost certain we had killed him. But he's awake again, and not as easy to crack as we first assumed. The red hitters must have a strong hold on him, preventing him from speaking freely without fearing for his life, or possibly the lives of people he cares for. But he hasn't experienced a Bratva interrogation. We don't stop until we get the truth, and we don't let people go as a reward. Their reward is death, and by the time we get finished with them, they're begging for it. Carson, I say, stepping closer to him. I can smell the fear clinging to his skin, a mix of sweat, body odor, and something sour. Scared people always stink, and I want to cut his throat just to replace the stench with blood. Carson is trembling, but there's not much he can do to soothe himself when he's hanging from the ceiling by his wrists. I don't know why he's trying to draw this out. It's not going to change anything for him. You're going to give us the location that the red hitters use for their meetings, I say, grabbing his face and forcing him to look into my eyes. If you don't, I'm going to pry it out of your head after I cut your skull open. I see fear in his eyes, but he's still not screaming through the rag in his mouth for mercy. I turn to one of my men, holding out my hand. Find anything useful in the kitchen, I ask. He smirks, laying a butcher knife in my palm. My fingers curl around the wooden handle, and I turn back to Carson with a grin. Have you considered what a lobotomy would do to your willingness to talk? He shakes his head, trying to pull back from me. I think we're just going to skip the interrogation, actually. Let's get to the fun part, I growl, grabbing his head and pressing the blade into his forehead. I'm not just doing this to scare him without doing any harm. I fully intend to kill him in the process, but he must be alive long enough to tell us what we want to know. I slice into his forehead, cutting a line across his skin until I feel the blade connect with his skull. I'm not going to be able to saw through it with a butcher knife because it lacks serration, but I want him to believe I'm doing it. He'll be able to feel the blade scraping against his bone. The screaming starts, but I don't stop until blood is running down his chin and dripping onto the dusty concrete floor. I take a step back, swinging the blade to my side and glaring at Carson. You want to skip the lobotomy? It might be easy for you to talk. I'm almost disappointed when Carson nods, but then I remember that Lily is waiting for me in the van. The sooner we get out of here and back home to safety, the better. Take the rag out of his mouth, I order one of my men, nodding at the dangling body in the center of the room. Carson flails a bit at the beginning, but goes limp when the rag is removed and used to wipe the blood from his eyes. Okay, so let's make this quick. I don't have all day, I say, looking at my watch. Carson coughs, his voice strained and scratchy from the pain. I'm not the guy you're looking for, I swear. I'm just a nobody. They don't tell me meeting locations or anything like that. Don't play with me, I growl, swinging the butcher knife at him and sinking it into his arm. Carson howls in pain as I yank the blade back out, causing him to bleed at an alarming rate. He won't last long this way, but that's what I'm hoping for. If he thinks he's going to die, he'll beg to be saved, and any information he has will be spilled for a chance at survival. That's a nasty wound you have, I mutter, shaking my head at the mess he's making on the floor. You really should tie it off, or you're going to bleed to death. Yes, please, he gasps. I'll tell you what you want to know. Don't let me die. I wasn't born yesterday, Carson, I reply, trying not to lose my patience and kill him on the spot. Talk first, then I'll help you. He looks at his arm, realizing how bad it is, and starts to panic for real. He can barely get his words out, scrambling to come up with something in the few seconds he has before he starts to black out. Once he goes to sleep, he's never going to wake up. I don't know the location, but they meet at the main police station and drive together in unmarked cars from there. You can track them easily, Carson blurts. It's a stupid thing to do, but I wouldn't put it past the red hitters to behave in such a reckless way. They're a lot messier than they need to be. I think they enjoy getting away with it, to be honest. Still, I'm not willing to accept Carson's answer just yet. He might be holding something back, giving us a piece of the truth without revealing everything. I don't believe you, I say. Try again. Please, man, I'm begging you, he squeals, looking back and forth between his arm and me frantically. I'm telling you the truth. Tie my arm or I'm going to die. Then die, I reply, turning away from him and addressing my Bratva colleagues. Come on, guys, it's time to leave. Don't we want to dispose of him? One of them asks, peering around me to get a better look at Carson as he flails around, trying desperately to break free. Leave him here. I want to send a message, I mutter, shaking my head. Carson screams, but his voice is already weak. He can barely speak by the time we reach the stairs, and when I turn the light off in the basement, I can't even hear him breathing anymore. He's gone, and soon the rest of the red hitters will follow in his footsteps.
Chapter 31. Lily. Ivan has been distant in the last 48 hours. I feel like there's guilt weighing on his broad shoulders that he doesn't want to confront yet. There's still too much to do, all this danger around the red hitters and Project G. It's all becoming too much for both of us, eating away all the little moments we used to have together. Even when he was busy, we'd still have time for a walk in the garden or a secret tumble under the sheets. Now, everything has dried up, like winter is coming. The air outside is just as cold, uncharacteristic for this time of year. It's supposed to be summer, but I can't shake the need to wear a sweater, even indoors. Maybe it's because I'm pregnant, but I think Ivan feels it too. He walks around with his shoulders hunched, his eyebrows drawn together in a deep scowl like he's trudging through the snow. It's a waiting game at this point, but he still finds the time to be busy, putting together teams that are prepared for battle and spending half his waking hours shooting at the range. He doesn't even watch the ducks anymore, but that's actually a relief to me. That means I'm not the only one being neglected, that his cold shoulder isn't personal. I'm not pressing him about it because I know he's already under too much pressure to have a conversation that doesn't end in an argument. There's no point in putting more on his plate when he's already full. It would just make things worse. Normally, I wouldn't tolerate this kind of behavior from a man, but Ivan makes me hopeful that it's temporary. When he's doing well and not stressed out, he's the perfect man. Right now, he's still the perfect man, just distant. I crave intimacy because I'm super turned on all the time from the pregnancy, but I can't even bring it up. It's only been 2 days since we made our first move against the red hitters, and it could be days more before we take the final steps to resecure Dimitri's research. I can wait. I'm patient. Sort of. As night draws near and Ivan makes it clear he's not coming back from the shooting range anytime soon, I saunter off to our bathroom and slip into the shower. With the hot water pouring over my shoulders and the smell of Ivan's bar of soap on the shelf beside me, I'm finally able to relax a bit. I lean back against the wall, moving my hand between my slippery thighs and touching myself. I'm so wet, and it's not from the shower. I've just been hard to please, so perpetually turned on that I don't blame Ivan for not being able to satisfy me. I can't even satisfy myself at this point. Nobody can. All I can hope for is some relief, a brief return to normal before that stir in my belly turns to an uncontrollable need again. Because of the high levels of spice in the next scene, it's only available by clicking the link in the description or going to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you for understanding and enjoy the rest of your book.
Chapter 32. Ivan. I get the call with no prior warning. The red hitters have gathered at the station and are already moving to their meeting location. We're sure to find the research there, but we'll have to catch them quickly. We can't give them the opportunity to settle in and lock their doors. We will hit them when they arrive, and not a moment later. Catching them off guard when they're still transitioning from one comfortable state to another is going to give us our best chance of wiping them all out at once. The tracking car is following them from a distance, but they're oblivious to it. I made sure we chose something that's so inconspicuous that even if they saw they were being followed, they'd assume it was only a coincidence. Rideshare drivers use them often around here because they get excellent miles to the gallon, but they wouldn't last a second in a chase or a gunfight. That's why they wouldn't expect it. The car is just too plain, and they're used to flashing their power and money like it makes them better than everyone else. Today they're getting a wake-up call. They aren't in fact better than everyone else. How can you be better when you're dead? I grab an armor-piercing rifle from my closet, slinging it over my shoulder as I charge to the door. I've warned Lily this moment would come, and that she couldn't join, but she still follows me down the stairs. Please be safe, she begs, grabbing at my shirt as I rush toward the front door. I spin on my heels, planting a kiss on her lips. Lily, I would die for you, but that's not going to happen today. I think you and the triplets need me alive. Tears are already building in her beautiful eyes, but she blinks them away. Just be careful. Don't do anything too risky. You have a lot of men with you and they can do all the dangerous stuff. Many of them have families too, I remind her. But I'm not going to put myself at any greater risk than I need to. You require a partner and a father for our children, and my men deserve to keep their leader. I'll be back. She nods, but I see the fear on her face as I step outside. She clings to the doorframe, watching every step I take to my car like she'll never see me again. It pains me in a different sort of way than usual to leave her like this. I never thought I would find myself so reluctant to take care of business, but she makes me want to give it all up just to spend the rest of my days with her. But with everything weighing on my shoulders, that's not possible. I must serve the Bratva. That's my calling, my destiny, and I won't back down from it. I slide into the front seat of my armored SUV, shutting the door and taking one last look in the rearview mirror. Lily is still standing in the doorway, her hand over her heart and her eyes locked onto the car. I sigh, wishing this could be different. If she wasn't pregnant, I would even consider bringing her with me, but she's infinitely safer at the house. Nobody can touch her there. As I pass through the front gate, I nod at the guards. There are 50 of them outside now, patrolling the property with rifles clutched tightly like they're anticipating war. I spared no expense to keep my precious Lily and our triplets safe. And once we retrieve the research for Project G, I will be able to elevate us to a place where we become untouchable. Nobody in the world is going to be able to break through the power and influence of a billionaire, especially not some crummy little police force. My engine runs hot as I speed down the highway, weaving through traffic to get to the location sent out to everyone. We have artillery vehicles on the way, hidden in shipping trucks parked in various places around the city, but they won't be the first ones to arrive. The first wave is a group of elite soldiers, trained from day one to deal with the red hitters. When they ambush them, they'll be coming from all directions, making it almost impossible for our opposition to take cover or even shoot back. This technique should wipe out most of them in the bloodiest massacre this side of the city has ever seen, but that won't be the end of it. We'll have to go in and pick off the stragglers, the ones who manage to find cover, before they're able to call for help. At that point, the artillery should arrive, but in an ideal scenario, we won't need them. They're a safety precaution if things get ugly. It would be better not to have black market military vehicles make such an obvious appearance in a place that is probably not far removed from the general population. My GPS pinpoints it to just outside the city, meaning that we will still be in earshot of the general population. All it takes is one report of a rogue military vehicle mowing down police officers to cause a stir that will likely end in extensive news coverage and a military crackdown on the city. I already have 2 tickets booked to Russia if that happens, but I pray things won't come to that. We need to get our hands back on the research that Dmitri was doing for us and finish it. These next few days are vital to our success. As I pull off the highway, I see another Bratva vehicle pull off with me, speeding down the same road that leads to the red hitters. I probably won't be the first person to arrive, but it's safer that way. Most of the chaotic action is going to go down within the first few seconds, and then things should be much more strategic. We'll be picking off the remainder of the guys one by one. There may be a few in the building, acting as security, but we'll deal with them once we're inside. Even surrender won't prevent them from meeting an untimely end. That's the nature of this business. It's kill or be killed out here, and I'd rather be the one going the killing than eating a bullet and leaving this life prematurely. I have kids to raise, a woman to make love to, and an empire to build. Death can wait a little longer. My hands are covered in sweat, slipping on the steering wheel when I hear the gunshots in the distance. The fight has already begun, and by the sound of it, it's going to be over quickly. The rattle of full automatic rifles grows louder as I drive toward the location on my GPS. The sweat from my hands disappears, and the bundle of nerves in my belly dissolves into confidence. I thrive in these conditions. It's what I live for. Well, more like what I used to live for. Now, I live for Lily and the Triplets. The Red Hitters meeting location is a simple brick building that appears to have been recently built. I'm sure that's where some of their new funding went, but they failed to make considerations for sufficient security measures. There's no gate out front, no guards or visible cameras. The only thing preventing me from driving straight at the parking lot is the crowd of Bratva vehicles parked just outside it on the road. I pull up behind them, parking and jumping out of my car. The air smells like gunpowder and blood, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I hear a gurgling scream of someone being shot to death. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. I weave past a few more cars, coming into a clearing where several of my men are hunched behind a vehicle, spraying bullets toward another car owned by the Red Hitters. Every few seconds, one of the cops jumps up and attempts to get a shot off, but they duck down just as quickly as bullets shower their car. How many are left? I shout over the noise. One of my men, Jeffrey, looks over to me as he reloads his rifle. I saw 3 by the car and a few more managed to run into the building. I'd say about a half dozen, but if they call for backup, there could be more coming. How many dead? I ask, looking over at the bodies scattered along the parking lot. 20, maybe 30, he replies. There were more here than we thought, but we caught them by surprise. The Red Hitters must have been recruiting with their new funding, but there's only so many bodies they can gather and train in a few weeks. If they have backup, it's going to be thin and outgunned by our forces. We might even be able to get out of here with the research before they arrive. But I didn't come prepared for an easy fight. I came prepared to destroy the Red Hitters by any means necessary, and even if it takes a few lives from our side to do it, I'm prepared to make that sacrifice. Everyone here is. There's one making a run for it, Jeffrey announces. I raise my rifle before anyone else, shooting the desperate dasher in the back of the head. He collapses onto the pavement instantly, cut off from this world with a flash and a loud bang. Nice shot, Jeffrey mutters. I've been practicing nonstop, but I'm not one to brag. I just wanted the opportunity to take one of these assholes out, and I got it. There's no missing when you're that enraged by someone's very existence. You'll make sure you hit them right on target. 2 left behind the car. Maybe 1. I think we should move in, Jeffrey says. Before anyone can act, someone chucks a grenade across the parking lot toward the police vehicle, where the lone remaining member is hiding, and we all duck. The explosion is small, but it's enough to send glass and shrapnel flying across the pavement. Then there's silence. The only thing that breaks it is the ringing in my ears. It's become a chronic thing after so many years of gunfights and training, but today it feels like someone is blowing a whistle inside my head. I stick a pinky into my ear, popping it in and out a few times until the ringing stops, and then I look out across the parking lot. Not a soul has survived. There's no movement, save for the slow ooze of crimson blood across the freshly paved ground and the occasional rustle of the adolescent trees in the breeze. Move in, I command loudly, and everyone picks up their arms and rushes the building. Not a single shot is fired on the way there, and it's eerily calm. I almost want someone to pop out from behind one of the cars, or to hear a siren off in the distance, but there's nothing but boots on the ground as we head toward the entrance. The front door is made of wood, like they never anticipated anyone ever trying to break it down. That kind of confidence is exactly why they will fail today, and the Bratva will go on for centuries. We don't make mistakes like that. I hear a gunshot when the battering ram hits the flimsy wooden door, but it's not from any of my men. The shot came from inside the building. I almost want to laugh. Do these morons really think they're going to be able to shoot their way out of this? With only a few of them left, they're better off trying to run like the guy I shot in the parking lot. Not that it's going to save them, but it makes more sense than continuing to fight when you're boxed in. I doubt any of the red hitters actually want to die for their cause. And that's another big difference. Even with everything I have, I am willing to die for this. It's in my oath and everyone here knows it. We succeed or we die. There's no other way. The door breaks after only a few hits, wood splintering and the frame cracking as men rush in. I'm in the middle of the bunch, eager to shoot someone but finding the place mostly empty and void of people to kill. The sole person who was inside is lying in the middle of the floor in a pool of his own blood in an apparent suicide. He wasn't shooting at us before. He was ending his own life. Smart man. He ended his life on his own terms, without the unnecessary suffering involved with being shot by multiple people until you bleed out. Quick and easy. I step over the body as my guys sweep the rest of the building. But there's nobody here. We've already won. Take a look at this, Jeffrey says from the opposite end of the room. I look over at him to see the files he's holding up. The research for Project G, unsecured and out in the open like it means nothing at all to the red hitters. If they had any sense at all, they would have turned it over to the FBI already, but they probably didn't know what it meant. They're not the brightest people, after all. Check every drawer, cabinet, and closet in this place, I command. We don't want to miss anything.
Chapter 33. Lily. I'm second-guessing myself every few minutes as I pace around the empty house. It doesn't feel right to be here alone. Even if I'm not really by myself, there are guards all over the place, but I don't want them inside. I've told several of them to leave already, but they're hanging around just outside, like something dangerous could spawn inside the house and kill me at any moment. Ivan has his soldiers trained to the point of severe paranoia. That should make me feel safe, but I won't feel a single positive emotion until Ivan returns from his mission. I shouldn't have let him go on his own, even though there isn't much I could do to help him. I feel like I should be there with him. Oh, but the babies would be in danger. I couldn't let that happen either. I'm pulling out my hair. Literally, I have found little clumps all over the floor where I've been pacing. I don't even realize I'm doing it. I'm just tearing them out and tossing them onto the floor as my feet erode grooves into the black marble. What if Ivan is already dead? Then I would regret not having gone with him. Even if there wasn't anything I could do to save him, what if I never got to say a proper goodbye? I reprimand myself for thinking something so morbid, laying a light slap on my own cheek. Ivan is strong and capable. There's no reason why he would be dead by now. He planned this mission down to the second. He's going to come back home soon and chuckle at how anxious I've been. I can hear his voice in the house already, calm and confident, deep and soothing. He'd pat me on the head like I'm a worried baby deer, bemused that I think there's anything to be scared of at all. Thinking of him makes me smile, but that smile turns into a bitter frown and an aching emptiness in my stomach when I remember he's not actually here. I don't dare look at the clock. He never gave any return time, and if I start counting now it'll only feel longer. I'll start making up times when he must be back or something bad will have happened, and it'll make me even more anxious. It's never good for a pregnant woman to worry like this. Ivan should know better than to leave me alone like this. It's borderline cruel. After a moment of anger toward him, I break from my pacing pathway to venture into the kitchen. One good thing about being pregnant with triplets is that I'm always hungry, and Dr. Tracy told me I could eat as much as I wanted to at my current size whenever I'm hungry, and I'm hungry 2 times over. Hungry for food, and hungry for a distraction. I throw together a sandwich and inhale it in half the time. Even with the amount of ingredients I used, I haven't filled the void inside me. If anything, I only feel hungrier. I finish off another sandwich and take a break from the food, worried about making myself sick. I did it before when I was stressed about Ivan spending so much time out of the house. I literally ate 2 tubs of ice cream and threw up in the toilet 15 minutes later. I was too embarrassed to tell Ivan about it when he came home. This time I don't really know when he's going to arrive, so I don't want to make myself sick again. Not only is it extremely unpleasant, but if he comes barging through the door as I'm vomiting on the carpet in the living room, I doubt he's going to want to kiss me. My stomach churns anyway, and I fear the worst, but just as I'm about to run to the bathroom, I hear an engine outside. My stomach drops, and cold sweat forms on my forehead until I remember how many security guards there are outside. There's no way this can be anything dangerous. In all likelihood, it's Ivan. But I'll only believe it when I see his handsome, smiling face again. Until then, all I can feel is fear and doubt. As I rush to the front door, forgetting all about my nausea, it opens, and Ivan steps through into the lobby. I let out a squeal of excitement, coupled with uncontrollable tears as I jump into his arms. His body smells like sweat and smoke, but he's alive and that's all that matters. I hug him so hard that he groans, but I refuse to let go until I've had enough. I need him close to me and I don't want him to ever leave for so long again. I look up at him, pressing my chin into his sternum. "How did it go?" I ask. "It's done," he replies, a triumphant smile spreading over his face. "We're never, ever doing that again." My heart leaps into my throat. "Do you promise?" "Yes, my dear," he says, running his fingers through my hair. "Yes, I promise." Epilogue. Lily. As difficult as it is to raise 3 babies at the same time, it's also infinitely rewarding. Words can't even describe the joy I feel when I witness the boys playing together. Dimitri is the leader of the bunch, always encouraging the other 2 to take action, whether it's circumventing child safety locks on the cabinets or planning surprise attacks on Ivan when he comes home from the store. The other 2 boys, Donovan and Andre, are slightly different, always insisting on doing things together, even if Dimitri won't join. It's a cute dynamic they have going, developing in new ways as the weeks progress. Today, Dimitri has convinced Donovan and Andre to grab onto Ivan's legs, hoping to pull him down onto the grass so they can bounce on his chest. I'm not sure what the purpose of such a game is, but they're quite determined to do it when I let them out through the back door. Ivan is outside already, spreading food in the grass for the ducks. He's discovered that their waste makes an excellent fertilizer for some of the flowers, so he's trying to attract them to the garden. So far, he hasn't had much luck, but he's out there every day, spreading food across the ground and calling them over like they're dogs. It's adorable, but his little mission is about to be interrupted by the triplets. I watch them from the doorway as they all waddle over to Ivan. At first, he genuinely doesn't notice them approaching, but then there's a shift in his demeanor, an obvious display of obliviousness that drives the boys wild with delight. They're already laughing with each other, overjoyed that they're going to take Ivan by surprise this time. "Oh, I seem to have dropped too much food here," Ivan announces, speaking slowly as he bends over. He pretends to sift through the grass a bit, giving the boys ample time to strike. Dimitri is the first to lunge at Ivan's legs, wrapping his chubby little arms around one of them as Donovan and Andre take the other. Ivan lets out an exaggerated yell as they attempt to pull him down, and he flails his arms around like it's working. I can't help but to laugh at the way he's moving. What's even funnier is that the boys genuinely believe they're going to be able to use their weight to topple a man of Ivan's size. "Oh, I'm falling," Ivan exclaims, leaning over in slow motion as the boys explode in uncontrollable laughter. He topples over onto the ground, rolling over to break free from the boys' grip. They run after him, but he keeps rolling, pretending to have lost control as he rolls into a bush. The boys are jumping around now, hardly able to believe what they've done. They keep looking at each other like they've achieved some sort of incredible victory. Ivan knows how to build their confidence, but ultimately he always reminds them who is in charge. He jumps up to his feet when they try to climb on top of him, letting out a roar like a beast. Who did this to me? Who pushed me over? He points at the boys, who are now huddled in a group. You three. The boys scatter, going in all directions to avoid Ivan as he pretends not to be able to catch them. In reality, he's fully capable of scooping them all up and tossing them in their cribs. We keep them separated when they sleep, but they're in the same room so they don't get lonely. Dmitri runs up to me, squealing as he jumps inside to safety. Donovan and Andre are hedging their bets on the rose bushes, crawling underneath them in the hope that their father won't see them. And Ivan pretends not to, walking around them and scratching his chin as they laugh at their perceived cleverness. Where have those boys gone? I don't even want to watch TV these days because I'm always so entertained by the shows Ivan puts on with the boys. He's going crazy these days, running around with them and providing endless entertainment. I laugh as Ivan finds Donovan and Andre, reaching under the bush and pulling them both out. They snuggle into his arms and he carries them back to the house. I caught the escapees. I take Andre and kiss him on the cheek. Dmitri is inside already. I might give them some snacks before putting them to bed. Oh? Why don't you get Dmitri and bring him outside before we do that? I have a little surprise for everyone. I blink a few times trying to figure out what he could mean by that. A surprise? He's taken me so many places with the boys in the past few months that I can't imagine it being another trip. Ever since Project G was finished and went into its rollout phase, there's been nothing but lavish vacations, shopping sprees, and a whole new collection of supercars sitting in the driveway. I love it all, of course, but the best thing all that money was able to buy was peace of mind. We are untouchable, as Ivan promised me. There's nobody in the world that can get to us in our charming estate, and even when we go out, we're protected from every angle. No security is too much security in Ivan's eyes, and even though I fear the boys growing up with a warped sense of what is normal, it's something they'll learn more about and understand on a deeper level as they get older. We're in the Bratva. Life isn't going to be normal, and I wouldn't want it to be. As I fetch Dmitri, I go through everything Ivan has said to me in the past few days. It does feel like he's been hinting at something, a change of some sort, but he hasn't told me what. That must be what the surprise is about, and it involves everyone. Dmitri is in the kitchen, standing on a chair and attempting to stick his fingers into the pie cooling on the counter. Oh, no you don't, I say, snatching him off the chair. He whimpers, but I know he's not really sad. He never really cries, showing the same strength and resilience that Ivan has. Those boys don't ever give up when they want something. Just like Ivan knew he was going to finish the research for Project G, Dmitri knows he's going to get a taste of that pie. But it won't be now. I carry him outside, setting him down on the grass where Ivan is telling the other two a story about a bear he supposedly saw in the woods. I'm always concerned they're going to be scared by his stories, especially since he tells them in such an over-the-top manner, but they hang on every word with joyful awe. Once the story is done, Ivan looks up at me with mischief sparkling in his beautiful green eyes. The bear in the woods gave me a little piece of advice before he left. Do you want to know what it is? The triplets nod, and I find myself drawn into the story as well, nodding with them. Ivan smiles, reaching behind his back. The bear told me that if you really love someone, you make sure they know it. I figured, what better way to do that than to ask you to marry me? I gasp as he drops down to one knee, pulling out a ring that puts all others to shame. The diamond in the middle glitters in a rainbow hue, scattering reflections across the grass around him. Lily, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Tears form in my eyes as I nod, and the triplets giggle in delight. I'm sure they don't know the full extent of what's happening, but they know Daddy is making Mommy happy, and that delights them more than anything else. I rush into Ivan's arms. Yes, yes, yes. He holds me, and the boys come up from behind to complete the family hug. We're powerful on our own, but together we're unstoppable. If you enjoyed this book, Please leave a like and subscribe to stay up to date on the latest releases by Bella King. Thank you so much for listening.